Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
You come, you shoot, you go. They are going to see a police. I don't want to see a policeman on the street. Go and look for weapons. Go arm yourselves and see what is going to happen. Build weapons. If you don't have any, go and construct one. Go and build one. Even ordinary catapults, anything you have, go and use it and destroy them. Destroy them. Mad people everywhere. They are going to see something they've not seen before. And as we are destroying them, we are finding out where their children are. They are making mothers to become childless. And we are also going to make them become childless. They want destruction, we give them destruction. Mad people everywhere. What's that going now? No going back. I told them, the thing is like before. You come, you shoot, you go. And commission of inquiry, this, that. Later, anywhere you see Sanwo Olu, you attack him. Tinubu his hotel must be burnt down. Burnt down. Mad people everywhere. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Master, good evening, sir.
Yes, please. Where are you calling from?
Master, my name is Kele Padabuchi. I'm calling from Iguacha.
What is happening? You lost your voice. Were you leading the protest today? Were you the one leading it? Because your voice is no longer there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are generating at Oyibo Express as I'm talking to you
Oh,
right now.
Amazing stuff.
Yes, sir. So, sir, the protest in Oyibo today was something else.
I know.
We walk all the way from Oyibo to.
It is Obibo, not Oyibo. Remove that Y. It's Obibo.
Yes, Obibo, sir. Obibo, right away now we are at Obibo Express, directing and singing. Even the police, they couldn't do anything today. They were just looking at us. And right now we are at Express Obibo, directing right now. I'm talking to you, sir.
If the police moves, you move them. You know, that's what they used to say to us before. If you move, I move you. If the police tries anything, get hold of them, kill them, and burn down the police station. That is the price they're going to pay. Anywhere they kill somebody, every police station around there should be burnt down to the ground. Every police, where are you calling us from?
All right, I'm calling from Ikeja, precisely, sir.
From Ikeja. What is happening in Ikeja right now? Please tell us.
The Allen have been blocked since morning. I was there live. It has blocked since morning. I left them there around that kind 7:30. And secondly, we didn't have any attack whatsoever. In fact, our voice was one. And secondly, the answers of 18, the strategy the federal government want to use, they're going to tell you they end those SARS and they're going to send those SARS to start robbing people, and they will turn around to say, you people are the one that asked us to stop SARS. So stopping SARS is not even the end. The main thing is complete, the end of Nigeria. That's what people want. Now people are not even talking about ending SARS anymore. They are saying what they are singing today now is Tinubu must go. That's what they are singing, even all the Yorubas.
Tinubu is in trouble. Tinubu is in I'm telling you the truth. That man is gone. Anywhere Tinubu runs to, if he likes, let him run to England, we will find him. Anywhere Tinubu runs to, we are going to find him. He's going to. You're a politician. He's a leader. You're our leader. I say, shut up your stinking, dirty, useless zoom out. You are an idiot. I told you that all these umokoko you call, these are charlatans. They have nothing to offer. This is the first major political crisis they have faced. Look at how they have failed. Look at how they cannot even read the mood of the people. They think his intimidation will work. Now let me tell you. Let me make it abundantly clear to everybody, please. Nobody should go for visa. Every access road to every embassy should be blocked. No visa, only on medical grounds. Nobody is flying out. I want Lagos airport to be grounded. No flight coming in, none going out. They said Al Jazeera has finally carried the Lekki massacre, not as a news item. We want them to bring their van with their satellite dish on Lekki. We want them to bring it to Aba. Anyway, let them not come to Aba until we finish what we're doing. Let them go to Lekki and mount their satellite dish and be reporting live from the protest venue. That any other place in the world, that is what they are going to do. That is what they normally do. They mount their dish and they're reporting live. That is not as a news item. There was a clash on Lekki Bridge between anti-government protesters and the security forces. The report says that 4 people died and many were injured. The government said they will investigate. Rubbish. We want you to bring your van. Bring your van. In fact, if you see any BBC journalists, hold them until they bring their van, their big dish, and start transmitting it live. Mad people. If you don't behave like a mad person in the zoo, we are not going to succeed.
So there it is right there, and that is how we start. So that is how we start. Of course, the central theme of this particular session are not news to any and everybody. Nnamdi Kanu has been denied release from custody. So now that Nnamdi Kanu to be, and we predicted, by the way, that Nnamdi Kanu will be gifted to the southeast. just to assuage whatever it is that aggrieves that space. So we don't always get it right, but it looks as though the law has been allowed to run its course, and the law running its course, of course, would never release Nnamdi Kanu. So we just played you. That is one of the milder samples of how this guy had wreaked havoc upon that nation for years and years. Seize Lagos, burn it down, attack the police, kill them, burn their buildings down, destroy everywhere, hunt down Tinubu, burn down his hotel. So if that is not treason, then I'd like to know what is. So good day to you, good to see you, and good to be in your company. So we've happened upon another weekend again. So a skip and a jump now to Christmas. So a skip and a jump to Christmas, but here we are still doing as we always do. We really have to discuss how we're going to manage the festive season. We see what we're doing over the course of that period. Yes, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, these are almost certain to be an epic session. So if you want to be part of what are almost certain to be a cut and thrust and parry sort of a conversation, then hop on board just as soon as you can. So here we go again. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us. The session will be centrally themed around the Nnamdi Kanu space, because that's the biggest news that has happened over the course of the last 24 hours or so. So over the course of the last 24 hours or so, we're staying within that space still. And this is what led to that clip that I just played you there. So this is what inspired it. Breaking. Nigerian Supreme Court quashes order for Nnamdi Kanu's release or case trial. So Nigerian Supreme Court quashes order for Nnamdi Kanu's release or case trial. So before we get into the readout, let's just quickly whiz through how we got to the space. So Nnamdi Kanu, of course, presented to the court. This we're going back to, was it 2015 thereabout, 2017? Presented to the court to face charges of treason. Court facilitated him bail. He with conditions. He flouted the conditions of the bail. They attempted to effect his arrest, the infamous Python dance. They attempted to effect his arrest, which led to a skirmish. In the course of that skirmish, Nnamdi Kanu was able to effect his escape. And then in the course of that escape, he made his way through whatever facilitation out of the country and landed in England. And in England, of course, he ratcheted up this now. These are inflammatory sort of language and tonality that is using to push against the Nigerian state. So just that little clip that I played you when the session started, that's just a mild little sample of one of the more vitriol that this guy was pumping out of England. So that's the build up to all of that. So he kept on pushing against the state and inviting his people. And by his people, I'm talking about essentially the Ipobians, not the Southeasterners. We must always make that distinction. So it was inviting the Ipobians then, the Ipobians. It was inviting the Ipobians to wreak havoc upon the state, very much in the manner that it was describing in that little clip. Charge at them, launch at them, burn them down, shoot them, kill them, just destroy. So a hoarding mob. It's just a baying mob. It's just launching continuously at the state. So in the course of all of that, he was captured in Kenya when he went to sample some Kenyan babes, no doubt. He was captured in Kenya, renditioned to Nigeria, and that is what has now fast forwarded to where we are now. So in the course of that rendition, of course, laws were infracted. So I wouldn't say they were broken. No, laws were infracted in terms of international laws. So laws were infracted in the course of his rendition into Nigeria. So now, When he was renditioned to Nigeria, then he was presented to the court, but his lawyers insisting that because of that infraction of the law to rendition him back to Nigeria, you cannot then, on the basis of an illegality, have legality, and then they invited the court to effect his release. So the appeal court took cognizance, they went on board with that sort of narrative. Let me put it that way. So the appeal court acceded to that narrative presented by the Nnamdi Kanu legal team, and they then ordered somewhat his release. So that is where the story stopped for the Ipobians, but that is not where the story stopped. The federal space then went to file for a stay of execution of that order by the appeal court in order then to test that order at the Supreme Court. So they don't often tell you that, but that is where the legal status of Nnamdi Kanu was up till today. So the legal status of Nnamdi Kanu was a stay of execution of a subsisting order in order that that order be tested at the Supreme Court. So that day of judgment came today, and what is the verdict from the Supreme Court? Rot in jail. So that is what the Supreme Court came back with. So the verdict to Nnamdi Kanu from the Supreme Court essentially rot in jail. So that is where, that's the backdrop to it. So now let's pick it up from here. So that's the backdrop to it. Let's pick it up from here. Nigerian Supreme Court quashes order for Nnamdi Kanu's release or case trial. The Supreme Court has nullified the judgment of the Court of Appeal that ordered the release of the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian government had challenged the verdict of the appeal court, which dismissed the charges against Kanu in October last year and quashed the terrorism charges against him. The apex court said the trial should continue with the trial court. Let's take that from the top again. The Supreme Court has nullified the judgment of the appeal court that ordered the release of the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian government had challenged the verdict of the appeal court, which dismissed the charges against Kanu in October last year and quashed the terrorism charges against him. The apex court said the trial court should continue with the case. The judgment was delivered by Justice Emmanuel Agim, but written by Justice Garba Lawal. The Supreme Court, however, held that the Nigerian government recklessly and unlawfully, the Supreme Court, however, held that the Nigerian government recklessly and that should be acted, by the way. That's why I had to read it again. They didn't write it properly. The Supreme Court, however, held that the Nigerian government acted recklessly and unlawfully by renditioning Kanu from Kenya, but it added that such an unlawful act would not strip any court of its powers to proceed with the trial. The IPOB leader has been in detention since June 2021. So there it is right there. If you are looking to send Christmas cards to Nnamdi Kanu, if you are looking to send Christmas cards to Nnamdi Kanu, send it via Yusuf Bichi DSS Abuja. So that is his residence of abode for the foreseeable. So send it via Yusuf Bichi, CO, care of Yusuf Bichi, number 1 DSS facilities Abuja. So that is where Nnamdi Kanu will be for the foreseeable. So that is where Nnamdi Kanu will be for the foreseeable. So now, a lot of people, of course, you saw the headline and you may query that. So it's an interpretation of what has just transpired today. So Nnamdi Kanu being retained in court, not in court or in prison, Nnamdi Kanu being retained in prison might be bad news for a lot of people, but it is good news for some people. So it's not bad news for everybody. It is certainly not bad news for Peter Obi, certainly not. And it's a news that will make Simon Ekpa pop another bottle of champagne. Because Nnamdi Kanu being in custody frees up space for so many political actors to flesh out their space. So Nnamdi Kanu being in custody, it frees up the southeastern space, especially. The obedient movement, by the way, is more and greater than the southeast, but a good chunk of it is rested and vested within the southeast. So Nnamdi Kanu being in prison, it frees up that space for Obi in order for him to flap his wings and peacock. So he can flap and peacock within that space without any visible or certainly not any potent challenger. So there's no potent challenge to Peter Obi's looming large over that space because, of course, nobody there of equal status to challenge him. But if Nnamdi Kanu was released, and Nnamdi Kanu comes out with his narrative, and Nnamdi Kanu's narrative is counter the narrative being presented, because Nnamdi Kanu, of course, is a secessionist. Peter Obi wants to govern a Nigerian state. So if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, even if he doesn't speak, it reignites his it reignites his in abeyance. Let me put it that way. It reignites his narrative that is in a restive state of abeyance at the moment, and then it brings it back to the fore. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, all of the obedient space, they will immediately, because they're a very skittish bunch, the people that constitute that obedient space, they're a very, very skittish bunch. They fleet skittishly from one extreme to another further extreme, all within a blink of an eye. Because we track them on this platform, so that's why we're able to say that. When we were at the Nnamdi Kanu phase, because this platform was around at that time as well, when we were at the Nnamdi Kanu phase, there was a bunch of narratives with the moniker and tonality pushing for Biafra or nothing. So those spaces now have transmuted into Peter Obi is the only savior, be obedient and useful. So you can see that is a skittish mind right there. Those are the two furthest polars of the extremes. So those are the two furthest polars of the extremes. So the extreme is to want to secede from Nigeria because you have no faith in it, and your faith is vested and rested in a nation of your own like, Biafra or nothing. To then move from that to wanting to govern Nigeria, that is a skittish move. So that then tells you then that these people, as soon as Nnamdi Kanu is released, they will skittishly fleet back to another extreme again. So that is why it plays out for Peter Obi especially. Because, of course, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, it challenges his preeminence within the Southeast conversational and political space. So that's the Peter Obi bit. And, of course, the Simon Ekpa space is an easy reach. Simon Ekpa wants to inherit what Nnamdi Kanu has created, and to all intents and purposes, he has already succeeded in inheriting that. I don't know if you pay attention to his space, but I do. If you listen to any of his broadcasts, it's identical, as they will say in Germany, to an Nnamdi Kanu broadcast. So that's one. But then the other thing is, this guy, he canvasses. I can go and bring you a clip of this if you want to see it. He canvasses relentlessly and ruthlessly for money. And the people throw money at him like it was confetti. So he's captured a golden fleece right there. And he has superimposed himself on that golden fleece in order then to invite their surrender to his supremacy. And it is done that by declaring himself their prime minister, and they have all fallen in line. So all of that, very cushy. Yeah, you see the life of splendor that is living. Simon Ekpa, everything gold. He holds a goblet that is gold rimmed. wearing the laced robe like it was Liberace, and all of this life of debauchery and excess, all of it off the back of milking that obedient space. So if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, the party ends for Simon Ekpa. So it is in Simon Ekpa's his business model. Simon Ekpa's business model, which is a multi-million-dollar business model, is essentially for Nnamdi Kanu to be to be incarcerated in perpetuity, and that is the nature of his politics. So you see, a lot of people want Nnamdi Kanu out, but a lot of people don't. So there it is right there. Let's continue. We're still within that space. So we're still within that space. Let's go on to this. So now let's go to the fallout of that space. Supreme Court verdict on Nnamdi Kanu consistent with law. So this is the senior advocate of Nigeria telling us that the law is actually what's in play. A senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Wahab Shitu, has said that the decision of the Apex Court on Nnamdi Kanu is in line with the law. The Supreme Court on Friday ruled that Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, should face trial despite a previous dismissal of charges by the Court of Appeal. Shitu, in a live appearance on Channels Television's Politics Today on Friday, acknowledged that the Supreme Court was correct in stating that the process of bringing Kanu back to Nigeria was flawed. The fact that the court has said that you have a case to answer is not conclusive on guilt. It is saying, come and offer explanations to clear some gray areas in order to prove your innocence or guilt, Shitu explained, adding that this does not detract from the fair hearing of the trial. The Supreme Court has today said, go back and face your 7-count trial charge in respect of the 7-count charge. What the Supreme Court has done is consistent with law. The senior lawyer commended the Supreme Court for considering all issues on record and making informed pronouncements. He highlighted the court examination of the question of the illegal deportation condemning it as offensive and noting the importance of upholding the country's image both locally and internationally. Furthermore, Shitu pointed out the Supreme Court stance on the revocation of bail, stating that the trial court was not entitled to revoke bail after Kanu fled for his life following security agencies' invasion of his premises. The Supreme Court is a court of law and justice. At that level, all issues on record, everything will be considered. The Supreme Court examined all the issues and made pronouncements. They examined the question of illegal deportation and pronounced that that is clearly offensive and that henceforth our country should be conscious of its image locally and internationally, he said. When security agencies invaded the premises of a suspect who is on bail, the trial court was not entitled to revoke the bail after the man fled for his life. On all issues, the Supreme Court has done justice to the matter. The court's judgment, delivered by Justice Emmanuel Agim, pointed out that the Court of Appeal was mistaken in ruling that Kanu could not be retried based on alleged illegality of his arrest and the invasion of his home by the government. Despite Kanu's absence in court during the judgment, the Supreme Court asserted that the government's action, whilst reckless and unlawful, do not deprive the courts of the power to proceed with the trial for alleged criminal charges. The proscribed IPOB leader has been in detention since blah, blah, blah. So there it is right there. So it's vested in law and constitution, essentially, is what our senior lawyers are saying. So vested in law and constitution. So now, the right to reply from the IPOB space. IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer reveals next move after Supreme Court judgment. I wonder if we'll try to turn it into an unzobo thing. Often instances, that's the go-to, isn't it? So turn it into an unzobo. So that's the that's the go-to. All right. Okay. Let's just. I whittle through it. I was going to play you another video clip, but I don't want to take up too much time. So Aloy Ejimako, the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra (IPOB), has revealed the next line of action following the Supreme Court ruling. Ejimako said Kanu's legal team will move for a bail application for the IPOB leader at the Federal High Court in Abuja. So now that window does open, by the way, according to the judgment of the Supreme Court, the window for bail is open. So the window for bail is open because the Supreme Court has said that the trial court had no right to revoke Nnamdi Kanu's bail, because you cannot assert that a man who has felt the need to flee for his life has jumped bail. Because what other option does he have? To stay there and be slaughtered by Janjaweed operatives from the DSS. So of course he had the right to flee for his life. So now saying that the trial court erred in law to revoke his bail, the Supreme Court saying that opens then the possibility of bail still being granted. And I think it's that portal that Aloy Ejimako is looking to go through. Aloy Ejimako, the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra (IPOB), has revealed the next line of action following the Supreme Court ruling. Ejimako said Kanu's legal team will move for a bail application for the IPOB leader at the Federal High Court in Abuja. He spoke to correspondents shortly after the Supreme Court refused to order Kanu's release. In its judgment delivered, so we've read all that. Reacting to the proceedings, Ejimako said he was expecting the Apex Court to affirm the ruling of the appeal court. According to Ejimako, I had high hopes that based on the law of extradition, the Supreme Court should have affirmed the discharge order made by the Court of Appeal. Yes, first, we shall proceed with a pace bail application to reinstate his bail in line with the ruling of the Supreme Court. Ejimako also expressed dissatisfaction with the ruling of the Supreme Court on Kanu's extraordinary rendition from Kenya. He said, I am not satisfied with the Supreme Court's discountenance of the extraordinary rendition because it does not comport with the doctrines of fair hearing. The Supreme Court justified its position on the theory that our jurisprudence has not developed to the point of recognizing extraordinary rendition as a barrier to prosecution. That is so wrong because it implies that Nigerian jurisprudence is primitive, behind the times, and retrograde. So there it is right there. So gentle little asides by Ejimako towards gentle little asides by Ejimako towards the Supreme Court there. So let's go on then from Nnamdi Kanu and let's go to just a different storyline. UK set to deport Nigerians, other foreign students with low grades. So they're tightening the noose around immigration, really, especially in the UK and also in Canada, by the way, because the pot of money of entry in Canada, they've doubled it. Previously, you needed about $10,000. They doubled it to $20,000 now for Canada, and they're squeezing now in the UK as well. UK set to deport Nigerians, other foreign students with low grades. So it's not essentially targeted at Nigerians, but really international students. The United Kingdom government is considering stricter regulations for international students, hoping to stay on 2-year graduate visas. According to the Telegraph, The Migration Advisory Committee (MAC), commissioned by the Home Office by the Home Secretary James Cleverly, will scrutinize the current program as part of a broader effort to reduce the net migration by 300,000 people. The committee may bar foreign students on 2-year graduate visas who fail to achieve high grades from staying in the UK. So that's not a deportation, is it? That's an invitation to leave. Because, of course, they are not there illegally. So you can't deport somebody that is not there illegally, can you? The graduate visa scheme has seen a dramatic surge in recent years, with over 98,000 students granted extensions in the year to June 2023, a 74% increase from the previous year. However, concerns have emerged about its potential misuse as a backdoor route to low-skilled jobs or simply a 2-year stay in the UK, given the current lack of employment requirements. There are fears that it is being used as a backdoor route to work in the UK, often in low-skilled jobs, or simply to stay for 2 years, as there is no requirement to take up employment, it said. So yes. Yeah, well, you know what that means anyway. You don't need me to interpret it. I could if you wanted me to. The chairman of the MAC, Professor Brian Bell, highlighted the absence of academic performance benchmarks in the existing visa criteria. He stated, there is no requirement to get particular grades in your university course. That's the question we want to review. Bell said the committee will explore introducing minimum grade thresholds or specific course achievements as potential eligibility factors. He added that further restrictions potentially under consideration include limiting the visa to graduate of certain universities or specific courses, and restricting visa holders to specific job types or activities. Currently, visa holders have no limitations on their activities within the UK. So there it is right there. So they're tightening the noose around that space. So let me just bring you this. So the remaining bits that I'm bringing you, they're just snapshots. So do you remember this guy? It's one of the most ridiculous is one of the most ridiculous people within the Nigerian political space. Let me remind you who he is. If you don't remember him, he's now gotten big boots. This ridiculous.
Okay.
The one that we are going to make, the one that is going to create.
No, you see, the question is, what is your website?
Wait.
Okay.
The one that we are going to make use of is the one that is going to create.
No, you see, the question is, what is your website?
Wait.
Okay.
The one that we are going to make use of is going to remain known by my Oga at the top. Yes. I can't announce one now, and my Oga says it's another one.
The NSCDC has multiple websites.
This is something we can have multiple websites, but the one that we
not the one for employment.
No, it's not the one for employment.
Yes.
What is your website now? The one you use normally, your official
website. If you want to know
website.
about the NSCDC, what website do you go to?
Okay, if you want to know about NSCDC, as of now.
Exactly.
Okay, www.nscdc.
Yes.
Yes. So that's all.
www.
The one that is going to create.
No, you see, the question is, what is your website?
Wait.
All right. So there it is. So this semi-illiterate now has been made the chairman of something. Remember him is now the DCG of Nigerian Civil Defense. So the semi-illiterate now has been put in charge of Nigerian Civil Defense, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. Yes. Let me see. Do I want to give you one more? All right. There it is right there. Okay, yes. Let me bring you the IPOB response to Nnamdi Kanu's verdict, and then we see if we can get the conversation going. Did I just kill it off? I think I just shut it down. Oh God. Anyway, they described it as a miscarriage of justice. That's essentially. I think I just clicked on the X that took it off the screen. Oh, where is it? Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Do you know what that means? That's Spanish. Give me a minute, please. Yes, give me a minute, please, is what that means. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. All right, let me just all right, let me put this up. Play the Kegite music. Still plenty of space on the studio, by the way, for whoever wants to hop on. So whoever wants to hop on, hop on. The people that have hop on, Thomas in the house. Good to see you, Thomas. Let me do this. Thomas in the house. Good to see you, Thomas. Ekene in the house. Good to see you. Oh no, that's not Ekene. That is Ekesin. So a new voice. So we'll start with you then, Ekesin, when we do start, because we always like to sample new voices. So King Emeka, of course, to give us the real understanding. You know Emeka now is super brain. We always need big brains. And so he will counterweight my stupidity by telling you exactly what's going on. So that's the panel so far. If you want to hop on. The links are there for you to hop on. But let's before we do that, let me yes, let me do this. Before we do that, let me flash this up quickly, because we're going to either be shutting this down today or be shutting this down certainly no longer than tomorrow. So it's the outreach initiative that we have been embarked upon for the last few days now. So that's the link to the initiative right there. So if you want to join in. If you want to contribute. So we've had Adeyinka contribute. The £150 is from Kulata. Ayodele Ogunlowo, he chipped in with £100. Prince Daddy with 50. And there was a gentleman called Don that donated £100 privately. He did not want to flash up on the screen. He said simply to acknowledge him as Don. In fact, I put up his picture just yesterday and he wasn't pleased about it. So to all intents and purposes, we have 445 pounds ready. So we're aiming for £1,000. We're barely halfway. So 445 pounds, that should read. So that's the thing. It's the one man went to more level up outreach, and this is what we're doing. It says, hi, we are fundraising to level up 3 or more Nigerian families. The idea is to identify low income but earning Nigerian families, preferably in some sort of business, who we can parachute funds to take their business up a level. So somebody that's in dire straits but is putting up somewhat of a fight in order to get themselves out of those circumstances. So those are the people that we're trying to reach. And we've got people all over Nigeria identifying those people. So now I'm going to play you a clip now of an example of the sort of people that we're looking to outreach to. So I'll play you a clip. It's in Hausa language, but then I'll give you the interpretation from the person that did it. So this is the excellent Hassan now that has put himself out to go and identify potential. This lady will be getting a pocket of money, almost certainly, because and you will see why in a moment. And by the way, the guy in the black kaftan, that's Hassan, of course, who comes here regularly. So that's Hassan.
Labarin abinci. Akwai abinci. Me kuke sayarwa ne? Ya kasuwa. Akwai mutanen maganar da muka fara yi da ke mutanen one man platform wani mutane ne yan Najeriya amma suna zaune a kasashen turai to dangane da abubuwa da yawa da ke faruwa yanzu a kasar nan kuma na san sannan kuma insha Allah su kuma za su dubi yadda za a yi su ma su taimaka ko abin da ya kawo mu kenan. Amin. So idan kina da lokaci in za mu iya yin fira a nan to kuma za mu iya komawa gefe mai firan ma duka yadda kike so. Ta san da kokari. So yanzu yaya rayuwan kuke ciki yaya kuke fama? Saki jiki ce magana yake.
Yanzu ina da yara guda. Maza biyu, mata biyu. Yaran nan baban su ya rasu ya bari su. Kaga kuma ba zai yi yanzu ba har a cikin zauna in ce je su haka ba. Akwai makaranta rayuwa, akwai ci, akwai sha, akwai sutura.
All right, it's about 7 minutes long. A lot of it is in Hausa language. So I will play you the fullness of it over the course of the session because it's important. Because Assam put himself out to go and do that. So that lady there is one of the candidates that we will be parachuting money to. But like I said, a lot of it in Hausa language. And I told Hassan to send me a clip of an interpretation. But because of where Hassan is, the weight of the fact, it took him 2 days to send those clips in that we're watching now. So he couldn't get a clip to us, but he sent a full voice note. So I'll play you now the voice note from Hassan that explains the backstory to this lady. Tell me if you can hear it. If you can't hear it, then I'll just tell you what he said. But this is the backstory to the lady.
Hey, one man. Obviously the video would not upload, so I'm trying to record a voice to keep the narrative straight. So the lady in that video, her name is Zainab. I knew Zainab through one of my outreaches to IDP camps. At some point she was displaced from one community, but her husband fell victim and died. So she's 22, 23 years old. She has 5 children, and one of her kids, I think, is a special need kid. So that also adds.
One man is very low. We can barely hear it.
Yes, try and make it out. Don't talk over it, though. Try and make it out if you can.
She picked herself up.
Hold on.
And
he's talking in low voices. That's just it.
Obviously the video would not upload, so I'm trying to record a voice to keep the narrative straight. So the lady in that video, her name is Zainab. I knew Zainab through one of my outreaches to IDP camps. At some point she was displaced from one community, but her husband fell victim and died. So she's 22, 23 years old. She has 5 children, and one of her kids, I think, is a special need kid. So that also adds, to the strain on the resources. And despite all this, the husband dying, and then she picked herself up and is 5 kids, even though she's sponsoring them to go to school, and that our government schools, at least she's doing something. I know of an effort she did previously out of that business to buy a wheelchair for the disabled child. She has a disabled child, And the general attitude, they never say never, always looking at the positive side of the resilience. Yeah, that kind of attracted me to the way she was carrying herself, and not just letting life beat you into defeat. So that attitude is, I think, praiseworthy, and whoever helps you know will be will be appreciated if she can eke out a living from the little that she has right now. Imagine what
All right. All right. So what I'll do is I'm actually in the process of doing it. Is I will I've downloaded that voice clip, so I'm reformatting it now. So I'll crush it into I'll squeeze it into like a MP4 format, and then I'll upload it so you can hear it clearly. But that is an example of the sort of outreach that we're looking to do. So that's a lady that finds herself in difficult circumstances, but she's fighting back. I was discussing with her son that what would have an impact on her. I was thinking 100, 150. He said, if you really want to impact on that woman, give her 200. So I'm thinking, even from what we have already, we have 250 that we can give that woman just to level her up. So that's our first candidate right there. If everybody's agreeable, so she will be the main person, and then we'll see if we can do two others. So we'll do one more from the north, and then if there's any leftovers, we send that to the southeast for bags of rice for Christmas and all that. So that's the plan. Unless anybody has a better plan. So that's the plan. So let's kick the conversation on then, and let's kick it off with Ekersen. So Ekersen, are you ready, Ekersen? On mute.
Yeah.
Ubinami.
Ekene, man.
Why you can't change your name now? We can't mago with this, eh? When you come turn to Ekersen.
My second device.
Look at this guy.
Floor.
You won't use backdoor enter, Abi? Eh?
No, I don't want to use backdoor. Just that I was charging the other phone, so I decided to use this one. So
okay, you kick it off then. The main hub of it, of course, the Nnamdi Kanu storyline, rejected by the Supreme Court. So we know where he's going to be in Christmas now. So please send your cards via DSS facilities, CO, care of Yusuf Bichi. So what are you making of the verdict for Nnamdi Kanu in spite of all of the pleas from the Southeast?
Well, I don't know. Man, I'm tired. The only thing I'm only concerned about this Nnamdi kind of stuff is the insecurity they are tagging it within the Southeast. That's my only concern. So, and that's why I want the federal government to look into. So, I'm not. That's the area I am much bothered. But before that, I want to. One of our legend died today, Okwadike.
Oh yes, I saw that in the news cycle. Yes, tell us about his. I don't know his backstory. Tell us about him.
The first governor of New Anambra State, a very great guy. He's very outspoken. One of the well-respected elders we have in Anambra State. Not like all these everybody knew them. His government was a nice one. He kicked Anambra State very well. So just that most of his predecessors didn't follow his footsteps. And the man, if you followed him very well, a lot of Southeasterners love him because they see him. He speaks the mind of many Southeasterners. He speaks their mind. In the last election, he was a champion. He championed Obi so well in the Southeast. He championed him so well in the Southeast. So, and a lot of people love him for that. at 85 years. He's a great man. We respect him so much. You see, when we see people that love us, our leaders that love us in the Southeast, is one of them. Not like Nnamdi that died, and people didn't know that we lost a former governor. People don't even know that the former governor was buried in Anambra State. But this man, we respect him so well because he speaks the mind of almost every Southeasterners. And I didn't expect him to die at this time because his voice is still strong.
How old was he?
85.
He was 85, yes.
Yeah, but he still have a strong voice, especially in this last election. He really had a strong voice. So I don't know. He's not sick. He just died. So, but I thank God for him. He really had a good testimony in the Southeast. I thank God for him, and I love him so much. So, and he was one of the people championing the release of this Nnamdi Kanu. He begged Tinubu, he begged Buhari so much to release him. He sent a lot of delegates to Buhari, but Buhari didn't listen to him. So, and even before this judgment, he was optimistic about this release. But now, almost he died the same day that they gave this judgment. I don't know what God want to do in that, but at the same time, I'll miss him so much. I love him so much. So coming back to Nnamdi Kanu, that case, I'm not bothered so much. Honestly, one man. The only thing that bothers me is the insecurity in the Southeast, that these guys are relying on Nnamdi Kanu to perpetrate. That is my only concern. So, and that's what I want the federal government to look at.
But that is a concern, though, because do you have the anticipation that activities of unknown gunmen will spike up in the Southeast over the course of this Christmas off the back of this verdict?
It's a major concern. In fact, I was going through internet today, a lot of the way those guys were trying to put on rest in the course of this judgment. I'm not comfortable with it, and I wouldn't want more killings to continue in the Southeast just because of this one man.
It's almost certain too, though, because we're expecting probably he has done it already, a broadcast from Simon Ekpa to ratchet up the he can say there should be no Christmas in the Southeast, and what can you do? There will be no Christmas in the Southeast.
There will be. My family has moved.
How are you, my brother?
I'm very fine.
Hello, how are you? Good. Yes, yeah.
I'm okay.
Are you? Yes. Are you? Were you surprised the judgment? Sorry for asking you that.
Well, I'm not too much surprised because.
Yes. Yes. I'm happy that you are not surprised because we knew that they are not going to release him.
No, I am surprised, though, but let I can answer first. But I am surprised.
No, one man, I'm not too much surprised. Maybe maybe in their next level, they said they will not go for the release, the bail condition and all that. I don't know, but for me, I'm not surprised because I don't expect Tinubu to just come and release. Because a lot of Northerners, even if Tinubu wants to do that, a lot of Northerners don't want him to do that. So, and it will be a very big blow to his government coming from the northern side. So, many of them don't want him to release him. So, and I believe he knows what is going on in that space. So, he wouldn't want just to go there, release him. It will spike off a lot of hatred for him from the north. So, he needs to trade with caution in the case of Nnamdi Kanu. So, I understand that. I understand this so well, but I wish every other people can take the security of the Southeast in consideration. At least they know what to do. They know what to do. But for me, I'm not bothered, sure. My only concern is that insecurity, one man. But I'm not too much bothered about this.
But that is a big consideration, though. And to answer Thomas's question, I was expecting them to release Nnamdi Kanu. because it doesn't serve any purpose for them to continue to detain him. Like Ekene was just expressing concerns about the spike in insecurity that will be resultant of this. So there's all the reasons to do it, and there is none of the reasons really not to do it. If they release Nnamdi Kanu, then there might be a thawing somewhat of the east towards the Tinubu administration, and then it gives them a different narrative. They have a better Christmas, and then maybe that would even help in somewhat pulling back insecurity in that space. So many reasons, and because also a lot of senior voices in the East have been saying release this guy to our custody, just as a mark of respect to those voices. So all of those reasons I was expecting is released, but alas.
Yeah, a lot of.
Before you move on, one man, please put the link again. Be putting it like about 5 minutes, or you can put it somewhere here so I can be putting it. So yeah,
no,
it's gone now.
Yes,
I can't find it.
Yes,
I can't find it now.
You mean for the
for the contribution.
No, I'll be putting it, but I don't want it to be an oversell. If people want to do it, they'll do it.
No, one man. No. I know you always think like that.
Hold on now. I don't want it to be an oversell. We've been doing it for a week and a bit. A few days now. So anybody that wants to do it, do it. If they don't want to do it, we don't want to, strong arm people into parting with money. Let them. I've put it now, but I don't want to over push it. I can back to you.
So yeah, one man. That's my feelings about the whole stuff. So we really want to go and enjoy our states and all that. Yeah, my family has moved now.
So you decided to go home for Christmas?
Yeah, my family has already traveled. Oh God. Oh.
In spite of everything that is going on.
What will I do? I will know how to. I have a lot of activities. So I need to go and attend to it. I'll just know how to manage myself. It's not a show. It's no more a show of Christmas. You can even wear your bedroom slippers and be. So it's no more a show of Christmas for us. But I must travel. I want to travel. I have that urge to travel. So that is it. So everything is okay, one man. We are fine. I'm fine, and let the government consider the innocent people that are dying because of this cause in the southeast. That's my only concern. So, but in terms of the judgment they gave, I don't think that judgment is too bad. I don't think, because they acknowledge most of the offense of the federal government by attacking him, by bringing him unlawfully to the country. But I think there should have been a repercussion for that.
Yes, I was going to say they did not order compensation now.
There should have been a compensation for that if they know that is not okay. Those decisions taken by the government is not right. I think there should be repercussion for that. They shouldn't just announce it and say government don't have to do that, and they still went ahead and they said that.
But it's open, because the only thing that they've given the federal government is to say that because what they were inviting was for the Supreme Court to dismiss the whole charges, which is what their people did. So the only thing they gave the federal government was to state that Nnamdi Kanu must still face those terrorism charges. Outside of that, they condemned the process of the rendition, and they condemned the revocation of the bill. So there are still two windows that favors Nnamdi Kanu. He can still, via the lower courts, pursue that compensation, because the Supreme Court has opened that window. And very quickly, if his lawyers move very quickly, even by January, he should be out.
Yeah, but I think he can still be released very soon, because Maybe even if he has to, one man, he doesn't need to be in detention to be facing those trials now. He might be coming maybe from Abuja or anywhere
Exactly.
because they can't keep him forever. Yes, now. So I think he can still be released. Maybe if they go for his release, I think they can grant him bail. But the only thing is that he must face those trials. That's the only thing that I understand in that judgment. They will not just wave it away now. So he will continue in that trial maybe for years or 2 years or so. They can conclude and they decide this is the
Do, do you
judgment that
do,
will.
do you think it is right that he should face those trials? I played the clip of one of his
Maybe
many. Yes.
maybe they should use that to hold him, cut off some of his wing. You understand what I mean? They use those trials. They can release him, but they use those trials to cage him small so that he will know that he has case to answer. You understand? Because you cannot just release him. If you release him and say, I don't think that government will just release him like that. I'm not saying I don't see that possibility. So maybe they will just release him, just bail. He will still be going for that trial, maybe once in a month, 2 times in a month, just like that. You understand? They will use that to cage him up so that he will not be flaunting and they'll be talking anyhow again and disturbing the peace of the nation. So that's how I see it. And that is how maybe that's how I understand what is going on in that space. There is no other way I see it.
Do you think Simon Ekpa will be disappointed or celebrating this verdict? Do you think he will view with this with disappointment, or do you think he will celebrate it, this verdict?
Well, for me, those two guys I see two different people. I'm not seeing the same people. I see Simon Ekpa as a different person, championing his own cause, gathering money for himself, trying to build his own followers,
You don't think
using the
you don't think they are occupying the same space?
no. He's using that Nnamdi Kanu to build his own popularity. You understand? I'm not seeing them as the same people. This judgment they gave and he just come out to put out I don't see it as anything. He's just building his own popularity. But the only person I will not want to bring in there is P2B. You said that P2B is a good thing for P2B. I don't understand. The good people of Southeast support P2B for who he is. So somebody like me, I'm not apologetic to all this IPOB of stuff and all that. And a lot of us that supported P2B. It's not because we want Biafra. It's not because we want a separate nation. It's because we want a united nation. And we believe that P2B have a mind to unite the country. So bringing P2B there, making him an IPOB and all that, or because of him, even if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, the good people of the Southeast that supported him will still support him. Not because of Biafra. Yeah. If this country can live together, build a peaceful.
If Nnamdi Kanu is released and is allowed to speak freely, do you think he will attack Peter Obi?
He has always attacked P2B now. So what makes them the same people? I've watched him attack P2B. So what makes them the same people? The only thing is that P2B don't respond to many things. He doesn't have time to respond to him. But Nnamdi Kanu personally has attacked P2B. So I don't see that narrative that you are creating to make Obi an IPOB supporter also. I'm not seeing it there. Even IPOB don't, even their leader. Individually, there might be people that love him from that angle, but their leader himself don't like P2B. He has attacked him several times. So what's the need? So there is nothing to bring in P2B there. P2B is a different individual. We supported him to build a good nation for us, not because we want him to create Biafra. That's the last thing that P2B can do. Even though he might release him, but I don't expect him to. He will never be a president of this country and decide to do Biafra stuff. It's not possible. He has fought them even when he was governor. So I don't see it. I don't see P2B is not an IPOB. It's a well brought up Nigerian. He has Nigeria in his heart. He wants a united nation. So that is the issue. So the P2B stuff should just stay very far from. Yeah, maybe it's Simon Ekpa that wants to build a brand with a IPOB. Maybe that one, because I see power tussle between them. If this man has been released,
no, but that's what. But I just invited you to that, and you rejected it. Now I told you that there was going to be a power because they occupy the same narrative. Simon, and by the way, Peter Obito, but Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu especially, they occupy the same narrative. They are drinking from the same well, feeding from the same farm. And only one person can drink from that well. And if Nnamdi Kanu is released, then Simon Ekpa will have to yield to him. So it's going to be a fight out. And also, why I brought Peter Obi in, if Nnamdi Kanu is released, the Southeast will have to, you know, the Nnamdi Kanu story is in abeyance at the moment. It's in animated suspension. But if Nnamdi Kanu is released, then the Southeast will go back to that narrative to see where Nnamdi Kanu is and to see what the storyline is, and that will cut into the absolute surrender to Peter Obi. That seems to be the situation there so far. So it will affect it. There's no question about that.
It will affect Peter Obi.
And that's not to say Peter Obi is IPOB. Of course, it's not IPOB. It's a different strap line.
Well, that anybody can believe what they want, but for me, I know what I mean. My only major concern is the insecurity. There is nothing much. If these guys has given us peace and be pursuing their Biafra, I wouldn't be bothered. But my only major concern is this innocent people dying, and these guys are not. They're not majorly. Even if you look at them, they're just criminals. So I want this one to be released so that we will be able to identify those criminals. That's my only concern.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for kicking it off, Ekene, although you came under a false name, but you know, we're keeping an eye on. Look at that.
That's the major name in Alabama.
Look at that. When is the market? When are you closing for Christmas? When is the market shutting down?
Next week Saturday.
All right, brilliant. So I want to replay this Hassan clip because he went to great lengths to do it. So I want to replay it. He tells us the story of Zainab, a widow from Maiduguri. So I'll replay it. I've been able to edit that voice note into somewhat of a video clip so we can hear him interpret it as well. Very important. So let me just do this as we do that final push for that charity initiative.
Labarin abinci. Akwai abinci. Me da me kake sayarwa ne? Wannan ayi mutum yana ɗan shiga dauke ni wallahi zan ɓata mu in gon shiga ba to ni to ki bari na wuce bari ga rubuta bari ga rubuta kama yayi ya kasuwa ai shine duk da take akwai mutanen maganar da muka fara yi da ke mutanen one man platform wani mutane ne yan Najeriya amma suna zaune a kasashen turai to dangane da abubuwa da yawa da ke faruwa yanzu a kasar nan kuma na san sannan kuma insha Allah kuma za su dubi yadda za a yi su ma su taimaka ko abin da ya kawo mu kenan. Amin. So idan kina da lokaci in za mu iya yin fira a nan to kuma za mu iya komawa gefe mai firan ma duka yadda kike so ne. San da kokari. So yanzu yaya rayuwan kuke ciki, yaya kuke fama? Saki jiki ce magana yake. Ina da yara guda.
All right, it's about 7 minutes long, so I'm not going to play the full 7 minutes now. Maybe during Thomas's session, he will play the full 7 minutes. But I've been able to crunch the voice note from Hassan into somewhat of a video format. So hopefully this comes out better. Let me know if you can hear it. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear him better now.
Hey, one man. Obviously the video would not upload, so I'm trying to record a voice to keep the narrative straight. So the lady in that video, her name is Zainab. I knew Zainab through one of my outreaches to IDP camps. At some point she was displaced from one community, but her husband fell victim and died. So she's 22, 23 years old. She has 5 children, and one of her kids, I think, is a special need kid. So that also adds, to the strain on the resources. And despite all this, the husband dying, and then she picked herself up and is looking after these 5 kids, even though she's sponsoring them to go to school, and that our government schools, at least she's doing something. I know of an effort she did previously out of that business to buy a wheelchair for the disabled child. She has a disabled child, and I did the general attitude, they never say never, always looking at the positive side of the resilience. Yeah, that kind of attracted me to the way she was carrying herself, and not just letting life beat you into defeat. So that attitude is, I think, praiseworthy, and whoever helps you know will be appreciated. If she can eke out a living from the little that she has right now, imagine what real help will do to her. I think she's like a matriarch to her kids now, and she's going to do a lot better, I believe. And yeah, yes, our conversations in that video, which was mostly in Hausa, is me, inquiring generally about her life and how she has survived to this point, and then her telling me some of her, little problems and how positive she is about life, and also saying a thank you to the one man platform. If you listen carefully, I told her like twice or thrice to say it correctly. So that is just it. So even from me, I think this is a worthy effort, and I thank all those who have contributed, who want to contribute. There is a lot to do in the hinterland of Nigeria, and I hope this is a beginning to doing better things and touching more lives as we move forward. So this is just a narrative to go with the video. So take care, everyone. I cannot be on the program today again, but I wish you all the best, guys. So bye.
So that was Hassan telling us the backdrop story to that woman. So if everybody is agreeable and we have sufficient enough in the pot, I'm suggesting that we give a real chunk of it's not a chunk by your reckoning, I'm sure, but a chunk of about 250 to that woman. Her name is Zainab, to Zainab, just to kickstart her and to show appreciation for her efforts not to allow herself to be defeated by life. But there it is right there. So King Emeka, you're up next.
One man.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man. Good evening, fellow panelists.
Emeka?
To the comment section.
Emeka?
Yes?
Emeka?
Yes.
Please,
yes,
I want to say something. One man, please. Yeah, I want to say something, please, before you. Yeah. One man, are you hearing me?
We cannot hear you.
Are you hearing me, one man? Are you getting me now?
Yeah, we cannot hear you, Ekene.
You cannot hear me.
We can.
Okay, there is one. I don't know how to identify the foolish guy in this comment section. He made a very terrible comment there that I will not take lightly if you didn't correct him. One Ghanaian somebody. He made a comment that he want the IPOB to visit me if I travel to the southeast so that I will feel whatever he wants. So I don't know. So I want you to correct that guy, or I will lay a curse on him here now. And he will die a painful death if I do that. Just check that comment. I want you to check that comment very well. Check that comment, go through it.
All right. I'll check it, but will the moderators please handle that? That was a guy.
I want you to check that comment. Before we continue, I want you to check that comment. That guy will die a painful death if you don't check that comment now. He will die.
When did the moderators? Can the moderators please handle that? I didn't see his comment, so I have to scroll through to see. But please, nobody say unpleasant things, especially during the festive season. It's uncalled for now, and Ekene is probably. I think Ekene and Ajanle Koko are the least offensive members of this platform. I cannot see how anybody can have anything against Ekene now. What has he done to you? What sorry, Ekene, it's just.
I don't know what is his problem. I don't know. If I knew that for him this night, he would die a painful death. Let him know that I'm not. Let him not take me for granted though. Just warn him. Let him not take me for. If I just sit there where I'm sitting, I kneel down for him. He will die a painful death. If he knows how, let him not joke with anything concerning me. He can talk any. I see all his comments. I don't listen to him. But this particular one that he made, he called me IPOB. I don't have that. I don't have any problem with that. There is nothing concerning me. I say my mind the way I want to say it. If he sees me as an IPOB, there is nothing with that. But for him to say that people will visit me and kill me in the southeast, in fact, one man, that guy will die a painful death, honestly speaking.
All right. There are certain things that cannot be joked with, and the realities of what. And by the way, his comment has been removed, and he has been. And I think he has been restrained as well. So the moderators have acted swiftly. But there are certain things that you cannot joke with, and you cannot joke with insecurity in the southeast. There are certain clips, like some of the clips you sent to me, for instance, Ekene. There are certain clips that are so. I think I shared it with one or two people on the platform. There are certain. If people see what is actually going on there, then they will know that it's not something to joke with. So just ignore Ganiyu. I think it's been at the bottle again. That's Ogogoro speaking, isn't it? So Ogogoro speaking. But keyboard warriors. People is probably sitting in his pants in some dirty little room, thinking he's the ruler of the universe. But apologies for that, Ekene. So that's just the nature of it, isn't it? The internet. This is what it is. This is the raw organicness of who people are. If they're not on the screen, what's going to happen to him? The most that can happen to him is that we delete his comment and remove him. Nothing will happen, and then he will just go to another platform or just go out and get, So
it's causing havoc everywhere. A peaceful platform, you come there and cause havoc and go.
Yes, but we've all had it, oh, by the way. So you are now a full member of the platform. Somebody they cost my own mother here also. So don't think that
No, one man, I'm not concerned whatever you speak to me, but you threatening using my life to say that I will die or this and all that. What is that?
No, you
He
have
can call me an IPOB, I don't care. He can say that I'm even mad, I don't care. But saying that I will die in the hand of others, I don't. Who gave him such authority?
No, apologies for all that. You have a long life to live. So sorry about that, Ekene. Let's go back to King Emeka. But Emeka, this is the internet, isn't it? It can be, it can actually affect you in real life. When people say things to you, sometimes you come off the net and it affects you sometimes psychologically.
I agree. May I use this opportunity to welcome Ekene to the full-fledged membership?
Yes, the baptism of fire.
One man, you said he said it's only Ekene that's not annoying. Am I annoying? I'm a very good
Colada always get the biggest beating.
Don't ask me. Go and ask them on Rudolph. Ask them if you are annoying. There's a particular guy that has determined that Kulata is a gay lord. Who is that guy?
I'm a cross-dressing.
Unbelievable stuff. And that's another example. Kulata, but that's another example, isn't it? The sort of people just behind their keyboard feel they can say anything and they do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You don't get bothered with stuff like that at all. It's not.
No. Ekene, I'm sorry for what they said, but you never hear anything. This is very small now. They call one man bastard. They call me what they don't call me. You, my brother, you just ignore them. I will be in the background. I will just remove them, but just ignore many things they say. Look, my brother, don't bother yourself. Nothing will happen to you and your family.
I think it's only Ajale Koko and you that have escaped it so far, but now you've gotten it. So it's only Ajale Koko that they've not got yet.
That guy comment, I know the verse, yo. But the one I read that one, that one touched me and said, I must. That guy see me face to face. If the guy see me face to face, as in with that comment now, what I will do to him now, we go die here now. Because me, I know the put verse. Anything worth verse, I will put my life to it. That's me.
All right, no verse.
Ekene, you are not a troublesome individual, right?
Over to you, Emeka.
For Ghanaian to do that is quite not cool, because Ekene is a jolly good fellow. Even though we disagree on most times, we know why we disagree. Ghanaian, I think your comment is not is very insensitive to the plight of especially we in the Southeast, and then now making it personal to Ekene. I don't think it's cool. If you want to take a jab at Ekene, there are polite ways to do it, and more comic ways to even go about doing stuff like that. Anyway, good evening, everyone. To Nnamdi Kanu, I'm not surprised with the verdict. I think the verdict seems to be very fair. The court sat down and apportioned blames to those who should get it, and then also said Kanu has a case to answer. Let's not forget that Kanu jumped bail and fled the country, and then that he committed an illegal act and he was brought back into the country illegally. So, like they say, two wrongs don't make a right. So the Supreme Court has ruled and said, oh, the federal government acted wrongly, but the man has a case to answer to also clear his name from those charges, so that those charges cannot haunt him for the rest of his life. It provides him with an opportunity to stand trial and plead innocent to the cases. So anyway, it's sad. We hope that there will be no backlash. We hope and we pray. Let's see how it goes. Like we all said, before I can attest to the fact that it's a fair judgment, it provides him with an opportunity to clear his name. Let's see if, now back to the trial court. Let the trial continue from the trial court, and up it goes regardless of the outcome. We hope he's cleared so that we can have peace in the Southeast. We hope things goes right because anything happening to him, he's a popular figure. So anything that happens to him would affect the region and the likelihood of security in that region. I know many people will be saying Tinubu, no, we need to distinguish the fact that the courts or the judicial system is also part of the government and they are independent or autonomous from the executive arm of government. So we should all also avail the courts what is due to the court. And the court has said this is what they've given their own stance on the matter. Then everybody sit down with. I believe we have a president who obeys the rule of law, and that is why maybe.
Yeah, but Tinubu has presidential fiat to release him. Can't he? He can use clemency if he wanted
most
to.
Definitely, most definitely. But then again, he must have been found guilty before the president would provide clemency or pardon. But there is a court proceedings that is about to commence now after this Supreme Court verdict on him having a case to answer. Probably that is what the president is waiting for. Oh, Ogbeni is here. Please go ahead and correct me, please.
Yeah. Just to correct something there. Yeah, the president can actually stop the prosecution at this point. The president doesn't need to wait till he's been convicted before he can exercise his discretion. So what the power is called is nolle prosequi. So nolle prosequi simply means that the Attorney General would just
withdraw the case
at that point or withdraws the charge at that point. Then everybody goes home. And I think that's what Tinubu is talking about. Settle it politically so that we can all have peace.
Thank you, Ogbeni. Thank you.
King Emeka, before you go on, is Ekene there? Ekene? I see you the verse. I'm not saying the quickly verse, but your Mickey Okota on the comment section, I did happy now. I hate Nnamdi Kanu. I want to confirm our time again. Not only hate, I want time to executioner stick. Firing squad. Use 4 corner bullets. We not get sharp mouth. Shoot up for forehead. So make it a year. So sorry, say that say make you go home, not waiting the third person. But see waiting your own people they talk for comment section. If they talk to other people, they don't feel say they hot. But if somebody repeat out to them, it will become something.
We wanted to shut down that space now.
No.
Ekene is not responsible for Mickey's comment now.
I'm not supporting for. No, I'm not supporting that guy that insulted Ekene. If you want to insult somebody, Ekene will be the least person. But I just pity for Ekene, and I wanted to come in, but I was washing plate. No, this is the mindset of people in the Southeast. You said the late governor is one of the respectable voice in the Southeast. I remember I use pidgin. So I respect him where. And the same person, one of the respect him because he's supposed to Nnamdi Kanu, and he was just, I said he would soon show his hand, and truly he did. Secondly, he was agitating for Kanu release. That's why people love him in the Southeast. When has this guy come out to condemn the killing in the Southeast, or speak against Nnamdi Kanu in Southeast, or speak against Obi? If he has done that, you Ekene will be the first person to stone him.
All right. Let's now open that space of justice. Emeka, back to you.
We open now.
Before you pass, what piece, please. Huh? The reason why I'm pleading is, it's a sensitive topic, right? And it's politicized and also divide people. I understand your concerns, which are genuine. But if we open it up, you will find even those who do not want to join the platform will come up just to attack you. So let's just keep it calm.
Can I ask a legal question?
Okay.
Ogbeni, why did you say Tinubu can pardon him? Don't you have to go through fair trial? Because it's supposed to be pardon or clemency. So pardoning him before a trial, isn't that jumping the gun? Because normally a pardon is reserved for someone that's been tried and found convicted. But Kanu has not been convicted yet. So how can Tinubu preemptively pardon him?
So the point is this: the state has the discretion to choose who to prosecute and who not to prosecute anywhere in the world. You can't compel the state to prosecute someone. It's absolutely within discretion of the state. So, and don't forget, when you have cases in court, particularly criminal matters, some criminal matters are just strictly political. Yes, they have elements of criminalities in them, but we all know there are political cases that are in the garb of criminality. While you have those who are strictly criminal matters. For example, when you're talking of theft, you're talking of rape, you're talking of, cases like armed robbery, kidnapping, and others. We all know these are strictly criminal matters that it will even be immoral for a president or the attorney general to enter non-prosecute in such cases. But there are cases that are largely political. For instance, what's Nnamdi Kanu matter? Three major points or counts, major counts, as far as I'm concerned, although later they increased to 15. Justin Yanko struck out some of them, but the Supreme Court has restored almost all of them now and asked him to go and face his trial. But when you look at it, there are three major issues that he's facing. The first issue, basically, that the man is facing, which I think is the most grievous, apart from the treason, felony, and all those things, because all those ones that are from his utterances, that's where they are making all those ones. But basically, they said he killed illegal radio equipment in the country, which I know that it's actually a criminal matter. Okay, but there's hardly any political fight you really want to fight in anywhere in the world when it comes to self-determination. That radio station is not always the basic tool they always use. You see where the element of politics now comes in now. So the radio station thing, it has started what you call Radio Kudirat outside Nigeria. Sorry, I said Radio Kudirat, that's the Tinubu zone. After all, Tinubu was even in the same shoes before. Don't forget, in the days of Radio Kudirat and others. And Abacha was...
No.
You said something, one man.
I apologize, I wasn't talking to you. Let me mute myself.
Okay, so the political part of it is what I'm talking about now. It's largely political. First, is bringing illegal radio equipment to the country to destabilize the country. Secondly, treason fellowship, treason felony and felony. Thirdly, they said he is terrorism and attempts terrorism. Then he insulted Mr. President and all sort of cases, which everything still borders on self-determination that this man is fighting for. So my point is this: the case is largely political. We all know, can't shy away from that fact. It's largely political than the criminal part of it. So the Attorney General has the discretion to decide whether to continue with the prosecution or not to continue with the prosecution. That's the point I'm just trying to make. Not that he shouldn't face his trial or he should.
So basically, they withdraw their charge.
They could, yes, they have the power. You can't force the state to prosecute. They choose whether to prosecute or not. It's the absolute discretion of the state to do that.
Okay.
Ogbeni, sorry for this. Are you telling me everything that Nnamdi Kanu has intended people to do?
Does Emeka still has the floor? Yeah, it doesn't like but
Emeka is a gentleman. He will like interjection because he always interject as well. Does it mean that everything ascribed to Nnamdi Kanu, telling people to go and do this, do that, that means all those people just die for fun? Yeah, Ogbeni, you can answer that, please.
No, of course. If I always believe that if the state want to prosecute you, even the way you are, if you enter Nigeria today, if Nigerian state want to prosecute you for political reasons, they will have every reason to prosecute you and get it to a logical conclusion. It's just like Yoruba adage that say, there's no way they will get something against you and they will get all elements of crime to prove and get it against you. But so the point I'm making is I'm not saying he should be free from his sin. I'm one of the advocates of Nnamdi Kanu must face his crime. And one of the problem I have, major issue I have with Nnamdi Kanu is his own the tribalistic way he's going about this thing. That's my own problem I have with him personally. Not, you possess the legal radio. Illegal radio are very many in Nigeria now. Many illegal radio everywhere. People broadcasting anyhow. What of social media one? Are you controlling them? So imposition of regard to treason felony, felony, then treason, terrorism. Where do you find that in it? Even the Supreme Court in decision today condemned federal government for invading his house, because of his past privacy, his family life, and all these things that the Constitution protects. So you shouldn't invade his house and all these things. Supreme Court talked about it. So my point is not to let him go, but it is a case that can be settled politically. Don't let us shy away from that. It is. Soludo is not talking rubbish. You understand what he's saying. It is a case you can settle politically. But I don't see any way Nnamdi Kanu wants this case to settle. I think he's enjoying it. That's my own personal view. I think he's enjoying it. He has made more hero out of Nnamdi Kanu, and he has garnered more disciples, like from the southeastern part of Nigeria. And he has also garnered sympathy from the anti-Tinubu guys now in other parts of Nigeria. So he's enjoying it. I don't know, when you see Osekome and others coming out and doing their normal media advocacy as the current SMC advocate, they are all media advocates as far as I'm concerned, coming out and be making noise everywhere around. And Sumuka has delivered judgment today. You see him now laughing and just throwing out of the court. They are challenging that. So that's my point. Not that if the state still want to prosecute, they should go ahead and prosecute. But it's just to tell you the position of the law is that it can be settled politically, and it's through the means of what we call nullus prosecution, which is you nullify the prosecution and then you set the man free because the state stays so.
I have a question for Emeka actually, because I know it's this time. One man, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Karen.
So which one? Because from the political perspective now, because people that are pro Tinubu that want him to release Nnamdi Kanu, they're also looking at it from the political angle that it might benefit him politically. But which one is more beneficial? Release him now, look good for a while, or wait towards the elections where he could have been convicted and he tried to save his life by, clemency. So which one do you think politically is better? Wait for him to go to trial I think Kay was actually mentioned that earlier, that it's better that perhaps it was seeking clarity from Ogbeni.
Do you think that's the play? Do you think they want to play him wrong?
I think they want to make that space where it's a form of humiliation at the same time, where you humiliate him like, dude, I could have killed you but I saved your life. That kind of where we'll see. I gave it. So do you think
because what is facing is a death penalty?
Right. So pretty much, is it politically beneficial to release him now, or to wait to after he's convicted and make it towards the elections, then release him at the clemency?
I think it's politically beneficial for him to be released after conviction, right? Because one, in my view, this is my opinion. My view is let him go pass through the rule of law, go answer for the case that awaits you.
Can I interject a bit? Because for me, this is funny. This Ghanaian guy has come back for Ekene.
So
in the comment section.
Is it true?
Come on, don't bring that up. Solely, come on.
Just ignore him.
I don't know what I do.
Why did you bring it up? Come on.
Yeah, the only way you get at trolls is to just ignore them. Don't give them life.
All right, back to Babate's question.
So I think it's politically beneficiary to the president, right, to release him after the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu, right? So at that point, the cries would reach at the crescendo, and everyone would be like, "Hey, this man, he's only fighting for a cause. Why do we want to send him to the Gulag? Why do you want to expire him?" And within that course of the passage of time, we'll be very close to the election, and the president could just say, "What the hell? Let me use this as a bait, or use this as a political advantage for my own campaign." And everything is annulled. And then again, it's also, because what's happening, on the security side of things, they watch the environment and see what is going on in the Southeast. If the security situation is going to change, or if things remain the same. That will not determine.
Can I add one more real quick before you continue with your actual original point? So if that plays out, like I think it will, what kind of condition do you think Tinubu? What kind of condition should Tinubu put in place, like some guarantees when Nnamdi Kanu comes out, in terms of what he can say, where he can move, like even when he's good, let me see, must they have some kind of conditions for him to get
No,
that?
pardon is not conditional, right?
Oh,
it's a full pardon. No, Ogwani can correct me anyway, but I think
I don't know. Just want to see clarity on that one. But what
it's a full pardon, but at that point, like what you said is, he is probably taking him to making him humble, be humble.
Right.
This, so it's not a case of, the government didn't have a case against me, they released me, you understand? But now
just forgiven that we convicted.
Exactly. So it will be stated in his record that he's a convicted criminal
of humiliations, sort of.
Like. Exactly. You are a convicted criminal, but you were not pardoned. So there is a difference. You were convicted for your crimes, and then you are not pardoned. Then the charges were just thrown away. So, despite the fact that, yes, your slate is a bit clean, people will say, but you were once a convicted criminal. Don't forget. And then you cannot come back and say, but I was pardoned. My slate is clean, right? Or like, the federal government has no charges against me. They have no case and they threw it away. That's why you say, I'm a free man. You can beat your chest. But,
if he then opens up his mouth after, like, medical accident, that they're supposed to keep.
Exactly. That's what it's going to look like. So he keeps him humble, right? If he goes out there and say, look at this man that we pardoned, you still want to go to the media to be talking trash. That's the next thing that
I think Buhari has already humbled him anyway. The way he just snatched him from the streets of Kenya and threw him in a cell in Abuja.
No, that one he didn't know that the world is a global village.
Yes.
where he was probably, the entrapment, honey pot, with the lady that was inviting him to come have a quick one. And then they took him.
Emeka, so was he with a lady? Because the first time they caught him in Lagos, it was with lady.
It was a lady that was inviting him to come and have a quick one. That was how they caught him. The lady enticed him.
Now, come on, don't bring this to women. You know how they.
Honestly, I don't follow this Kanu stuff, so I'm just.
Don't let his fans get angry.
Maybe update Kolata. It was a lady that enticed him. The man is using IPOP donation to go and be following him.
Like Punjago. It was
Fendi on Fendi private jets to Kenya. I mean,
you can imagine, right? After all the donation, yes, I am.
That is not I like woman well because the other day when I too like woman you and then Nnamdi Kanu. You are from the same place now.
No, not up to the point I will leave UK to go to Kenya to go and look for.
Don't worry. Those Instagram babes. Maybe you're not on Instagram, but those Instagram babes, they can make you do funny things.
They do me like that. It's me analyzing the whole thing. I was like,
disclose that then. If that is true, why is the government not disclosing that he met up with a woman in Kenya?
It was in the media. It was in the media. Maybe it's been a while, right?
I didn't hear about it. Okay.
It was in the media. That was how they caught him. It was a honeypot entrapment. That's how the DSS caught him. They bundled him, and before they covered his face. As he opened the hotel room, they covered. He didn't even see the woman.
But am I crazy? Isn't this the first time they caught him in Lagos? Maybe he was with some woman.
I don't know about the Lagos part.
Yes, the Lagos one was.
Am I mixing things up? I don't know.
Maybe you are, but I don't know about the Lagos part.
Emeka, the one in Lagos was with the woman. That was they caught him with the woman in Lagos. The first time he came to Nigeria with that.
His poor wife, man. There was one clip that I put out also when he was on the bed with his wife. Both of them barely clothed. That guy, man.
that's the thing with this situation, right? From obscurity to popularity, right? You are not popular among your not even your peers. You are now known in the country. From your little village or from the little noise you are making now. A lot of people are now aware of you. You are getting the attention of the nation. And there, women they love people with popularity, even though you have a little cash. But this one, he has some cash. People like who else, like Pansat, were donating to him, so he was using Pansat money to
Sorry, Emeka,
improve his lifestyle.
without apology, Pansa is the most dullest Southeasterner I ever know. That's Awara, Igbo funky, English. I think is important. But Pansa actually grew up with. Pansa grew up with cocoyam. He led from the creek of the heartland of which was jungle. I want you to come. I'm really waiting for him because I'm really waiting for him. That's one guy that grew up with cocoyam, overfed baby that overgrown his age. Most people in South Asia they are older than their age. Listen,
I want to enjoy this session this night too. Grandpa's hat.
I want to say something today.
Pansat is not banned now. In fact, nobody is banned really. Even the
he's banning himself. He's banned.
He's banning himself. He's thinking he thinks it's very useful.
We don't believe in type of voices. Yeah. Emeka, I'm not sure that they will allow you to speak today.
No. Emeka today. Sorry, we are taking your time because
the topic is a sensitive topic. I understand.
Emeka, this topic is not sensitive. You guys are making it sensitive. This man that is here.
You will not call me to speak. It's a topic that makes you want to express yourself, and that's why you're expressing yourself.
Wait, Emeka. No, this man said his death will bring Biafra quick. And I'm still waiting for that, so that they get it quick, so that Kene can go home and enjoy his Christmas. I'm sad because Kene cannot really go home and enjoy his Christmas because people are doing nonsense. But Pansat, what I'm going to say, including you, Emeka, you people in South, you people overgrow your age.
No, so because you blow it up into an ethnic something.
No, it's not a bad thing. Actually, my friends I have here, you see some of them are bigger than me.
Don't worry, I'm not racist. My best friend is black and all that. Let Emeka carry on.
Okay, thank you, Walmart. Okay, all right. So Nnamdi Kanu, using the sweet donation of Pansat to go and chase women all over the world. And enjoying himself, they should keep fueling his lifestyle. And unfortunately, he will be spending Christmas with the DSS and cooling off there. I hope they are going to cook a good meal for him so he can forget about.
I'm not quite sure why they are making all the fuss about Christmas. Getting on the his religion is Judaism, isn't it? And they don't even practice Christmas, do they?
Hanukkah now. We have Hanukkah this December now.
Okay.
We have Hanukkah.
Because I saw him in Israel wearing the Hanukkah and hitting his head against the wall because he's now a Jew.
He's a sweet talker and he's a Confucianist. He confuses. If this kind of individual can convince Pansat to part away with his money, you can imagine, right? Pansat, I'm drawing you out. I'm smoking you out of your hole, right?
You know the worst thing. Pansat know they wear Givenchy, where Kanu they wear. Kanu they wear all these designer stuff. Pansat know this. Slave away in America. Kanu they take money wear white. He go wear white sneakers, white, clean, fresh guy. But look at Pansat dressed like Agiru.
You know what they used to say back in the day when I was in high school? They used to say Otulo Mashemorari. That is what we used to say.
That's like Agiru.
If you know, you know.
Let me use this opportunity. I said something to you, Woman, right? For those who in case you are Nigeria is not really a safe place. Let's call it spade a spade. And I saw something from the PRO of Lagos State Police Officer, right? One day, right? He said we should all register our vehicles in the central vehicle registration website. In the case your vehicle is being stolen or hijacked, that and they, what they do, convert it, resell it to someone else, that they can no longer register that vehicle anymore. So it makes that vehicle useless in the hands of vehicle thefts or hijackers, and then easy for the police to even track it and obtain it from those who have either purchased it from stolen hands or those who stole the vehicle.
That's a good initiative, but they will only just strip it for parts, won't they? Really?
Well, if it's no longer profitable, or if that market is dead, then definitely they will now steal and break it and start going to go sell to Idumota, not Idumota, these boys in this close to Pangrove. What's that place again? That motor or spare parts shop. So, but it is good that we all, since the police is providing us with this information, it is good we make use of it, proper use when you're in the country. If you have a vehicle, or you can tell your family or loved ones to go register it, so that because our police, they were always like, did you register it? No, that's where your problem has started. And say, okay, let's see, and they begin to extort you. But to make their situation easier, register your car, and then the tracking can be much more easy for them, and they can locate your vehicle as fast as possible before they exchange hands to a third party or to a willing buyer. Yeah, woman.
All right.
Okay, yes. Also, yeah. Thank you for showing this up. You said the UK, right? I know this was coming when they opened their gates for everybody to flood in and bring in their phones. After the UK left the EU, and they were looking for those who would come into and pick up low-paid jobs in factories, which the Ukrainians were doing, and a few other Romanians and the rest. I knew this was going to come. The UK and immigration, it's not so short. They can, if the UK changes immigration law, don't sleep on it. Be rest assured that in a couple of months or years, they will change it back to something else. They are very sensitive to immigration. And once they see that it's affecting a part of the economy, they are quick to change their immigration laws. It's not like the United States or Canada or Australia that would keep their immigration law, and even if power move from one party to another party, that immigration law will still subsist, will still continue. But the UK, even if the wind blows them differently, and they look and they say, what is causing this wind to blow us differently? Oh, it's a couple of people from a couple of immigrants. They will just change it so that the wind can begin to blow them the way they want the wind to blow them. So I knew this was coming, and I advise friends and family, don't go to the UK. It's not a place. That money, you can try other places like
but the rules are changing in Canada too now. I've heard that they've doubled the money that you are required to have if you are coming to Canada from $10,000 to $20,000.
Yes, because of inflation, right? That's why it was increased. And again, rental price for houses have actually gone up. And not only that, what they've also done is they've increased the hours that students can work from 20 hours now to 40 or 45 hours. So students can even work more than we who are no more students, right? So you can work for 40 or 45 hours a week. So they understand that inflation has gone up. So you coming to a new country, they want you to have enough money to stabilize, rather than you being affected by the change of culture, change of location, and academics. Now imagine the UK now saying that you must have A's. That's what they are trying to tell everybody now. You must have A's in all your courses, or else they will start to question why
do you know why they're doing that? A lot of people use that that study something as a window into the country, and then they do in fact, they've changed the rules around academia now. You have to be attending lectures up to a certain percentage as part of the criteria for your degree. And it's all around. These people, they just register and then they go and they call it buru, all these 3-4 jobs just to make back the money that they used to come and then to make a profit. So all these low rent jobs, all these jobs that
It's not easy, right? Let's be fair. Let's be
Emeka,
fair.
if you don't
Yeah.
mind, interjection on that Canada. You see, that Canada you mentioned, I don't know. We have different view. They can be even be crazier than the United Kingdom in some aspects. So never trust them. Once UK start this thing, honestly, it's just a matter of time. You will see the like of Canada cutting the ball because
No.
only thing that is helping Canada
You know why? You know why I don't think so. You say Canada still need people, but in the UK there are lots of people, so that's why they are making it strict. And they will continue to make it
know
more
the
strict.
Canada where they deport 27-year-old that never knew anything about his own father's land.
It depends on the route. It depends on the route you entered into the country, right? If you come in through the refugee route, it becomes very difficult for you. You need a very good lawyer and you need a very good case. I know of people who came into the country through the refugee route and they said, "Oh, genital mutilation."
You see why I made this statement, Emeka? Canada you still use convention, and you know what consumer convention means. That it is not written. You just invoke it the way you want, and you just believe it's part of your custom. And the same Canada you remember a section called Section 33, that's a notwithstanding clause that even in some instances a court will give some kind of ruling, the parliament will say no, this thing is within our jurisdiction, and they will just change the decision of that law. That's why I'm saying that Canada can be crazy. You don't trust them in the long term. It's just my opinion anyway. What UK is doing simply means that go to that place and face your education. I'm not saying it's good.
Not really. What UK is doing is they don't want students to take away the job.
That's where they be now.
So they've allowed a lot of people to come. In short, they've trapped them, right? They are now in between the devil and the deep blue sea. So you've allowed people to come in. You've collected their money. You understand? They've contributed into the economy. First of all, what you now did is increase the availability of healthcare system for them to make it very difficult for them to get healthcare system, and they will have to pay through their noses. Now you are now reducing their chances for them to get employment. That's and even low-skilled employment that students will really want to use to support themselves through school. And then you are not telling them to be getting A's. So which means if you want to continue to be in the country, focus on your study. If you come through the educational route, focus on your study. And once you are done studying, it doesn't still guarantee you that you will stay. So if you have gone to sell your house, your land, your property, and everything you have in your country, or especially what Nigerians do, then it's a bad situation for you. So what eventually what they opened their doors because they needed the money. People rushed in because it's difficult. It was easier for those who were applying through the UK educational route to come into the country. It was very easy. It's difficult in the United States. It's difficult in Canada. It's difficult in Australia. They allowed a lot of people to come in. People rushed and jeoparded in. They now closed the door and started to now change the keys, change the locks. So now it's not offer. Even to go back to Nigeria will be difficult for you. To stay in UK will be difficult for you. Now, what do you do? So my advice to those who are trying to go to the UK, forget about it. They will only make things much difficult. Look for other countries. Try Canada. Educational rapport with Canada.
Do you not think the UK is played out anyway? I'm not quite sure that the UK is still what people imagine it to be.
No,
it's a drudgery in the UK.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not anymore. It's not anymore. The place to be, the number one place to be is the United States. Number one, the United States. Number two, Canada. Number three, Australia. Then
Australia, yes. Australia is still Australia still has the scope because it's
let me tell you what is going on. Let me tell you what is going on.
Hold on, let me just say what it's a vast country with a small population. Yeah, that's
exactly. Same with Canada too.
Yes, Emeka, if you don't permit me, people still do the same thing here. There is the easiest way to enter this country is student visa. But what people do is before you finish one course, you enroll for another course. It extends your visa. So in that window, they will just find one black man or black woman to marry. So automatically they become the citizen. That is what our African brothers are doing here. So if you came for 2 years visa, student, before you finish that one, enroll for another student visa. That will extend your visa. People did almost 5 courses, even if they don't need it, just to extend their visa. So at the long run, they will find one white man to do a joro with, and they will become the citizen. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Thank
agree.
you.
I agree with you, Thomas.
Uh,
Yeah.
Emeka, the problem with our people is this: we just think one thing now, hold on to this thing, till it get bad. When it's bad, we still be holding on to it. Now we are traveling abroad for education purpose or use education purpose to travel, but we never carry out research to look. We'll be going for different courses, and there will be a time they'll start screening those courses. Not all the courses are viable. Yes, I came to abroad, Japan today with student visa. I came through school. I passed through about 2 schools, 2 countries before I got to Japan. But what I found out at the time I was doing my own course there, studying personal relationship and IT, people was actually studying practical. Those people I knew that was studying practical today, they are big people now in the country they are. People need them. There was a guy, one of my friends, one guy I met, the Igbo guy. When he came, he was doing mechanic. That's what he was studying, practical. Other guy was doing tumbling. Those guys today in Singapore, they are hot cake. Why can't our Nigerians trade skill? Why can't we just apply for trade skill? It's online, it's on internet. They are looking for plumbers, technicians.
Sorry, have that last interjection, then round off the space, Emeka, and then we go on to Ogbeni, and then we moderate the interjections a bit more. But come in, Ola.
I was just going to tell what he says. Look, it depends on the country. In Canada now, if you choose a course, number one, you as a person, you want to choose what you are comfortable with, but you must fall within the program that the country allows you to use to apply for your PR. So you can't just go and say, okay, because you go, even whether it is skill or whatever, you can't just go and apply for anything, but it has to be within. So you may go and learn plumbing. If plumbing is not applicable, sorry, they won't take you. But you can go and do your master's degree in information technology. If applies, that's what they will take. In most cases, they will take your MBA project management and some other things that they don't take. So the most important thing for you after is just to work. So you don't blame people. I can't blame them. I'm not saying I can't blame them for taking their decision. So that's just my point there.
All right, bring that space home, Emeka. I'm determined to get to Ogbeni before he falls asleep on us again. You know Ogbeni now. He's a young man, so I don't quite know why he sleeps so much. You know.
My advice is to those who are trying to leave the country. I know a lot of people intend to leave the country. Forget the UK for now. It's only going to get worse in the future because that place is a small island, number one, and there are lots of people too. So look for other country, and if you are young, and you are young, and probably you have a good sponsor, probably your parents or whoever can sponsor you. I think Canada would be a very good place for you. If you are old and you want to come through the educational route, I think the United States would be a very good place for you to come. Then you can also try Australia too. Maybe you can try Japan. I've never been there anyway, but I think World Peace can give us more information. But for now, the UK is not the place. The standard of living has gone up. Things are not like what it used to be, like, in the past. Don't go there. You will only get yourself to blame. I hear even the low-skill jobs are not even available. Don't go there now. It's better to be in Nigeria than to be in the UK, where you might lose all the support system that you have, and then you cannot fend for yourself. You don't have a job.
It can be brutal,
Exactly.
The people, if you don't have a support structure, it can be brutal. Yeah. But before I go on to Ogbeni, just this question, snappy little. Now, what's the ideal age by your reckoning to Japa? And is there an age that you consider that is you're just too old now to be Japa-ing? So when should you Japa ideally? And when should you just settle for your lot in Nigeria?
The perfect age, and that's what Canada is targeting, is between 22 to 30. That's the age they are looking for. Young, and if you are single, preferable. and then you just finished university, right? People are finishing university at 19, 20, 21 these days, right? But within that age gap, then it is more difficult for you when you are 40. And I would a lot of people have done it at 40, right? 40 is not so old, but it's difficult at 40 to begin to leave the country to go start a brand new life somewhere else. Like you're living Nigeria. But if you are younger than 22, 25, or you've not finished university, I would advise you to just hold on, finish your schooling. I've seen a lot of people who finish secondary school coming over, and you see them. Those people are still very impressionable, and they turn out to be useless, right? Because they come here and they start partying, and then they don't understand the reason why they are here. So the right age is 23 to 30. You have actually come of age. You are now an adult. You have the right thinking set and the mental fortitude to go to persevere, because abroad could be very lonely, especially when you come in single. And the cultural shock can affect you in different ways and different angles. So you need to be matured enough to persevere and handle such kind of situation, and then and still be an adult to make good decisions. So if you are 18, 16, 15, say no, 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 just wait till the right age and then leave, or you can use that period to begin to save your money, right? So that's a 40 is okay. 50? No, 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 no. You are not that old. Just except you have so much money like the general who stole funds and went to buy house in Texas. You now have money and you're stealing funds from government. Then it's something you can do. But if you are coming to hustle at 50, it's very difficult. The code will skin your bones alive.
All
Yeah.
right. That's the. Yeah, I'm going to move on to Ogbeni now. But that code that Emeka was just talking about, Ogbeni. The people that are coming to this country now that they are complaining about cold, they don't know anything, Ogbeni. If they are come, like, let's say 2 decades ago, thereabout, that you want to open your door and your hands are so frozen that you cannot get the key into the lodge. It's not even, I wear t-shirts throughout the winter because I don't even, they don't know cold, Ogbeni, Ogbeni, good to see you.
Oma, good morning from Scotland, everyone. And
Yeah, that's the land of cold, isn't it? Really? Yeah,
yeah,
well, carry
so
on. Yeah.
Oma, you could wear shirt in maybe in England or some parts of England throughout the winter. You can't try that in where I am in Scotland. You won't try that in Aberdeen, or you go to this place where
Sorry,
the
Albania, I'm not targeting you. Emeka, did you hear that? And hear these saw these jokers from Europe. Tell them waiting you they face in Canada.
Our code there, better one.
Oh man,
The
all
code
those
in the
African
UK is
people,
not
they
is
came
not
up
up to this one. Better if code beat you here, you
They,
remember
they,
your
they, they used
ancestors.
to have this drink. They used to have this drink back in the day. They call it eggnog. It's a mix like that you pour a lot of brandy just to
um
chase away the cold. Already.
Emeka, the kind of code you will get in Canada. You see, the kind of code you get in Scotland is not just only cold. It's a
No, no,
windy
Scotland
cold.
is too small. No, no. It's windy here. It's
It's
terrible
windy.
here.
It's so
I
windy. It's hazy. It's cloudy. If you drive, sometimes you'll be driving. There's no way you won't even see what is in front. You can't see. You can't
and
see.
they
You
laugh.
hardly see 2 minutes. 2 meters away.
my brother,
I
you have
just
not
laugh.
seen. Have you seen
And
minus 42 before?
Leave
so the
am.
point is.
Minus 40,
So the point is,
minus
yeah,
48.
Minus 42, and
yeah.
the wind chill is like minus 60.
Yeah. You see
Nobody
the
will
point.
tell you.
There are some places in Scotland they call the highland and the lowlands. They are more like the valleys, okay? And you have roads in between two tall valleys, and you're driving to another town or village ahead of you. And such valleys are very unique and special to Scotland. You only get such valley elsewhere globally. Yes, I agree. Minus 42, minus 50, and others. It's not the same thing as wind. That's you're talking about the cold. You need to come to Scotland to just have a feeling of what we're having here. That is the only time you can understand. You won't understand when, if you are in Canada and you are comparing without experiencing what we experience. I've been to Canada severally. I know what I'm talking about. So, but that said, you see this Japa thing, this is my view about it. I won't blame the United Kingdom government. What I won't blame is we've seen a lot around here. Although I I've had some clients here and I've heard a lot of what Nigerians do around here. So if I happen to be the prime minister of this country or to be in government, I would also possibly be taking the kind of steps they are taking. What our people do here is not what you'd be expecting same people to do in most times. It's okay, they open their border fine, but why do you have to abuse the system? You see many Nigerians coming in, brothers and sisters claiming that they are married, and so a brother is coming, you taking your sister like your wife, and you're taking your nephew and others as your children and coming to the country, and all these things they gather they have native intelligence, they gather street intelligence, and they detect all these things and they send you back on a daily basis, and you see people bringing children that don't even belong to them into the country as their dependent and also as their children. And over time, the system, one way or the other, find a way to detect that. Or you see people come into the country and abandon their studies. I've had a case, I've handled a case where the gentle guy abandoned his study completely. He came to Scotland, was supposed to be schooling one of the university in Scotland. He hired another person to be going to class for him. And then he was doing his 24/7 using what we call Oriolori in several places, jumping from one place to another, working, and then put the other guy on salary. So it was practically paying that other guy, and the guy was attending lectures for him. And obviously apparently the guy was caught during exam, and it became a serious issue. They were looking for lawyers to handle their case, and I just advised them on what to do. And so there are a lot of things we see around there. Or you're coming in, you told the system that you have your proof of funding, you show proof of funding, and you come into the country in less than 2 weeks, you are telling them that you are cash strapped. It's the same you that showed almost probably 15 million or 20 million in your account a few weeks ago. You just come to the country, you find Nigerians sleeping in the library, sleeping everywhere around, claiming that, so we've seen a lot of things, happen. Or you see Nigerians impregnating the Igbo ladies everywhere around, flocking around. I don't know. So if I happen to be, if I also find myself in their shoes, I'll be finding every way to tighten the system and then find a way not to allow foreigners to change the demography of their country.
It's the Nigerians that actually ruined the social housing system in this country as well. Back in those days, if you applied for social housing, they would give you options of three. And then Nigerians will go from borough to borough, from town to town, and they register everywhere and collect so many. My God, man! And they say we're not criminal minded.
That's the thing. I've seen families. I've handled some cases there where you see husband and wife, they are not really fighting. There's no hostility, but they just create some artificial hostility, all because the wife just need to get housing to get a council flat for herself. And then you see Baba Ma Yowa later to a lot of things happen in this country, and you see council, all those social workers trying to hunt them and find a way to get information that they are still married and they are still going around, and a lot of this happen. And so I don't blame them sometimes when you see them taking all these actions. But by the way, you see, one of the things I see in the United Kingdom that make it outstanding is his welfareist package. You see,
the United Kingdom is the best country on the planet. Nobody will argue with that with me.
In terms of welfareism, I tell you,
yes,
and
yes.
Unlike America and all these countries you talked about, which are just purely capitalist countries, United Kingdom has this way of embedding their welfareism into their capitalism. But not until you have either indefinite leave to remain or a British citizen or passport, you can really enjoy or really have a deep understanding of the level of welfareism or the welfare package in the
You
United Kingdom.
guys got to understand how American work before you start criticizing America. If you go to democratic states, you see the best welfare system. So
But wait,
you guys don't know
what is good? What is good in welfareism?
Ajale Coco,
system
democratic states
operates,
like
but
San
you are very
Francisco,
quick to criticize America
and California,
because you
where
guys
where
live
you
in
see
Britain
homeless
and you think
people.
that small country that is not bigger than just
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. No. In
that.
San Francisco, you see
uh,
homeless people walking up and down,
hold
sleeping on
on,
the streets.
hold
You
on.
in California, homeless people
Hold
are
on.
sleeping.
Let
They are
us
sleeping on the streets. They are
let us
using
speak.
drugs. They
Forget
are
about
choking themselves. The government is
forget
even
about that.
providing them. The government is
Forget
providing
about
them.
that.
No, it's a
That
lie.
is
I
not
must
the
tell the
issue.
truth. I must tell the
Hold on.
truth. I must tell the truth.
That is not
The
what we are
government
talking about.
providing
Hold
drug
on now.
addicts
Listen now.
is a lie. I must tell the truth.
Listen.
The government
Listen.
of those no.
Listen.
Why don't you
You
want
don't.
me to tell the
That
truth?
is not the
Why don't
issue
you
we are
want?
talking about. We
No,
are
that
talking
is the
about
issue.
welfare
That
system.
is the issue. No,
Hold
that's the
on.
issue.
We are talking about welfare system. Okay. That is what we are talking about. They are saying, "Oh, United Kingdom, the best." No, if you live in what do you call it, in New York City, the kind of welfare program they have there, you can't get it in the state of Tennessee or the state of Georgia. You cannot get it because the state of Georgia is a Republican state and Tennessee is a Republican state. But Democratic control state, they have a lot of welfare, program for their people, housing,
And millions of
healthcare.
homeless people.
Forget it. We are not talking about. What is your problem with homeless? So in London, they don't have homeless people. What's your problem? Just leave that on. We are talking about welfare.
Babajale Koko.
So you
Babajale
guys got to
Koko.
understand. Look, when I came to this country, it's on the street. I got my insurance on the street. I was begged
Babajale
medical
Koko.
insurance. Hold on now. On the street in New York City, medical insurance free, zero deductible, zero everything, zero. I see doctor, everything zero. Especially zero. I don't have to pay nothing on the street. So you guys got to understand the way United before you don't generalize United States. The way state by state operate is different, and that's
Okay,
what will
let
make
me,
United States
Babajale
the
Koko, let
greatest
me tell you,
country. Make it the greatest country in the world, not
let me tell
your
you the,
United
let me
Kingdom
tell you,
that
let
are
me tell
so
you
full of discrimination and they trample on the right of you black people there, and still you want to.
Oh,
United
Babajale Koko,
Kingdom.
let me tell you the difference. So the difference is in the United Kingdom, uh, medical services is under the um it's under the, what do you call it now, Westminster, that's the UK Parliament. It's not devolved to the region, all right? So whatever policy you have is not state by state basis. The National Health Insurance, NHS, which is unparalleled in the world, it's WHO and all others testify to it. NHS is unparalleled because it covers a full range of medical services. And that's why I said, unless you have your permanent residency or British passport, that's when you start enjoying full benefits that you see that United Kingdom actually offer. You can't understand it if you don't experience it. That's it. The universal credit, the housing benefit alone is huge. Then they have a lot of job seekers allowance, employment and support allowance, child benefit alone. You know, some people in the United Kingdom, what they actually feed on, what they hand they are living on is just child benefit. And that many of them are not even, many of them are, they are immigrants. They are immigrants that just immigrated into the country and find a way to settle in the country. They're having child benefit as the major thing that they are feeding on. They have a lot of tax credit. If you do business in the United Kingdom, you understand the welfare package for businessmen. During COVID, businessmen were really enjoying the United Kingdom. Not
the same thing happened in United States.
I know
The same thing in Canada.
Yeah.
So
United States gave it to
let me
United
tell you what
States.
happened in the United States. Let me tell you what happened in the United States.
You don't live here. You don't know. You don't live here. You don't know.
How can you say I
The
don't
same
know?
thing in Australia.
What not a global
You don't live
Benny, you
here.
don't know.
You don't know. You don't live here,
Wait,
Ogbeni.
wait, guys. Why are you? What's wrong with all of you fighting which welfare state is better? Welfare state is terrible. What's wrong with you people? We pay for the welfare state.
No,
it's us.
Baba collector of my lot here,
You are not fighting. My welfare is better than your welfare. What kind of nonsense are we arguing, sir?
No, Kulata, they are overpacing.
They'll be taxing us anyhow. You look at your paycheck, they're taking how many percent to feed all these welfare people.
But Kulata, do you not feel rested in the comfort that is not likely to happen to you? But if you find yourself in circumstances that there is a baseline that you cannot fall below.
No, I don't think like that. No. I don't think that way. I mean, what would you? I mean, well, except you get bedridden or something, or I mean, but not for able-bodied people now. They will just be collecting something. There's no incentive to work. There's no incentive to invest. They just sit down, and all of us will be. I mean, we that were not rich enough to dodge taxes will be paying stupid amount of percentage. It's not fair. I don't think it's nice.
No, Bulata, wait. You need to study the way these things work now.
The only thing I need to study is to look at my tax bill. That's all I need to look at.
No, not only just your tax bill.
What about the health service? Do you object to universal suffrage in health services?
But your health service is crap now. If you need any specialist care,
hold on.
The UK,
yes,
now it is nonsense. If you need any specialist care, your mama too is now gonna be lock of draw.
No.
Like, if you need to see a specialist in the UK, can you walk into the office and go and see a specialist? No, you cannot.
Where are you picking your own news from now?
You cannot. You can't.
He gets it from Alex Jones. He gets his news from Alex Jones.
You can't. To see a specialist in the UK, you have to go online.
Bohemian Grove.
No, Kulata is correct now. Because I used to use
Kulata is correct. I live in the UK, or Benny lives in the UK.
See,
but you guys don't go and see specialists, except it's just basic health.
You go to hospital now to see.
How many months do you have to wait to see a specialist? Assuming, let's say you have to see a cardiologist.
It depends on the urgency of the situation.
Exactly.
You don't actually have to. You don't actually wait that long.
Nah, man, no.
Why are you picking your news from? These are just like CCTV news.
Nah,
it gets it from Alex.
The only thing you guys see is all this GP, GP.
No, you see, GP.
That's all you guys see to give you Panadol.
You see the way it works, eh? GP are just general practitioners. Their first is the first layer of what do you pay? Medical service provider that interface with you. And if they realize that your case needs to be escalated to consultants, then they send you to hospital, and there are hospitals everywhere. So if you forward your case to hospital, depending on the urgency of your matter, you're going to see a consultant almost immediately. But if yes, they're having backlog in some cases. Maybe
not some cases of many, a lot of cases.
No, it's not in all cases. Now we do visit hospital now, not in all cases. For instance, now let me give you an instance now. Maternity allowance, I don't even know where to start. Let's just leave this topic because
let's navigate back to politics.
I have family that are put to bed in US, I have family that are put to bed in Canada, and I have family that are put to bed in UK, which my wife also put to bed in UK. I know the difference. It's very clear difference. Maternity is subsumed under NHS in the UK. It's not like that in the US and Canada.
How come Canadian care system is ranked better than yours?
You say?
By the World Health Organization. So
all right. Navigate us back to the politics.
Before you navigate, let me just make one last comment. The hospitals in the UK, they remind me, if you guys used to watch this 60s show, Carry On. I mean, I don't know what man you should know. Carry On.
The Carry On movies, yes. Carry On of the Kaiser. Yes.
All those Carry On.
Is that your view of the UK? Is that the prism? Oh God,
that's what I grew up knowing of the UK.
Oh God, Carry On.
Carry On, Cleo. Carry On this. Carry On North. You know that kind of nose. That's what it looks. That's exactly.
That was some soft porn nonsense. Now it used to be. Who was that fat guy? Yeah, I have to go and watch it back again. But already look at that. Once I want people you want more go
well, for me, I've done. I'm presently doing business in UK, and I understand the benefit of doing business in the UK. I have brothers that do business in US and Canada, and one of them doing business in Singapore. I understand the peace of mind you have doing business in UK, and I understand there is this integrity that goes with it when you have a UK company, and you're transacting business globally, And I don't know how to explain all this. Except you experience it personally, you won't understand the kind of support you get as a businessman in the UK. The state is running after you. Yes, they want to collect your tax, but they don't want your business to die. They want to encourage your business. So it's not a fully capitalist state the way I see it. The welfareism package part of it, I love it. But that said, let me move on to this Nnamdi Kanu. And okay, before I move on to Nnamdi Kanu, I think I agree with the last speaker that talked about age bracket to who you shouldn't do japa. I think I agree completely with that person. And for me, I've advised all my relatives, if you settled in Nigeria, your career is within the space of the what they call mid career level, and you're married, you have your own house, you have shelter on your head, your mobile, you have no business traveling even abroad. If you're going to go abroad, grow your business. You go abroad and go and have leisure there. You go abroad and have probably medical care abroad, and you return home. I know some people will say, oh, there's no security here and there and blah, blah, blah. Yes, I know. But there are still spaces in Nigeria. People still stay in Nigeria and they live their life. So for me, but if you abandon all those things, because I've seen a lot around me here, you see them, in fact, if you check phones, you see them borrowing money here and there, and first 5, 6, 7 years, they're not going to even get settled. You're in your 40s and you're still borrowing money as 6 years after you've entered UK. You're already looking at your 50. So when exactly do you really want to enjoy the japa thing you're doing? So for me, don't go and sell your house.
You know at that age it's usually japa for the kids, isn't it? People like that, they've surrendered their lives to create a better life for their children.
It's for the kid. But woman, let me tell you something. It's actually eventually not for the kids. I remember when I wanted to travel, my dad called me and said, look, in the 60s, there were japa too, when their own mates were japaing in the 60s. He said, but sometimes when he tried to have a retrospect, a look back, that he realized that those ones that japaed in the 60s eventually lost their children into the society. Because the point is, you japa at your 40 plus, where you now start working 247 to ensure that you give those children probably basic meal and all these things. And eventually you're in your 50s, going to your 60s, they are now in their teenagers age, and you just lose control of them if you're not careful to society. And eventually you've lost touch with Nigeria too. You can't return home. Apply for those ones who believe that I'm going to, like these days now, I'm tearing my international passport. I'm no longer Nigeria. Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is evil in their sight and everything, or every day. Now you lost touch with the country. You can't even return to the country again. You've demonized the country so much that your children are even afraid of returning to the country. So you are just hanging midway. And Oyinbo is not going to make you Oyinbo because of your skin for life. So I advise my brothers back home and sisters, if you are settled, you have your house, don't sell your house, please. You have your cars, don't sell your cars, please. You're married, don't just bundle your wife and say, let's go abroad. Don't bundle your husband and frustrate your husband to ensure that you go abroad by all means. You are in your mid career or mid,
because there's a psychological realignment that usually takes, if you are very sharp, it will still take you 18 months unless you've been coming and then you know the system somewhat, and then you have people that can break you through. But it's a completely different system now. The way you cross the road, even the way you buy things, the way you speak to, they don't press the horn in the UK when you are driving. You rarely. I cannot recall the last time I heard people pressing a horn.
But Hummer. So the rule is that except a car is about to hit your car, you must not horn. And then when you're even if a car is about to
You
hit
can't
your
play
car,
music loud after 7. You can't. You know, there is so many.
within the hours of 8 to the hours of 8 in the morning, 8 at night to the hours of 6 in the morning, you can't even horn if someone even is about to hit you. The best, you must flash.
Especially in a residential area, you
in a
can't.
residential area.
Yeah,
And when you are flashing, you must only flash to inform the other driver that you are around, not that you are doing any other thing extra. So, but my point is this: you see the psychological thing and emotional thing you just mentioned now. I've realized that. Do you know it's even breaking family now? It's breaking family.
Yes, now because the traditional relationships that are forms your backdrop where you're coming from, it doesn't apply here.
The thing
You
the system
cannot
just removes it
be
altogether.
I am a man. Bobo, I am a man. Yeah,
There is no I am a man.
you.
So the thing is just breaking homes, breaking things, and so my advice is please don't japa if you have
And people take to alcohol very quickly.
Yeah.
Mm.
Don't abandon your career. You have built it to an extent. Get to the peak. Don't abandon it. Stay where you are if you have all this. But if you don't have all this, yeah, you can give it up and try abroad. Some of us who are there, we are still going home and trying to realign and find a way to go back. So
I know you're keen to move on to the politics of Gwenny, but there's a friend of mine. He decided just that backdrop that you said is an engineer from he went to a solid and he had a solid job. He knows senior people. He's built his house, all of these things. His children are doing well. He decided to Japa. He went to Germany. And then he was talking to me, and I'm not want to tell you not to do whatever it is that you are intending to do, but the body language of our conversation was I wasn't really thinking it was a good idea, especially Germany as well. So he went, he learned the language, and he ended up in a rubbish job, and he was just telling tales of depression. And then 2.5 years later, he's made his way back to Nigeria to try and pick up from wherever it is that but he has now lost the momentum. Or it's just a tale of woes.
One man, I have a professor presently where in my town now, in this place now, presently, who is a care assistant. He's a professor in Nigeria. He came with his wife. His wife is the one schooling. He resigned to come with his wife. So my point, when I can't even really understand why a professor, you abandon your career, you come in to do what? Care assistant. You think with your professorial rank, or what do you call it in Nigeria, you come here and they will just give you a job. Does it work that way? A professor also coming from here, if you land in your own space there, is it the way you people also give them job? You see? So my advice generally is, please take it easy. Don't just japa for japa's sake. All those guys and ladies you see on Instagram, it's all packaging, They're all suffering within so many of them, and you just think it's packaging. And for those who are here already, I always advocate self-employment. That's the major way you can free yourself within this system. I've seen many people gnashing their teeth. I've seen many people complaining around. One area that I think possibly the person that I stayed with immediately the first time I got to this country. I've been coming actually on holidays and others, but when I decided to move for my studies, the first person I stayed in his house, the first thing he advised me is find a way to be self-employed. When you are self-employed in this country, you enjoy it because you set your own time, you set your own goal, you declare your own profit, you pay your own tax, nobody determines what you're paying, and you still have your profit, and you're growing your business. Nobody can treat you anyhow. You're your own boss. And it's possible.
Yes, so
that's the best way to live abroad for me.
Best is the best.
Self-employment is the best. So, but when you come,
there's just so much to say for that because if you are in a paid employment in the UK, at whatever hierarchy or even in any Western space, at whatever hierarchy your pay, because of course your lifestyle is always commensurate with your pay. So everybody really lives the same life but just at different stratas. So they will lock you in. You go and take that mortgage. So that then takes you to 50, and then you're done. You know, you have it. You have enough just to be subsisting, and then you do your little shuffle around Tesco with your trolley, looking at the meal deals. Oh, is this one on offer? And all of this. Oh God, imagine. Goodness me.
I met a man in there. I met a man in there. Sorry, I don't know if I'm occupying too much time.
No, carry on. I think if people are enjoying this.
Yeah, I met a man in 2020. Was it 2010? Yeah, 2010. I met a man in London in 2010. I came on holiday back then. It was the legal vacation, so I came. I spent it in London. So I was attending one redeem church somewhere around sort of, and I met the man. And so it was like 2 days to the time I was going back home, you know, because I was a church person, so I always in church for the 2 weeks thing. And so I was noticed, you know, so I was about going and I announced to them that I'll be going and everything. Some of them pitied me that I was returning home. You know, the kind of pity the Japan Nigerians will always have. Sorry, you are going back home. What happened? Can't you find a way to stay? These ladies here, they are not doing bad though. You can one of them. You know, I felt like I'm going back to my country. You are pitying me. What kind of life is that? A man called me, was a dentist. He looked at me and said, "You're taking a good decision." He said, "I came here for master's years back, you know, a dentist." He said, I came with all full hope and aspiration. I thought I would be able to do my conversion to get licensed. And he said, "Yeah, I am 16 years down the line. I'm not yet, I can't even practice there." He said, "But I've given up." He said, I gave up like 5 years ago because I took a mortgage. He said, after master, you know, a lot of things happen. He had to get married, started having children. Later, he took mortgage. And he said there's an age bracket they won't give mortgage. So when they are giving mortgage to you in your 40s or in your 50s, they give you mortgage of 24, 25 years, 30 years. So already they are telling you by the time you want to be enjoying this property as yours, you're already 70 plus 80. You're already in the departure lounge, about to leave. So you don't enjoy it. And by the time your children are inheriting it, they pay inheritance tax. So inheritance tax become a burden again because they are teenagers just going to the university. They don't have that money to pay. So they remortgage it for them, that part, and it goes on and on and on like that. So the man told me, he said, "See, I gave up along the way." He said, "But I have some friends who immediately they entered, what they simply did, some of them make sure they put through to get their conversion, to get their license to get converted immediately. They went through thing and tick, but now they are enjoying." He said, and there are another set of guys who never lost touch with Nigeria. What they were doing was buying things, taking it back home to sell, coming back, buying things. He said to him, they looked unserious back then, but now for him to have a look at have a retrospect now, he realized that they took a very good decision for themselves, unlike himself. Was just doing what the man does presently now is here in the morning and then security at night. And that's what he does.
Mike, imagine that a dentist after that wasn't daddy's plan when he sent him to medical school, was it?
Yeah. So the point is, please, if you even Japan, you're already there. Try to find a business. There are so many businesses around, and by the time you start growing it, if it's in UK, for instance, the state supports you. There is this support mechanism you have to grow your business because they know that they will gain tax from it and they will count it towards part of the employment they have created under their government. So there's a way then also in the US too, I learn people do that also in Canada and others. Self-employment is just the best when you're staying abroad. That's the way I see it.
All right.
Yeah. If you're a professional too, try to convert and get licensed and stay within your professional lane. But to be doing care, security, and all this around, I'm not saying it's not good to start with, but please don't stay too much on that lane. You're not building any career. You're doing the same thing for the next 10 years, the same thing you just continue doing. You're not getting any promotion. They can say, okay, yeah, it's senior career, but what is senior career? What do you do? Maybe 50p, 60p over and above all that. So you don't really too much and exhausting your time. So that's for that. Let me move to this Nnamdi Kanu thing. One man, you see, this Nnamdi Kanu thing. I first said that Tinubu can settle this issue politically, which I believe he can. He has every power to settle it. But if you ask me, should Tinubu settle this issue politically? It's a big and a capital no for me. It's a big and a capital no for me. Why will he settle Nnamdi Kanu issue politically? Except for those who never listen to Nnamdi Kanu talk, will be saying this, or those who believe in what the man has probably spoken about or his utterances. That's the only thing that can make anybody to believe that Nnamdi Kanu should be free. So sometimes I wondered when people like Michael Zekome, Kanu Agabi, Paul Ananaba, and all those senior advocates of Nigeria, you see them on media talking about why he should be free and all that. Sometimes I wonder where they put their conscience. But I've come to realize these days that we now live in IT world where we now live in a world where people now do what I call selective righteousness. They pick and choose what they want to believe in. They pick and choose what they think is right or wrong. They like ideology. They lack a lot of things. Even elderly people, there are a lot of frequencies now in people who you think they are elderly. That's the problem I have with people who are advocating for Nnamdi Kanu. Because what Nnamdi Kanu, was about to do, or what he was doing. I'm an added follower of Nnamdi Kanu's Biafra radio. I've been listening to that radio over time. And Nnamdi Kanu started like more like a human rights advocate. In fact, he started like supporter of the government of the day. Right? Later he started going against Jonathan. Later he went against Buhari, and then he wanted to sneak into the country. He was picked, and when he was picked, yes, they said they got some documents with him that show some, he wanted to import some radio equipment and everything into the country and that. Then they charge him. So then you want the president to release him. Why? I don't see any reason why the president should release him. What I've just said is that the president has the power to release him. Well, I don't think the president should release him. But let me go to what the Supreme Court said today, probably to just enlighten our audience to know what the Supreme Court said. Because I've started seeing some things in the space where people talking about, the Supreme Court lambasted them, they did wrong, they did no. Don't get it wrong. People should understand first and foremost that Supreme Court is first the court of policy. All right, yeah, a court of law too, but they don't just go straight to they don't just make decisions based on fact before them alone. They are also court of policy. They look at the implication of their decision before they make decisions. So three major things the Supreme Court said, or three major areas they touched. So the first area they touched was whether or not he should go and face his trial. And they answered that in affirmative. Go back and face your trial. Don't forget that the Court of Appeal has struck out those counts. When Jose come and another be shouting, no, he has no case to answer again, Even when the same Court of Appeal granted stay of execution, they said, oh, no, there has no case. But now, the Supreme Court has restored that charge and said, go and face it. So, however frivolous that charge is, just go back there and face it. Then, secondly, they said the way they handled his return to Nigeria did not speak well of Nigerian image and was illegal. Not illegal. It was unlawful. And therefore, he has the right to pursue redress through the civil means. So that is left for him. If you want to pursue, he can pursue redress through civil means. Then the third one was the revocation of his bail. So they said the revocation was wrong, and then they condemned Nigerian law enforcement going to his house to invade his privacy, his life, and all sorts of things. They castigated them on that. But don't forget the main point that the federal government of Nigeria took to the Supreme Court, that the major point was whether he should go back to face his trial. And the Supreme Court answered, yes, you must go back to face your trial. The trial against you, the state that prefer a charge against you, then go back. But now, if you now ask me, where did I think the Supreme Court has gone wrong? I think there is a place where I think it's wrong. Where expected Supreme Court to make pronouncement on is that if the Supreme Court is saying that the revocation of his bail was wrong, then I think the Supreme Court has the inherent power to now restore that bail and possibly on some conditions, but still grant him bail. The reason why I'm saying this is this. What the Supreme Court has just done now has created a precedent, and that precedent will be followed by other cases that follows. Who knows who is going to be the next victim of this precedent? So, and that is why I think as a court of policy, they should look beyond the Nnamdi Kanu case. They should think of the kind of precedent they are creating, which for me, if I was in their shoes, I would find a way.
Sorry, are you arguing that they were wrong to say that the revocation of his bail was wrong?
They were right. So since it was wrong, there should be a consequence.
Oh, you mean they should have reinstated the?
They should have reinstated it, possibly with more stringent conditions.
But have they just not opened it up for the lower courts to administer that? Because very quickly, I expect that by Monday, his lawyers will be filing for that bill, and I'm not expecting any judge to put up any. I think the guy should be out by mid next month.
What do you say, one man?
No, I was saying they've essentially opened the window for his lawyers to very quickly, I'm expecting by Monday, to go and file for that bill. And I'm not expecting that the judge will put up too much of a resistance. So I'm expecting that by mid next month, it should be out. Because essentially, that's what they are saying, that just granting bail. But they chose not to grant it at their...
Yeah, they just exercise their discretion not to grant it. But they have the inherent power, that's what I'm saying, to just grant it and then make the conditions, probably give their own conditions, so that there's no need of going down, because if you go down, then it start coming up again. So why do you have to wait till you go down and then it's coming up again? Something you can easily grant.
Oh, okay. You mean sorry, Ogbeni. So you mean if they go to the lower courts to appeal for that bill, then they have to, and the government puts up a resistance, then it will have to cascade again to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, you can cascade. Any application can cascade. If the lower court, if the High Court now grants bail and it's still not being released, you have to still go to Court of Appeal. Do you understand? You still have to go up, and if it's the state can still appeal against that and said there was no reason why you should grant this bail. The only thing our law says is that you must seek the leave of court before you can file such application. No, they will seek the leave. It's government. They are not paying any money. After all, the lawyers in Ministry of Justice are on salary. So they are collecting their money as government officers. So you also put in paper, and then you continue escalating it up again to still come and meet the big masquerade in the Supreme Court. So for me, if I was in their shoe, I would just simply grant that bail. Since I've said the revocation was wrong, then consequential order should be okay. I restore the bail, and then I'm adding more conditions, because the fact before me is showing that he has jumped this bail before. Yes, you breached his privacy and all that, but he jumped the bail, he escaped the country. Even the senator, Abari Bill, what do you call that one? That gave him the bond and everything, said he can't find him. At that point, he lost communication with him. So he jumped bail. Yes, his privacy was intruded and everything, but he jumped bail. That's the part here. So if you jump bail, then you have a bad record that you can't trust. We can't trust you. You don't have integrity when it comes to your bail, regardless of the bond. So as a judge, I would look for more stringent condition that will make you to respect that bail, or to observe your bail. Possibly what they did with Sowore, confine the man within Abuja and let everybody be looking after, looking, or confine the man within his own, maybe if he has an estate or he has a property in Abuja, let the man be within his own property. Something like that could that's what I expect anyway. But my Lord has their discretion. There's a saying that it's a final court, not because they are infallible, but they are infallible because they are final. So they've exercised their discretion, and so be it. Nothing is changing it. they will return to the High Court and we'll still see what Nnamdi Kanu is going to give to bring out from that space again.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well done, Ogweni. So well done, Ogweni. Ogweni, stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's hear from Solly as he takes the floor. Solly, you're up next. Solly.
I agree with the previous speaker.
And I concur with my learned colleague. I concur
with my learned colleague.
Yes.
So, yeah,
I know you've come on to give Nnamdi Kanu a flogging. That's your favorite sport.
And it's true. I used to listen to this guy almost every day. You know, I even used to gather some people to come and listen to this guy. Even some white people were listening to him. You know, then all of a sudden, this guy started talking about getting the heads of 100 girls from his own region. You know, from that day, I was like, come, what is going on? Like, this thing has taken a different turn. What does innocent girls' heads have to do with your campaign? And it's not from any other region. It's from your own region. It doesn't even make any sense. You know, it doesn't make any sense. How would you spend 90 to 95% of the time saying something sensible? You know, something capturing. It was literally speaking to all the tribes. And we're all sitting down. Nobody was arguing with him. We're all agreeing with him. You know, it's very rare you see a Nigerian that can do that. You always have to have one tribe that does not like what he's saying. You know, but this guy, everybody was listening. Then at the last 5% of the part, you just see some ludicrous things. And you know that this guy is not in Nigeria. So this guy is exposed. So for him to be saying this kind of thing, you know, what's the point? And he's damaged. This guy really damaged his people more than I've seen anybody damage them in my lifetime anyway. However, they keep supporting this guy. It's like the logic is beating the sentiment is just so powerful that it's beating logic, which is scary. You know, this guy will never last in Yoruba land. Never. The moment the guy starts entering another key leg like this and is becoming questionable, nobody will support him again. One time, you know. So it was very, very scary. This guy has done a lot of damage. It's not even like I'm making things up. It's facts. And most of those facts, if you want them, he uploaded them himself. Self-snitching, you know. So he snitched on himself in multiple live sessions, which you can still watch right now. This guy is not coming out of prison. Let's leave sentiment aside. If this guy was in any other country, if this guy was in US, this guy may not see sunlight. Maybe he may be able to come out of his cell only 1 hour a day. Those are the kind of things this guy did. In UK, US, this guy will not see sunlight again. But sentiment wants us to allow this guy to come out and be working with the general public. This guy. Hey, this guy will destroy the whole Southeast again if you let him come out. He will destroy the whole Southeast again. And this time, he may destroy it at such a point that he may never be able to come out of that depression again. People were sitting down at home, but they were not happy, but they were doing it. You know, I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I'm telling you. Maybe in like North Korea or some other strange country, but I've not seen it before. You know, so this guy, and I don't believe it's anything spiritual. This guy is just a genius in his own sector. I know one man used to say it's because of what the sector that he's in, but this guy is too dangerous to be let out in general public. Sentiments aside, you know, I'll be too scared to live in an environment where this guy is working publicly. But
there'll be conditionalities to his release, though. It's
yes,
not as
but this guy's mind will never be settled. This guy's mind has never gone down before. From the moment we saw him, he has always been calculating and plotting. Even if you have those restrictions, this guy is going to jump it one way or the other. This guy is going to find a way. His mind never settles down, and it doesn't seem like someone who uses drugs. Doesn't seem like someone who is affected much by alcohol, which even makes him more dangerous. Which makes him more dangerous. Somebody that doesn't take drugs.
I don't know.
No, this guy is very scary. Let's say he didn't do all those violent acts. Is that violence that caught me off guard and I not support again? Let's say he did this campaign without violence. Even me, I'll have some sentiments for him. I want them to allow him to come out. But if you can do that to your own people, I'm afraid of what you can do to me. That's just my own. I don't see them letting this guy go out. And even if it's just for him to come out in the general public and wait for his trial, no, you don't let this kind of people come out. It's just too dangerous. That's just my own.
Do you not think though that because it's been there now since 2021, it would have had a supreme period of inflection that might well. I don't think it would be as bushy as it was if they release him. I think they've beaten that spirit out of him.
One man, do you know there are some of these drug dealers in US that even though they took these guys to jail and gave them life sentence, these guys were still running their organization from prison. Some of them were not even seen. Some of them were not allowed to go into general population in prison until they only give them 1 hour a day, and that's what these guys needed. There are some type of people. This guy's mind will never go down. Their mind is always building like muscle, and it will always keep on functioning. You can't let this guy out in general public. His mind will never settle down. What is 3 months? What is 1 year? This guy can stay inside there for 5 years and still be plotting, waiting for the day that they let him out. He literally said it on his life that he will never. He said they have to take him out for him to stop. I feel like he believes that statement because I feel like he believes that if he's taken out, that'll be the day that you get Biafra. So he wants it to happen. Yes, exactly. But it will not happen because the sentiment will not reach that point. We are all Nigerians at the end of the day. We can be sentimental, but at one point we use our common sense. His materialism or whatever he wants to do will not work in Nigeria. He can't work in that kind of environment. We have too many people for that to happen, but it's too dangerous.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we go on to Kulata?
My own is, I don't know why people are running to in terms of this immigration thing. Let me be very honest. Europe is very open. Most people don't know. It's very, very open. I just don't want to talk about it. When people were going to the UK, I've not been to UK before, but from the amount of British people,
you've not been before. Why not? You don't.
One man, UK denied me a visa for stupid reasons. So I told myself I'll never try to come there again.
But you're European now.
No, I've not collected passport yet.
All right. After 150 years in Holland.
Well, you have to give up your Nigerian passport for it.
Okay. And you have some sentimental attachment to your Nigerian passport. Look at this guy. You must be.
I have family in Nigeria now.
If you give up your Nigerian passport, that doesn't mean you cannot enter Nigeria again now. What?
You will need visa to enter Nigeria now.
You will need visa to enter Nigeria. And second of all, they have this kind of rule, like Okay, I don't know if they do it in UK. I know that America doesn't do it, but if they feel somehow they can decide to rescind your passport. If they rescind your passport, what will you now do?
Then you revert back to your Nigerianness.
So under international law, under international law, you can't be stateless. You get
So yeah.
So you can't be stateless. So they can't they shouldn't if you drop your Nigerian passport for their own passport, if they have to rescind their own passport, they must find a way to get a citizenship for you. They must not allow you to be stateless. So it's even safer for you not to hold two, but to hold only one, because they must not allow you to be stateless.
They will give him Biafran state passport.
Look at that. Hey, since you're Nnamdi Kanu,
no, the only time I think is good is if you are going to US, if you have something to do with US. Any other use, I don't really see it. But I'm still testing that US waters, But I don't like US. US is a bully. They bully too much. You people, what you are enjoying US is from bullying, and you have too many crazy people in US. Too much guns. I don't like guns.
US protect your whole land where you live. Without US,
I know now.
Run you,
I know,
and put you and make you one of Russian state.
They make them German. They make them German.
It's not talking
so
of
US
the US
protect you, but you continue to still, say a lot of bad things about US. So
no,
respect US all the time. Without US, Europe will not exist. US
no, that's not what it's saying. Just imagine you and me in the shutdown. Even as I like you rich now, I would fear you because you're an American, because you feel they carry rifle. I not go say because you be Yoruba, Agbalagba, I will still be afraid of you. That's what Soli is saying. How can I be talking to my friend and my friend will be hiding rifle behind? No, it's scary.
And you never know what somebody is thinking at any moment, So I'm very, very scared of US. Because the amount of crazy people I've seen in my life, I ask myself, if this person had a gun, the kind of damage they could have done. When they first allowed plenty of people to have gun in that US, a lot of people would have done a lot of crazy things. This is 2023. If they try that in Nigeria, the population will reduce drastically within the first year or second year.
There are laws. It's not Wild West, for God's sake. There are laws that guide against owning guns. So if you allow Nigerians to have guns, of course you're going to have stipulations and regulations.
Do you think they will follow it?
But you start from, nothing is perfect, but that is based on how strong your system is. So if you have a weak system, you don't bring that in. Ideally, they should have guns, but you don't have a system that is strong enough to properly regulate ownership. So you have to fix that problem first before you introduce it. But ideally, Nigerians should have a right to own weapons, to own guns. That's my own belief, and that's just. But don't be scared of America. We love weed smoking Europeans, anyways.
Yeah. A lot of people are scared of Americans. America. I am scared of America. I wouldn't live there. I can visit. I don't think I could visit America for more than 2 weeks. I just find it I find this space unsafe.
Why do you even show up? We don't even want you this, but why do you even?
No. I wouldn't go there on vacation if there was a family event or something.
But
I wouldn't if I had to go. I've never really understood the American whatever it is. I've never felt their love.
It's a very unique culture. It's a very unique society. So you have to, reach a certain level of understanding to even comprehend the greatness of the country. So that's what's got that. So don't blame us, blame you.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
So, okay, for example, now, when I tried to apply for UK visa, I had my money in euros. So I said, okay, since I'm going to the UK, let me change my euros to pounds. And I submitted both my accounts. The UK immigration told me that because there was nothing in my euro account, even though they saw all my money in pounds, because there was nothing in my euro account and I live in Europe, that means I have no money. That reason didn't make any sense to me. Since then, I started investigating with other people that tried UK visa, and I realized that these people are just using it as a way to make money. Because if they can see a reason to deny you, even if it's a flimsy reason, they will give that reason and they will encourage you to apply again. They used Nigerians and they were accepting a lot of people were getting accepted. People were using another person's account as proof of funds. They will deny some people, they will tell them some flimsy excuse, they will encourage them to apply again. It's just a scam. And I was telling people, this, if you look at these people's immigration law, it's terrible. It's terrible. So many reasons why they can send you back. Flimsy. Now they are saying that if somebody is not passing in class, they can deport you. So it was just a way to scam Nigerians, siphon money after the COVID period, and then send them back. That's the way that's the way British people do. Sorry to say, the British government, that's how they behave. If they can find a way to suck as much money from you as possible, especially if you're an immigrant, in fact, that's the way European system behaves. If they can find a way to suck as much money from you as possible legally, through creating methods that you legally have to go through, they will do it and they will suck you dry. What you should always watch out for is after you get there, what are your possibilities? Because if they block almost everywhere, then they will not allow you to stay. Even when you graduate, they don't really give you your post-study visa. You have to look for somebody to really sponsor you. Even when you want to come there to set up a business, it's based on a sponsor also. You can't really come there and freely do something as an immigrant. They want you out, you know. But most Nigerians will not reach that part because they are paying agents. And agents just wants to collect their agent fee. If an agent can send you to Iraq just to collect his agent fee, you will do it, you know. So Nigerians, they are selling their properties because
those agents, are they registered with like a government agency, or it's
I'm
just?
telling you, the agents are not registered with anybody. They open Instagram accounts and they start telling you find work in UK.
So why can't the government have a list of where you can say, okay, you get my point, where nobody can just say
Because the government is benefiting from it. Me too. I've tried it. I reported these agents to embassies. I reported these agents, told them all the distance that they are doing. These people did nothing. Why? Because they are benefiting from it. They are making
how do they benefit?
billions from
How
it.
do they benefit from it? How do they?
From visa application.
Oh,
When you apply for visa, it's not refundable. And I'm telling you, they are not telling you to
no,
apply
not the
and
foreign government
rejecting you.
now. Not the foreign government. I'm talking about the Nigerian government. How is it? Not their crooked agents. I mean the government itself. Like if people are getting scammed, the way it's been reported online, people are getting duped, sent to different countries where they were lied to about the nature of their visa application until they get to these countries. So why can't the government then step them and say, look, okay, for you to become a travel agent or whatever or whatnot, you must meet certain requirements. If you're looking for an agent, you can look them up to our webpage to verify that they're actually a legitimate business. That will curb that nonsense. That okay, this is the. Go ahead, sorry.
Can I ask you a question? When was the last time you went to Nigeria?
2017, before COVID. Before COVID.
Okay. This is the same government that has refused to pave all the roads in the country. Do you think that they are going to crack their brain to help? They are not going to do shingbang. These people are comfortable driving out on their own street where the road is not paved, as long as they have jeep to drive it on. They are not going to create safety measures for Nigerians. And another thing is, if you tell Nigerians that are trying to jackpot this thing, they will think you are trying to be their enemy of progress. So they won't listen to you. You know, I don't understand how they expect to just land and get a job. You know, most employers can't even hire you. If they do it, it's illegal. They might get into trouble for that. So, but they won't listen to you. So it's like a pandemic. It's a serious, and it's true. It's only Nigerian governments that can solve it. But can they crack their brain enough to even know what is going on to solve it? Then to be interested to now put application on it physically. That's too much work for them when they can just transfer 50 million, 100 million and call it a day.
Right, because because people always think about people jackbarring to the west, where even if you're illegal, you can still find a way, which it is difficult. But people are also going to eastern countries where I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? Where they're still looking for that greener pasture at all costs. That might not have the same like somebody jackpats to Bangladesh or all those ridiculous. I'm like, how? What the hell are you doing here? And you're even here illegally.
Because they just want to jackpot.
That's my point.
They are not thinking about the staying.
Exactly. So that buying illegally to Europe, they're buying illegally to Bangladesh or all this, this might get my point. So I'm not really worried about you coming illegally into Italy or Europe, America. I'm more worried about people going to Pakistan, Bangladesh, all those ridiculous environments for a black person, not fully understanding that there are illegals and the ramification of that in those societies. That's that bothers me. People going to South, all those Yemen or for housekeeping, whatever, getting raped by their all those ridiculous stories you hear.
Libya.
Yeah, where there's no embassy, there's no missionary to kind of, because if it turns bad, if it goes back in those countries, the first question will be, okay, are you legal here? And once you're not legal, how does Nigeria then defend you in those countries? Nobody wants to get involved in one person that came there illegally. Now they're like, young man, you didn't even come here. You didn't even come here legally. So it's more. If I come to America illegally, even the American government can see, they say I have Williams and they can protect me a little bit. But in those Pakistan and Yemen and all those, what happens to you as a Nigerian with no papers?
They don't even treat their own people well.
So somebody needs to go after this so-called agent.
BT, you're from Ijebuland, aren't you?
I'm a FANAF. I'm a bad Ijebu.
All right. Are you aware of a title called Bobaniyi of Ijebuland? Bobaniyi.
That's across Yoruba land, actually. Bobaniyi is a popular title across. So yeah.
Do you know who the Bobaniyi of Ijebuland is?
I don't know who the current one is. I don't know.
Well, the one to be is El Rufai.
Ewa.
Let me bring you this. It says this is from El Rufai's Twitter handle. It says weekend announcement. I am pleased to announce that on Saturday, the 16th of December 2023, His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono, the paramount ruler and Awujale of Ijebuland, will honor my brother and confidant Otumba Jimi Lawal with two, yes, not one but two, chieftaincy titles for his contribution to the Ijebu Kingdom and Nigeria, alongside his wife, Mariam Lawal. I am also privileged to be the first Nigerian outside of the southwest of Nigeria to be conferred a chieftaincy title by the Awujale in his nearly 64 years reign. I am to be recognized as the Bobaniyi of Ijebuland. I am grateful to Kabiyesi Awujale for the recognition and thank all those who have wished me well for this. Please join me, Jimmy, and our families and friends in prayers for a hitch-free event and good health, etc. So then it is right there. Look at that.
How has it contributed?
I don't know, man. Don't have to change your word here.
You can't say for Nigeria. This is not Nigeria. This is Jebuland. So
yes,
how he has Boba need in Nigeria. I want to know what did you contribute to Jebuland because it's a ceremonial title, by the way. It's not like anything.
Yeah, of course, but still, he will. And I think they gave Ganduje one in Oyo State as well, but I don't know.
So that is for your bad to talk behind the scenes because sometimes I don't even kind of. Let's just
go by the land.
But by the way, the original Yoruba language is called Ediokwe. By the way, I just found out that.
When did you happen upon that, and what's the backdrop to it?
Ediokwe. We were just doing our IFA 401. We had one of our babas. This is your Nigerian platform, but they were just discussing the Egba.
Fabuniel.
No. We had an actual Babalawo, but we had they were discussing Egbaland and the word Abeokuta itself.
Did any professor Yoruba history validate that?
So I'm discussing with Baba tradition. You're discussing. No, they actually have professionals that came on the platform of Clubhouse today, and they had an extensive discussion about that. So I don't know what Ogbeni is talking about.
No, but Fabuku around me now.
No, but they were people came with their perspective. They had the historians came into play. They also
need to
hold on. Let me
finish. Personal historian on that.
Let me finish.
What did you call it again? What did you call the
It's tied to the issue of Oromila and what it did with palm. If you notice in Yoruba culture, let me do it. There's a very similar impact of the Okpe palm tree. So they gave even in Ifa that perspective was provided as to why it's very important, and the students also give that perspective as well. So it wasn't someone just blabbing his mouth. So people came with the students came into the platform. The Babalawos came with the platform, so there was a robust discussion because we were discussing Egba. And Egba, I didn't even know that the word Abeokuta itself was because people joined. There were original Egbas that were already there. Because before we thought people moved because of the war, they came there from the old Oyo. But no, they already had Egbas living there. So if you hear like the word Ibara, for instance, there are actually Yoruba people that came. So the word means like gateway into something. So it was very unique. I learned a lot today from that. But maybe next time, I will go into it with you. We can have a mini show when we have time. But it was just what was that anyways? Okay, back to this ridiculous title.
but that's actually a topic of special interest because I thought differently, but
so yeah, because one man, can I come in, please?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yes. What is wrong in El-Rufai getting chief title in Yoruba land? If Jagaban can go to the north and get what is wrong with that?
Thomas, something is wrong with you. You see, these are the Yoruba leaders. You are the problem of Yoruba people. You right there. That what you just said right now is the problem.
But we also start from the south where we go to the north and take the title. No, I'm just saying what is good for the kids is good for the gander. What isn't it?
Forget gander.
Yoruba go to the north, to the east.
I don't care what they do. I'm not.
So why I am not from Babati? Hold on, Babati.
That was the question.
Why is our own hold on, please? Why is our own different? Why are we special? If we can go to the other region and take their chieftaincy title, why can't the other region come to our land and take chieftaincy title?
I'm not saying them giving them titles wrong or right. I'm saying one man asked me about our own culture, so I can only speak for my own culture. I can't speak for their own culture. So that's what they want to do. That is their problem. One man asked me about the Jabu, and I'm answering based because I'm from.
You are Yoruba now. What is your culture different from the Yoruba?
That's my perspective. So you can't expect me to start talking about them giving him Jagaban. That is their problem. That's not mine. But I feel like for our culture, let him show me how he has Boba need in Ijebu. I want to see that evidence. What has he done to contribute to the growth of
Are you
Ijebu?
care about the title or is not entitled to the title? No. One man, you guys are being racist now. You guys are being you are being racist now. No. Babati, no.
Wait now, hold on. When Orúkọ ní ìtumọ̀ ní Yorùbá land.
I understand.
When you say you are Gbobaniyi, that means you have done something that elevates the king. That's what it means, or the land. So you tell me, what has he done to Gbobaniyi of Ijebu?
Forget about the title. Forget about the title. But he has the.
So kini meaning ni oye to gba tí ò ní meaning. There's no meaning to what you just got. Don't buy it for nothing. So kini yẹn túmọ̀ sí.
But you are not which English you are not object to them coming taking chief title in Yoruba land, are you?
No, if it's not tied to any BOA delay, if you make El-Rufai a Balog, now I have an issue. Then we really have a problem.
Yeah, they can. Yes, this is the OE they can give him.
But it make sense that I'm asking the question once again. How? Forget about
that, Babati. Continue.
I'm not sure that title even existed. I think they just created it just to give him something, isn't it? Abi?
One man we'll talk behind the scene. I will send you an email. We can talk about it.
You
Okay, by the way, do you think that is we fair for office maybe it's to tobacco beyond PR1S0N? You think so? Yeah,
I don't know, but look, leave those Oba alone. They can. I don't think.
At what age? It's been there for 64 years now. So cloning the wolf. Yeah, I don't.
Who doesn't need money?
I don't know. Let's keep our laundries in. Let's not look at the public for now. But I don't. But one man.
Is a dollar title, so don't worry your head over that.
Worry,
It's a bit like Professor Sikura Ide Barista. That's along those lines, Abi.
It's a dollar generated title, so don't worry. Leave it alone like that. When somebody is giving that.
Only the Jebu people will act like that.
Who is that person giving that title, Seth? Who is that person?
The Awujale.
Now, who did he give the title to?
El-Rufai.
My point. That's
Look, so sometimes you see all these people, the Obas and all the politicians and all these things, they have a way of, how do I describe it? They have a way of, giving. I don't even know what to say. How do I say it? They have a way of satisfying or try to appeal to each other and strengthen relationship between themselves, between the traditional institution and the political the political leaders. So there's a lot of things that is going on in between that you don't know. So
historically, outside the or look better.
Oluwo.
So what to do?
That is it now. The politician and the traditional king, they are too interwoven now, and they can, business wise, and so many other things that is playing out between them, and they have to.
I mean, near Yoruba land, that would be the least place I would think everybody will be getting scattered to. I think it would be more of the liberal space, like.
Look, I think it's not a title that is
ceremonial
indigenous. It is not indigenous to the traditional space there. It's just I believe it's just a newly created, just to give him title that, he own a title in Jebu land.
But money oruko anyone, so the meaning of the title so. You
didn't know. You wouldn't know. You don't know what he has done. They won't tell you now. He would tell you. Maybe he has connected the Oba into some billions of dollar business, or his son, or something like that. You don't know.
I think shortly after that ceremony, you'll be seeing El Rufai commissioning a wing in that palace that he built. He will go and build a wing in the palace for
and you have your son there, Makadenu guy, the one that
and gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó máa kójọ nìyẹn when he wants to do his presidential run. It will go under the banner of Bob Ali of Egba land. Both for me, I am recall.
The same way people were doing the Jagaban Bogu.
Yeah, of course. Now he got that Jagaban of Bogu. It was a real pivotal part of the Tinubu narrative. Now. It was a part of it. That Jagaban added to what made him president, the Jagaban of Bogu.
Well, it was about but
oh God,
yeah, but but to the law, maybe one day you can present your own evidence before referring to some people say as fabu, with your educated self.
Ogweni Omo Yoruba language now he only knows law now. There's an element of Takwa. We're still investigating if he has Takwa blood in him. We're not sure
even Ganiwa themselves.
Hey, did you see that? But girl, you're fine now. She's pretty. They say she's a beauty queen.
It's a disgrace. I don't even understand. I don't understand this love for I don't. But let's just. Even go guilty now. So even go.
Yeah, look at that. Also, Ogbeni, are you like rational mind? Quarter Fulani, half Niger Republic, a little bit of Morocco, and all of that.
Well, my children are half Ekiti, half Fulani, so I don't have any issue.
Oh yeah, no, that's true actually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Half Fulani, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, half Fulani, half Ekiti. I married a Fulani lady.
That's good. One man is already building his political future. Very soon, just see a house of rep.
Do you remember that parliamentarian that bought about his 30 wives to the parliament and said, "Look at it."
On a more serious note, though, how much does that really help you if you are half and half something? Like case in point would be the Gbadebo thing, where it didn't really help. Maybe that was his own fault, but if you are half and half of something, does it really help you politically in Nigeria?
It helps you with the Gbadebo one. What killed him was that he did not imbue his paternal heritage. But then he wanted to have politics in that paternal space.
Right, because I'm like, why is he pandering to the Igbos? Because that one's already given. Because once they knew he was affable, he had their vote already. So there was no need to pander to them any much further, right? You're supposed to get towards your paternal side more. But yes, because I thought about it. I'm like, so if I'm half and half something, that should, if I play it right, it should actually favor you, right?
It works for their daily case in Osun State.
Right,
Yeah. But you don't speak Yoruba. You are disrespecting the culture. You are calling yourself Chinedu today. You are calling yourself Badebo tomorrow, and then
yeah. Well,
that guy just tackled himself the whole political campaign. I swear, if he kept quiet and said nothing all through, you would have had a better chance.
Yeah, that typical Yoruba behavior tweet of Adebayo, that really got him. I'm like, dude, you can't do that. Yeah, so.
All right, bring it home, Solly, and then let's check on Kulata, who may well not be with us in body, yes, maybe in spirit. Bring it home, Solly.
So, in conclusion, UK, USA, UAE, all these Arab states, you will not get any stay. They are not opening up any stay for any immigrants. It's almost unless you want to marry from there, but that's another topic on its own. But any form of immigration, whether it's schooling, whether it's working, they will not make it easy for you. They will make it almost impossible, or they will not even put the option there. You will just come on visit visa and you see that it's not possible to change your visa. You can try other places, but all those places are no-go area. I don't know how UK was able to sell itself, but it's obvious and it's on their websites. All these things are not brand new. They just made it a little bit harder. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. Kulata, you're up next. I suspect you may not be there fully anymore. Kulata. Look at that. Is the weekend has started for Kulata. Hopefully Warp is still there. Warp is. All right. There you are.
I use my turn for somebody else.
Okay, you come in later. Let's go to Ajanle Koko then. Who we just heard from now.
Man, you did not say Kulata is sleeping now. If it's Ogbeni now.
Yes. You see, we know Kulata now. He likes that glass of red wine, but that glass of red wine does not like him. He only has to sleep.
25%.
Yeah, look at that. But well done, Ogbeni. You've lasted longer than you usually do. But that's Ogbeni, of course.
So who is the Bobani of your platform? I'm just curious. Who is the Bobani of the woman?
I will say I can tell you who the Jagaban is of the platform, and that of course is the majestic Ekene. That's his official title, the Jagaban of the woman platform. If you're not with us, our please mute because we can hear a bit of our background. Let's go to Ajanle Koko.
That's Ekene that is making his comment too there that yes, my daddy is Jagaban.
No, that was War Peace's daughter. Yes,
okay.
Yes. But the Bobani of the platform, of course, the Bobani is too low a title for Ajanle Koko. Is the area on Okakamfo?
No. He has it.
Odidi babati wọn lè fún babati ń jà ń pé wọn fóun ní Bobani.
Olúwawo ni babati Olúwawo of the platform.
No. Àwọn dájú ọba ni Ajanle Koko. Go ahead.
So Ajanle Koko, you come into the conversation. I mean, the conversation really wraps around
one man.
You can go to someone else. One man. I'm at the middle of
Adifala platform.
Adifala. Okay. So the center say defaults to the Adifala of the platform. So Babati, you're up next.
Oh, okay. Oh, good evening, everybody. Good evening, the One Man Show. It's a beautiful Friday. the story of
What's Friday like where you are? What happens on a Friday? What's a Friday to you?
yeah, I've been trying this thing lately. I went to this there's this poetry lounge that I
Oh
tried.
God. Oh
What?
God.
One man, one.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, don't worry.
No, carry on. No. I used to be part of that flavor back back in the day. So carry on.
No, it was. I actually got introduced to it actually, but it was so. Let's stick to Nigeria. Let's stick to Nigeria.
No. There's Brixton, of course. There's a street just by the train station in Brixton called Coal Harbor Lane. And it used to be one of these yuppie sort of setup, wine bars, etc., etc. There used to be this coffee bar that used to act. It was just an open sort of bohemian sort of a space. So you have poetry reading, you have recitations, you have, and then it was a padded space, and then it was like a book lounge with soft cushions, all these sort of things. It themed around coffee, but it was more like a creative hub. So I used to be that flavor. So I
Yeah.
wasn't mocking you when you were saying you were going to poetry recitations.
Yeah, because I I tried to make the weekend like the family time, movie night and all that kind of stuff. So I tried this poetry lounge thing, and one man, it's quite interesting though. Like people have a lot to say. There's alcohol all over the place. There's jazz music and there's the poetry part, and people come with their different perspective, love, historical references. I mean, it's quite, refreshing to hear people's perspective. People speak. I mean, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about when people express themselves at that stage. So
yeah, the spoken word. That's what they used to call that space, the spoken word. Yeah.
Yeah, but typically Friday night for me is just if I'm not working, of course, it's just to see with the family, movies and hang out with the family and friends,
Do you enjoy spending time with the family, or do you look for an escape bolt?
When they're not annoying, yes.
Yes.
They're annoying, but by my I've been yes, but that would be typical evening. But Saturday, that's my me time. It's this is me if I'm not working. So
what do you do? You go to a game or something, or you just go to some barbecue bar?
The boys, if they don't have their kids with them, if they escape from the wifeys and stuff, sport bar, we can go to a game, just hang out, try, yes, we can go to a gun range, just something for that men will do to just hang out with each other, stay away from that. Your ladies will even encourage you to go and hang out with your boys, if you've been putting in a lot of hours for the week, just to cool off, and Sunday, it's family stuff all over again, I mean,
do you go to? Oh, okay, you probably do. I was going to ask if you are if you go to church, but you are a nativist, aren't you?
I've not been to church. I don't even know. I mean, I'll show up once in a while, but it's out of family obligation. This commitment to show up at the end of the year. I don't know why Nigerians do it, but for some reason, the 31st of the year, we have to show up in some church somewhere to pray for the new year. It's just a family thing that I've been doing for a long time, and that's probably the only time I show up just to listen to what they have to say. But that's pretty much it for me.
All right, brilliant. So take us to the politics then. Nnamdi Kanu, a no from the Supreme Court.
For once, God bless the Supreme Court of Nigeria for not bowing down. I mean, anybody. I mean, if we've been objective, I think that was the best decision they could make. I mean, go to the trial. Remember, prior to him escaping, it was standing a trial, right? That he got a bail for. So even if you dismiss this current case from the DSS, he had a prior case. So back to that case, I think that, like I said earlier, when Emeka was making his submission, I think Tinubu should just, let him go to the trial. Of course, he'll be found guilty because I think they have enough evidence to convict him. And we know for treason that is it Nigeria? Did we still have the death penalty by hanging, or did we join? Did we sign some world agreement to stop hanging people? One man. I think we still have.
No, I think that's more awareness. But no. People feel what that guy is doing. What is charged for is a capital punishment crime. They think is
rightfully
they think,
so.
yeah.
Right.
They say release him without you
right.
know.
Yeah, like just that. You see, that's the thing with Nigerians. We try to embed this our culture into what is forgive him is our son. That all those traditional BS. No, if you can put that you committed a crime, then you pay for it. Now, if Tinubu, I mean, to be honest with you, they should throw the book at him. I'm being honest right now. Throw the book at him. If he's guilty, let him face the law. Let him. If they have to put him away from life,
Baba T, quick question, please. One man, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the hand of Tinubu in this thing? I'm just asking. I'm just curious.
No. I'm suspecting. Okay, I think that he's going to use Nnamdi Kanu as a political tool for his election bid, where he's going to box the Southeast into a corner, where you want your boy back, you have to help me out with 2027, and they have to play game with.
Do Tinubu really need them? Tinubu doesn't need the Southeast to win.
No, it's not about needing them. It's one thing for me to need you. It's one thing for you not to hurt my chances of winning again. So I think that this is what I think. It goes through the whole shenanigans. Is convicted, then is put into prison, awaiting sentence, whatever. Then out of his persuasion, and you have the elders begging Tinubu, then he forgives him towards the elections, or after close to the elections, then he's seen as showing mercy. It's a way of humiliating Nnamdi Kanu because whatever he says after that is not relevant. I don't think anybody will take him serious after that. So it's a way of just permanently destroying his political any form of movement he can garner. Because at that point, Samuel Ekpa will become unstoppable in the next 4 years, based on what we're seeing right now. Once he's locked up, Samuel Ekpa just elevates into something else. So it makes him irrelevant. So I think they're going to go that route. He's convicted. Then leniency is done by Tinubu. Tinubu wins second term. And I think that's the way it's going to play out. That's my own opinion. I think that's the way it's going to play out. But I don't want to see the elders from that part of the country making a fool of themselves, begging on his behalf, and it just
they shouldn't have been doing that in the first instance.
He hates them. He abuses them all the time. His followers cannot stand you. So I don't actually see what the benefit is to them for wait until he's convicted. Then
can you remember anyone in Nnamdi Kanu's spear? Can you remember anyone in spear? Even from his own region, he called Yoruba dickhead. Everybody, Northern, those ones are the worst.
I think maybe Afenifere that the Baba Adebanjo was, even when he was on the radio talking, that was the only person I think he never really went after. I never heard him go after that guy. He always showed respect to the man's position on political issues. But everybody else was free game. But that's the only guy I think that he never really attacked personally. I think that's it. So I think Tinubu will probably play that way. But once again, but to the bigger point is the politics of the Southeast. I mean, we said it on this platform time and time again, like their way of playing politics has not been very effective. And hopefully they get it together because I want them to do well. And one man on your show, I asked a question that the Yoruba had to compromise with Obasanjo, right? That Falaye was our candidate. And we compromised with Obasanjo. Peter B is who they want. And the question I asked that day was, who are they willing to compromise with? You brought up the name, was it Soludo, right? You brought up Soludo. And I brought up the name Alex Oti. So they need to find their own Obasanjo that they can still talk to behind the scenes as Indigo. But in public, will still appeal to the rest of all Nigerians. So if they can find that individual, I think they have a better chance. But Peter Obi is not it. I'm sorry to dive Peter Obi back into this case, but Peter Obi is not it. So
maybe David Umahi. Maybe David Umahi.
Where is more?
What is the name of the governor in Imo State?
I don't know. The new one
of Imo.
Uzodinma.
No, that one is not happening. No. I think Umahi, Otsi, Soludo would be my top three that I think they might have issues with them, but you can, have your backdoor meetings with them, like we did with Obasanjo. Then in public, put them out there. Bite your tongue. I know it's very hard for that part of the country, but you must do it. Promote him, make him look good, then put him out there. I think people will buy. Then you will have your Igbo president. But if you're looking for someone that is too Igbo-centric, he's not going to win. Peter Obi, I'm sorry, he's not going to win. So that's my position. Let's move on to the next topic.
We move on to the next topic, but in a choice between Hope Uzodinma and Peter Obi, how would you cast your vote?
Okay. You know what? Can I get a third option? Can I get a third option?
No, I want to see just how you rate Peter Obi.
Yeah, because Hope he has this. He has this tag on him as the Supreme Court president, governor, and I don't think he's done enough outside of the state. He has not reached it out enough to other regions of Nigeria to convince me that I want to vote for him. Peter Obi has done more outside of Southeast than him. So based on that, Peter Obi will, I think, looking at the landscape, I think Peter Obi will be a better option. I don't think Hope has enough outside of Southeast to even run for office at the time. He needs to do more.
Yeah. And the squeeze on the Japa space, BT, UK set to deport Nigerians, other foreign students with low grades. So they're squeezing now that window that was open for a couple of years.
So, you see, don't let me bash the UK on this platform tonight. Me and Mama go back and forth with this. But on a more serious note, a few weeks ago, a friend of mine just moved from the UK to the US. We were talking. He's in medicine as well. He just moved here, and we were talking about. He was in Nigeria, worked in the UK for a while, then moved over here to America, and we were talking about this issue. And he sent me this story of, is it David Sunak or whatever? They changed the requirement for healthcare workers, where if you are coming to work in the UK now, you can no longer bring your spouse, and they have increased the amount of money you have to make. I think about £40,000 a year, I believe, that you must make to keep your stay or whatever. And that if you don't meet that requirement, if you don't make like that amount of money, you can't bring your family in. I think 30 is £2,000, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But my thing is this: if we're deporting Nigerians and foreign students with low grades, didn't you know? Did they know this, that it was going to happen, or was it done on purpose to bring people in, get all the money, all the cash from them, and then push them out? Like, I'm not sure what the gameplay is here. Like, so I know about the healthcare one because I have friends that have told me about it. When it comes to what they're changing in the laws, but for other people that might not be in healthcare, I don't exactly know what they're thinking. I mean, the NHS still needs a lot of people, so I don't know why they're targeting Nigerians. I mean, that's the way that story was told to me, that is some kind of anti-black foreigners and the Indians in your country are going after the African immigrants. So, one man, is that true? Do you think any credence to that?
No, I give credence to it. I'm not sure if Ogbeni disagrees or not, but I think the current prime minister is very anti-black. Is an Indian fellow, of course, and I think because there's somewhat of a thing in this country. The Indians try to leverage the blacks to go up the sort of food chain
Right.
somewhat.
So,
And I think it's part of that narrative somewhat.
because they saying that, like for healthcare now, those healthcare workers, they make below that threshold that they're setting now. But the people that they want to bring in, that those high skill workers are mostly going to be Indians and all those Easterners. So that's the way it was told to me. So, deporting Nigeria and other foreign students with low grades.
Because they are now deporting people to Rwanda, and I don't imagine that they will be deporting Indian immigrants to Rwanda. So where are they deporting their own people to?
Remember, you heard that with Kaiser, right? I'm sure you also heard that with Kaiser. So the foreign, maybe for skill workers, I understand that, but the low grade part, I don't understand that. Why grades has got anything to do with, I mean, if you're passing your classes and you can get a job with whatever grades you're making, I don't think that should be relevant to keeping you in the country. But that is something new. I don't know. I've never heard of where you keep them in the country because of grades. So that is something new. I don't understand the UK. You can better speak to that topic. But in the US, we are more welcoming to immigrants. We are more,
especially the Mexicans, Abi. We all see what you are doing to them in the borders.
we love the Mexicans. I love Mexicans. They give me cheap labor, quality service for half price.
Is there not a shoot on site policy now at the borders? If they are crossing, just shoot them.
It's America. They will always come in and go out. There's nothing. Forget what you see in the media. America is not going to stop anybody from coming in. They are open to everyone. So, but I don't understand why this is being done. But hopefully they can get their act together. And the UK, you live in the EU so far, it's not been working out so far. It's been a disaster, I think. That's from my own viewpoint. I don't think it's been. Maybe you should just go back and beg for mercy, one man, and just rejoin, because this shit ain't working. It's been a disaster so far. But let's move on to something else. I don't want to speak on.
I think Ogbeni wants to come into that space. Ogbeni,
go ahead, Ogbeni.
Yes, one man. So I don't know if you have to read this this news. This UK said to deport Nigeria and other foreign students with low grade. But what I know, with the most time all these headlines sometimes doesn't really show what exactly it's all about. But I want to believe that what they are saying here is, if your grade, if you are struggling with your academic performance, then they may show you a way out from the country, which they've been doing over time. It's not new. If your attendance, even if your attendance is low now, they send you back. If you are struggling paying your fee, they send you back. If you are struggling with studies, they send you back. So I suspect that is what this folk Olugbenga Ige, or what's his name, Olugbenga Ige, is writing about. So unless I see the content, but by and large, about the 28,000 and others, the UK government has said that it's not applicable to people who have.
What happened to the law?
I think it dropped. It's back.
That is not applicable to those who have entered the country, who are within the country already. So it's applicable only to those who are yet to come.
Yeah, but they're saying that they cannot bring their spouse in anymore. So if you're a healthcare worker coming to work in the UK, I think it's a way of discouraging people from even applying in the first place.
Yes, it's a way of discouraging people from coming. So the point is, I think they have a target of the numbers of people or population they want or wanted at a point in time. I wanted to believe that now they met their targets and they don't want anything that will change their demography. UK is just an island, so they jealously guide their demography. The more foreigners you have within the space, the more there's a likelihood, or the demography is susceptible to be,
But
to
but
change.
but but the Suna guy, do you think his policies are kind of favoring this immigration of people, more people from the Indian compared
No, I
to
don't.
the blacks?
Do you disagree with my assertion that is anti-black, Sunak?
No, I don't think. I think he's anti-immigrant. He's not, because if you see all these, there are more Indians that enter this country than Nigerians. That's the fact. Even their health industry that we're talking about, all these care thing, nursing and others. As a statistic they show recently that Indians and I think either Philippines and India, there are two countries that that have more population of there are people coming into the country than Nigeria. I think our rank is number 4 or number 3 or so on that list. And even the first two double the population of the first two that entered double population of Nigeria that is within the UK space. But because our interest is on Nigeria, that's why we always think, it's the immigration policy is focusing on.
But the narrative in the media space also has a like the deportation to Rwanda, for instance. That's a black thing.
No, I don't think. Yeah, it's a black thing, but not a Nigerian thing. So the deportation is basically the first target for that deportation is actually the people crossing the sea.
So what happened to illegal a Nigerian that is a legal immigrant? Would they deport him to Rwanda?
Yes. So if you are a legal immigrant,
wait now.
I'm not sure that they will. I think the people that are going to be deported to Rwanda are people escaping sort of like war zone type spaces, so they can't deport them to their home country, so they deport them to Rwanda.
Why did they even? Sorry, if I'm Rwanda, why they agree to have that?
Money now, money.
So this is the rationale behind that policy. So the asylum application system in UK takes a while because of bureaucracy and a lot of things they consider. And don't forget, because they signed into a lot of treaties, bilateral agreements, all these conventions and others. United Nations, EU convention, and so many conventions. But because they signed all these laws, you have to, dot all I's and cross all T's, and there are a lot of things involved. So sometimes you see someone seeking asylum, and this person is seeking asylum on a very frivolous basis that you will eventually trash, you will eventually dismiss, deny, and send this back home. But because of all the I's and T's that you have to dot and cross, respectively, you still have to spend time. So usually, UK asylum application takes like about 5 years, sometimes 8 years, 6, 7, 8. So it's a very long process. So because of that, people coming in to seek asylum find, let me say, abuse the system or take advantage of the system by, okay, now I'm seeking asylum. There's nothing you can do. You have to dot all I's and tick all blah, blah, blah. So it takes time, and they are within the system. They rely so much on the system. They overburden the system. And then, so because of that, that's why they are planning this Rwanda thing. I think it started during Boris Johnson time, and then this other woman. So their plan is that, okay.
Did the Supreme Court not say no? I thought the Supreme Court said no.
Not categorical no. So the Supreme Court punctured some part of the system, which they've gone back now to amend in line with the decision of the Supreme Court, and they are bringing it back now as a memorandum signed again. So the Supreme Court is not emphatically saying, oh, don't do it. The Supreme Court is saying, see this program you have put in place, it identifies some areas that are in conflict with, right of asylum seeker, right of a lot of, all these human rights things. Those instruments are so many. So they pointed out some, and that is why they've realigned it now, and they are thinking they can go ahead with it. So yes, people will still go back to court and still fight it out, but eventually, if it's UK is UK. UK is going to do what they want to do. The only thing is, I think they just want to ensure that they obey their law, they comply with their law.
Oh,
And
but
then
sorry, I know it's mine, but let me just ask you something. I know we're discussing the UK. What is Nigeria's immigration policy on deporting people? Because if you look at our low skilled workers now, there's this inflow of African countries taking over those jobs. So, what is Nigeria's policy when it comes to immigrants taking all the jobs? Do you have any
we do
idea?
deport, so Nigerians also deport people.
Eh,
Yes, back in my stay in Abuja, I remembered what do you call them now? All these immigration officers. They used to raid so many places in Abuja, Area 1, Area 3, Mapo, Settlement Center, a lot of spaces where you find all those guys. And whenever they're coming to raid, you see those guys running everywhere around, their wives, their children running everywhere around. And wherever they pick, they put in their pickup, and you may likely not see them again in Nigeria. So they do deport because there are a lot of go to Abuja, a lot of ninja guys, a lot
yeah,
of
because I'm saying down south is a lot of. So when I went to, I was surprised. I mean,
so
they are taking over those jobs.
it's hard to deport people down south because of ECOWAS treaty. Don't
Right, the
forget.
treaty and agreement. Yeah.
ECOWAS allows freedom of movement from country to country. Ghanaian can settle in Nigeria, Nigeria can settle in Ghana. You don't need visa to go to all those places. So, and don't forget that it's actually southern part of Nigeria that share, particularly southwest, share border with the western, the ECOWAS countries a lot. So, it's difficult for you to deport people like that. And that's why they do it more in the northern part than coming to the south. Because you find a Benin Republic, a Benin Republic person in Nigeria, you can't deport him now because he's carrying ECOWAS passport, or maybe a Gambian or Liberian or Ghanaian. Those
Yeah,
guys are
I'm
free.
saying in terms of how it affects the labor market when it comes to low skills, especially in the housing market. We have to be honest with you, they do a better job. I have to be honest with you. They do it better. They are good. So they are
do.
good, but the Nigerian we can't keep up in that. They just better skilled when it comes to building. But I'm concerned that market is being taken over by them to the detriment of
Nigerian market, as far
yeah.
as I'm concerned, Nigerian market is very big and massive. We just need a government that is very responsible to open the space for everyone and make it, a conducive business environment. It's a very big one where everybody will come, you get your own and you go. That's the way I see the Nigerian market. Is it farming? Which one do you want to pick? Nigerian market is so massive. We just need to get serious. That's all.
All right, oh my, let's go to the next topic.
All right, let me take you to this space. This one was actually sent in by your favorite party man in the otherwise known as enigmatic. It says this is from there's a particular organization called 30 Cents, and all they do, I would suggest that people follow them on Twitter. They are they mainly function on Twitter, and all they do is they come up with all this interesting statistics, data about Nigeria, etc., etc. For instance, yeah. So this was the one that Enigmatic sent in. It says, state's 2024 proposed budget. So Abia State, they are borrowing 71% of their budget, but they are it's a narrative of sustainability. They are borrowing 71% of their budget, but generating only 29%. Adamawa State. So this is we keep saying that the North, they don't, but Adamawa State, they are borrowing 25% of their budget, but generating 75%. And Borno State, the equation again, generating more than they're borrowing, and Lagos generating 18%, borrowing 18% and generating 82%. So the narrative of sustainability, I think, is what is been highlighted.
I think Kate brought in something like similar data. Like where I think it was like 500 billion, and they were only going to generate about 100 billion right in Abia State.
Yes.
And this governor, I think is paying more attention to the to online space, and somebody needs to remind that it's time to govern. I don't understand how they praise him on Twitter, on YouTube, like he's some god walking on earth. I'm like, he's barely there 6 months. He has changed Abia. No, he hasn't done anything so far. So I don't know where he's going to get that money from. I don't understand. Maybe he needs to explain to Abians and Nigerians where that money is going to come from. But it does not make any sense to me either. I mean, like most rational human being, I don't know what this is about. But let's give him a year so we can better assess this. But I don't think it's possible. But if he makes it happen, which is even ridiculous, 71% is too high now to borrow. Maybe at least 30 or 35%, but 71%, that's too high.
So who's going to even give him the money?
Huh? Yeah, I don't
give
know.
him the money.
Yeah, so we need to explain to Nigerians where these funds are going to come from. What is
Emeka, let's ask Emeka, in that budget, how much is provision for debt repayment?
It's not that they are still owing now. They are still owing. They are
That's
still
what
owing.
I'm
They
saying.
have
How
debt.
much in that budget? How much did they allocate for
So
debt repayment? And they want to still borrow on top.
If you borrow
him that amount,
if you borrow this
joking
much,
around.
what happens the next year then?
What did you say, Emeka?
I think he's just joking around, if you ask me. Because you said over 71% of who is going to borrow? Maybe you can borrow up to 40%, which means the budget you set, you are not going to implement it. So you are setting a budget for the media to carry your name. Just like what I don't know. Is it the last speaker? I don't know. I've forgotten the name. I wanted to say this Martin.
That was BT Babati.
Oh, Babati, yeah. So if you borrow 71% this year, 2025, how much will you borrow again? Let's see. Anyway, I think
if we kill that state with debt now, that is what it means. And they have
I wonder if they can foreclose a state. Maybe with the first state they will foreclose.
No, it doesn't matter. Because if you're borrowing 71% of your budget, right?
They just sell it to Lagos. Let Lagos come and control that place.
You know, guys.
Lagos annex.
On a more serious note, they need to return some of this state back to their original state. Like Ekiti needs to go back to Oyo. They need to all this small. If you're not commercially viable, at some point we don't.
It was never under Oyo now.
No. So sorry. Not the.
And Delta and Edo needs to be merged together to Bendel State. We prefer Bendel State now.
My point is that we don't need. I think we have too many states in Nigeria. We don't need 36. Maybe like 18 or 19 or 12 or 15. That range. 36 is ridiculous.
So how do you bring government close to the
people? Emeka, I came to respond to you. Hello, can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I just came in because of that budget stuff. Emeka, can you remind me of an animal Africans always call the most stupid? There is an animal when we want to say somebody is very stupid, we call the person that animal.
Is it a donkey?
No. It's a common animal in Africa.
Goats, man.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. If there is a state called Goat State, that is all that is in the
including Emeka. Emeka is one of them, right?
Take it easy. That's Emeka's state. That's Emeka's state.
That's why I came in now. You understand? That's why I came in. Initially, I would have just kept quiet. How can a man go and borrow 71%? Jesus
Let me
Christ.
finish. I'm in the middle of a sentence. if there is a state called Goat State, irrelevantly saying that is a state that is only goats that exist there, I will not wish them to be ruled by Alex Otti. But it is what it is. And I overheard somebody this night saying he might be a potential president representing the Igbo. Is that how much Nigeria is being hated by its own citizens?
Okay,
Well, a lot of people rate him highly.
Let me take it back. That was me. I actually had high hopes for him, but let me take that back. after this budget, I'm like, nah, it's not him, man. Maybe somebody else. Yeah, that's. I thought he had. I mean, because of the love that they have for him is what the reason I brought his name as a potential. Like if he performs well, that he has this potential to usurp Peter Obi in the Labour Party movement. But so I'm not impressed with this presentation. So you never know, man. You never know.
I miss Ben Ayade's budget. He used to have the best budget. Yeah, quantum infinitum. That was his last budget for his state. Quantum infinitum.
David Umahi. To me, I love David Umahi. That is working. That guy, I think. I don't know why they don't like him. Maybe they have their political tussle.
I don't know. I don't know why we don't make more of a big deal of David Umahi. He's an achiever now, a worker and an achiever. Some people will rate him higher than Wike in terms of. I think he rates higher than Wike.
I mean, yeah, he clearly does. If he had more funds, imagine if he had funds like Rivers does. I mean, he would have done more. I believe. I think we'll have done more. So it will be somebody that I will look out to. If his people support him, though, that has a political feature at the federal level in Aso Rock someday. I mean, how old is he now? Is he man? Is he in his 60s?
I could check, but I suspect if he is, then it will be very early. It looks like a man in his 50s to me.
Somebody younger. But back to this state budget. Sorry, I meant Ondo. Return Ekiti back to Ondo State. That would be the way to go. All this mushroom carry any state, we need to return them back to where they belong. We don't need that way. We don't. Then you say, how would you get common close to the people? Create more local government councils and empower them to do more. You don't need to have 36 states. So that way we'll not be having all this ridiculous budget presentation to very nauseating to even read. But Abia, I want them to do well. If they do well in Abia State, we all do well. Okay? It bothers me because here's the point. Each time I read that Lagos is now getting 1,000 people a day, it bothers me because that means Nigeria is not doing well. The more inflow you have into Lagos, it's bad for Nigeria. It's bad. If people are trooping into Lagos, that means everywhere else is not doing well. So I want Edo to become something where everybody will rush to. I want Aba to become something like that. Sokoto, Kano, everybody should have something going that people can run to. Lagos is the most smallest state in Nigeria, but yet you're having this influx of people on the day.
But do you not think it would need a deliberate policy? Because I agree with you, by the way, by the government to create.
Remember when Tinubu's wife was in the Senate? And they raised this bill they wanted to, for each geopolitical zone, they want to have special, what do you call it? Special clinical states for each region, where the government will pour this massive investment into to build up. And the bill was struck down. So I think for each geopolitical zones, maybe Abuja in the central, Kano, just pick one. And then pour into it some kind of investment into.
Can I interject?
Like that. Go ahead, ma'am.
For what you just said, what did the government pour into Cross River State when Donald Duke was the governor and he did that massive projects he did? I'm mentioning Cross River State because if I mention how much did government pour into Lagos, some people will say it was the former capital. That's why I mentioned Cross River State. I don't really understand what you mean by government should pour in fund, because funds have already been poured in.
No.
Severally.
Because let me
if you
clarify.
listen,
Let me clarify so you know, please.
Okay.
Let me clarify what I mean. When they call something special status states, that means they enjoy some certain benefits for businesses that come there. That means they anchor the business for that region, like the way Lagos does for other states. But when you make Lagos the official anchor for, let's say, Southwest now, people can have, let's say I have my main office in Lagos and I have some branches in Ibadan or those states. The kind of tax system that you will have for that company will be different because they have something anchored to Lagos. So it's a way of making that place like the hub for everybody. We don't have that right now officially in Nigeria.
No, you don't know. That's what we said. We do. Let me give you a typical example. Company like Mobile could not move their headquarters. It was in Ekiti for so many years. The same thing with Shell. They could not. Even when they struggled to get the permission of the federal government, they said it should be administrative headquarters, not the main headquarters. So where is the money? Where is that money that is being pumped into those states? Where is it? Nigerians are not asking. That's the question Nigerians should be asking, because monies are being pumped in. Are you gonna talk about Delta State?
Now,
Delta State should be looking like
I always do. Forget Delta, for instance. I
won't forget it.
No. Do you know when it comes to that money, those allocations? I always talk about Bayelsa State. That the kind of funds that they get in that state, they should not be what they are right now.
I am not talking about allocation, federal government allocation. You're talking about money. I'm talking about taxes they collect from these multinationals. You don't know the billions is running into. Where is that money? Where is that money? Nigerians won't ask about that.
Yeah, but because everybody is focused on Abuja, which is a problem. I've always said we should focus on our states. And if you look at what the government is doing right now, even the kind of reform that they are bringing in, you can see that is geared towards making the states viable economically. But now, that now depends on how creative your governor is. If your governor is not that smart or creative in this new administration, your state will suffer. So if you look at the kind of policy that Tinubu is designing for Nigeria right now, in transportation and electricity, for instance, governors are not coming together. You can see what's going on with Ogun, Lagos, and Oyo. You've seen Ekiti also come into play as well. So the question is, where are the other states coming into play? You must be active in this new political dispensation now. This new sector requires that you, if you cannot fund it yourself, you must meet with neighboring states and say, guys, let's do something together when it comes to power, when it comes to a real system. That is the new Nigeria now. So it depends on how creative your governor is that can make your state viable economically. So I do get your point in regards to that position, that we should pay more attention to our state rather than Abuja. So I get your point on that one. So it's just I get what you said.
All right.
They like calling me names. They've not started. One man.
Who called you names? Nobody called you.
They call me names.
Oh, you mean the comment section? Don't pay attention to that. Why do you?
They've already given. I don't think they can do worse to you than they did to Ekene already today.
One man. I'm just messing around with them. Look, let me tell you. If that is the only way they can honor their things, I don't care. But I think I will be ready for them in 2026, 27 election. They think they have the monopoly of being rude, flexing in the internet. We will do the show. I'm ready now as I speak. But whatever I have will not be important until 2026. I will not behave like Atiku, who is a dumbhead. Something you want to use to rancor the situation, you wait, the person won an election, finish everything, then you start rancoring the environment with it. I don't do that. 2026, share they said that headless mob. I am ready. For their information, nothing you do to me, Odavi, it doesn't. I don't care, because I'm somebody who speaks in the public, and I have been able to understand how the public behave. If you are not telling them what they want to hear, you are in trouble. And they will not even tell you the reason why they don't want to hear that. They will just tell you they don't like it. So I don't care. They can honor their pains, but I hope they will be able to honor their pains come 2026. They said I should bring it on. I am ready now, and I will definitely bring it on.
All right. This last one, right?
Yes. So it's a human interest sort of a narrative, but it is one of those quagmire sort of avoid anyone who prioritizes his or her career over having a family. They don't make good partners. So it's a case of chicken or egg, isn't it? And the family has to eat, but then of course the family needs more than food.
Right. It depends on the question is, at what stage of your life are we talking about this? Are you in your 40s or your 50s, in your 20s? Obviously, when as a man, for instance, in your 20s and early 30s, your priority, of course, will be your career, right? Building something for a woman to come into and invest into, right? No woman wants a man that has nothing going on, right? So you want that 15-year period to build yourself up for a woman to, you're supposed to provide comfort, protection and care for a woman, and and the kids you have with her. So I think maybe they were more addressing the modern woman now. I think that's what this is geared towards. That's what they're trying to. Anthony's for the men.
It's a difficult space for women these days because they're having to evolve out of their traditional spaces. But then the new spaces that they're coming into is costing them a lot.
Because ideally, I don't see. It's my opinion. Okay, I don't think women really want to walk that. And if I really ask them, forget what you see on TV. If I tell a woman that you make 200K a year, right? If I as your husband can give you that same 200K and ask you not to work, will you still go to work? Most would say no. I would just stay at home and have. I don't think most of them really want to work. So I get that, but at the same time, it's finding the balance. If you want that education, do it early, or like the Mexicans will do in America. They have all their kids first, then they pursue the career second. So everybody fights. You figure out a way of doing it. But to say that because they're focusing on the career at a particular point in time in their life means that they don't want to have family. They don't have. I'm not buying to that way of thinking. We have to adjust to the modern world, and in this modern society, in most societies right now, you need 2 paychecks to even run the household, right, woman? You need 2 paychecks to run the household, so you can't blame people for adjusting to what is really going on in the world today. But woman, before I wrap it up, did you touch on that wiki issue again? With the level of people are really
all right. Since we've opened up that wiki space, let me trail your commentaries on that space with a little clip.
Right.
Do you know what a diss track is? Do you know what a diss track is?
Yeah.
Do you remember that YouTube phase when the Paul brothers and KSI were diss tracking each other?
Yeah. Those clowns.
Yes, it looks as though they're about to revive that. But the diss tracks now is coming out of River State. So they've now turned the politics into diss tracks. Listen to this.
For the interest of our dear state. Thank you, and may God bless every one of you.
Nobody worry, nobody worry, nobody oh day, oh day. Ah, day by day. Day by day. Nobody worry, nobody.
So now, this is where it is now. So he has got to hire a band. Day your day, make I day my day. So he has got to hire a band. We can this track now.
One man. I was engaging some political figures but even at that local government council level in Rivers today on Clubhouse, very prominent one. Clubhouse is amazing, by the way. And I was, I asked a question. I said, in my opinion, they would have been better served if they stayed in the PDP, and they would have dealt with the governor better because they control the house, right? 25 members, whatnot. The man told me, he said, "Listen, the people in Rivers are very different from the Southwest. They are different people. Like they have what we call strong head that." They fight to the finish in that state. It's a cultural thing. So that what we are seeing right now, we should get our popcorns ready. That's what they told me from that place, that we should get our popcorn ready. It's going to be a long 4 years. So because I'm like, wait a minute, why would you resign? Then leave it up to the court to decide whether you can return back to your office or not. Because now, according to I believe the law says if you leave your party, you can't join. You can't continue unless there's chaos in your current political party, right? One man, is that the current law, right? You can't. If you leave a political party, you must resign unless the party.
Yeah. That seems to be what. Unless Ogbeni will educate us on that. Yeah.
Why would you then leave that?
But you remain in the office until INEC declares it so.
So technically, they are still active, right?
Yes, obviously in the office, nobody can declare.
Right. So sorry, Babati, but they are in the office. But are they in the office as PDP parliamentarians? Can they be?
No, they are in the office as APC. Since
I mean, as APC, yes. Can they cross carpet and still hold on?
Yes, they can if there's
turmoil in their own
political party.
Yes,
and which is a question of fact. So you will need to establish otherwise. It's a question of fact. So an INEC who could declare their seat, or if INEC fail, then other party can go to court to have that seat declared vacant. But any other person, the governor cannot say.
Ogbeni, here's the bigger point I was trying to make. Fubara is in a damn you do, damn you don't stay, because you can't go back to Wiki to apologize, because it's going to remind you of that what happened to somebody where you apologize but you're already done politically. So he has to see this through. He can't go back to Wiki anymore. He has to see through. But what I want to confirm from you, maybe you've heard. Do you think that the article part of the PDP do they have anything to do with this, where they are? Because the Fubara agreed to a deal with Wiki, right, to make him governor. They had some terms and agreements, right?
Yeah.
So now, if he's going to go back on that agreement, did he have that in mind before he signed up to that deal? Like he used Wiki to get there, or he really wanted to do what Wiki wanted, but something else happened? Maybe a different part of PDP and in his ear. Like, do you think that? What do you think is really going on to make him renegade on that promise to Wiki to be his boy, quote unquote? Because Wiki needs that quote unquote party structure to remain relevant in the political space. If that is taken away from him, it becomes irrelevant. So, what do you think happened from that Fubara's perspective, in your opinion? Just want to see your take on that before I wrap it up.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah. I'm asking, like, what is Fubara thinking? Like, what for me? If he were in his mind, in his head, what do you think? What, because he's been quiet. It's like a what you might call Kaja. He doesn't say that much, but he's a ruthless, quiet guy. One man. He doesn't say that much, but he has a lot of honesty. But what do you think he's thinking? Like, what is his own political game plan?
I think it's a normal human being thing. Because his antecedents show that he has been very loyal to Wike. They said he's been loyal. They've been together for a very long time.
Yeah.
Him
But what changed? Is like, what changed? What changed?
Yeah. So for me, I just believe it's human being thing. Once you have power, you have to assert power, and you have to be in control. You have to take over the structure of the political structure in the state. If you fail to take over the political structure, then you will just be a puppet throughout, and you just be like somebody. Second time, you won't be able to get it. So this is the time for him to take over that political structure in the state. So for me, I believe the major problem between the two was probably the governor reneging some promises he has made. And
Yeah, no, stay with me. I know it's on that promise, but why? What triggered that? Something must have happened to say, "I promised you this before. I'm not doing it now," because obviously,
I want to believe that money is involved here, and I believe it's state money, and I believe the governor feel like if I continue remitting this XYZ amount to you, it makes you more powerful than the governor. So I need to print some of your wins, so that you remain in Abuja. You're still powerful, but you are not as powerful as me because I'm now the #1 citizen.
but you see the level of influence Wiki has in his government now. Look at the level of resignation. You see that he has a lot of.
Yeah, well, those resignations are counterintuitive because if there are wicked loyalists resigning from this guy's administration, then of course those positions will be filled, but this time by his own loyalists.
But one man, is the problem. Even if he hires somebody else, how do you know that person is not working for Wiki? You know, he can't vet.
No, he will hire people. Of course, he will have people that he trusts.
Okay.
The way Wike trusted him, right? One man.
Does he really have that structure?
He will have hire people he trusts the way Wike trusted him, right?
So that is so thank you, Gary, for saying that. So he's going to have trust issues now because he's like he won't trust anybody because
do you think it's wrong to take on the fight that he's taking on? Because the thing is, hold on. The thing is either a governor or is not now. He cannot be a governor and have somebody puppeteering him from the top and telling him when he can go to the toilet or not.
Why did he agree to do it in the first place? My question.
Thank you.
Why did you agree?
You know, as it stands now, about 8 or 9 of the commissioners have resigned.
When people speak, you listen to them carefully. I listen to them carefully. Wike said, and I quote, that he is learning from Lagos. When he was leaving, he left a lot of projects. He did the ones he wants to do. There are some he did have. If you listen to him during his campaign, he said he was leaving those projects for continuity. That's the word he used. He worked for Lagos, handing over. I don't know what you people mean by puppet. If the project is done in River State today, it will not go to the credit of Wike because Wike is no longer the governor. If anything is going on in River State today, it's not going to go either to Wike's failure or to his credit. So I don't even understand this word puppet. That means in Lagos State, somebody was a puppet. Is that what you people were telling me? And the face of Lagos was changing every day. You see, this is one thing states in Nigeria has not been able to establish. It's only Lagos that has been running on it. And the face of Lagos keep changing every day, every day. Anytime any other states try to do it, by hook or by crook, people run out in the street and start saying puppet, godfatherism. Either you are a governor, you are not a governor, you are. So why is it being done in Lagos and it's working? Why are we not shouting puppet? And why are we not shouting, is that governor or they're not being governor? This is what should be established in every state in Nigeria, because I'm not saying it must be somebody, but make sure the governor hands over to somebody who will continue.
The master plan that you already have for the state, you must have a plan that you must follow through.
You must have a plan. All these abandoned projects, grasses is growing on it. Somebody can start his own, he's not concluding it, grasses is going on. How long will Nigerians continue like that? What is wrong? According to some people, they said the rail line, it was who? Jonathan that started it. Didn't Buhari complete it? Niger Bridge, some people even claim that Jonathan has even almost finished building it before Buhari came and concluded. What is important to a Nigerian is that the project is concluded. What is all this puppet or hair puppet? Anyway, let me say this. Whatever that is blowing the drum, beating the drum for Fubara in the bush, and Fubara is dancing, all I want to say is that let that thing, he should make sure that thing continue playing that drum.
Madam, can I ask you?
That drum should not stop.
No.
Halfway,
Can I ask you,
dancing.
Who is playing that drum for him? Is what I want to know. Is it the PDP somewhere? Who is playing?
No,
the
it's not PDP. It's
So,
not PDP. I have said that here, and I will say it again. That is a well orchestrated political effectiveness. That's the word I will use.
But no, who is playing the drum? No,
no, the name.
Yeah,
But it's not PDP.
I think it may be Rotimi Amechi that is.
It's not Rotimi Amechi.
Really?
It's not Rotimi. Those people don't. The people you people are mentioning don't have that power to empower that guy. That's all I can say. But if everybody think I'm stupid the way I used to be, that's
no, you don't have to be saying you do. Everybody thinks nobody thinks you're
hold on. I'm saying that
people are calling that is the one empowering him or beating the drum for him. They don't have such power.
No, we don't know who they are.
For him.
We don't know. I'm saying that.
I told you now. Me, I know, and I have told you. That's why I said if anybody thinks I'm speaking rubbish, that's
but you've not said anything. You are saying it.
I removed PDP. I removed Rotimi Amechi. I'm not going to call any other name. The people
so that's the thing. All right, let's get back to your bit here. You're talking in abstract. So
okay, I'm saying that one man to counter what you said. Obviously, he agreed to some deal with Wiki. Right? Okay, I make it governor. You do my bidding ABCD, like AI was alluding to, complete our project ABCD, whatnot. So something happened to make him again. Okay, I will not follow through anymore. Who or what made him do that? They had the issue about money allegedly. We're not sure that is, but Wiki is also desperate at this point. Okay, so that's what I want to know. What triggered that? If anybody knows, they can respond to that question, woman. Like AI has secret intel that she doesn't want to share with the platform.
She always speaks in abstract, and then she will say, but if you guys think I'm stupid.
No, what I said is that it is a political strategy. That's the word I used.
Yeah, being played by whom?
One man, I don't know, but it's not PDP. Neither is it Amechi.
So the man just woke up and said one day, okay, I'm going against my girlfriend, and that's so. But Martin said, "Oh man, even if anybody goes away and it has different people, he's going to have trust issues, one man, because every time and every 5 minutes, because he will not trust anybody in his own government. So what is the point of being a governor when you cannot trust anybody in your own government? You become pretty much useless because you always be in the fear of people taking over or taking advantage of you in the government. So I don't know what kind of policy. So the reason I asked that question because I want to know
what is he thinking? What is behind this political move by Fubara? I want to know if anybody knows. What is he trying to achieve? If I get to a deal and I don't want to do it anymore, why don't I want to do it anymore? What is the game plan here? Is this idea of the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing going on here, where it was approached by a different group to say we hate Wiki, let's help you take him down? Is that what is going on here?
No, Babati, let me tell you something. Rivers State is not a swing state. If any politician who wants to win Rivers State as it is now, define a party for Rivers State, is not going to win it. That's all I have to say. If you call any, I've said this before, if you pick your phone now and call any Rivers State person, I say, where are you people now? He will tell you he doesn't know.
But
that's the situation in Rivers State.
Does not bother you that people think about it? I'm a governor. I made a deal with my godfather. We are having issues, and my workers are resigning in droves. That should bother you as the governor of the state.
That's why I said that he doesn't have that political cloud. But people are saying he does.
Then who is backing him up then? If he doesn't have that much weight, how can I have no political sagacity, I have no political weight. Why will I go against a Wiki if I know I don't have that more political power? What can he Monroe? What am I thinking? Somebody has to be assuring him of something somewhere for him to be doing what he's doing. What I'm saying.
Obviously, you're right. Somebody.
Then who is that? Who are those people? Who are those people?
I don't know.
I think it's Rotimi Amechi, BT. I think Rotimi Amechi is orchestrating this guy using his political experience to I think he's promised to unbuckle him from Wiki and is showing him how.
And Rotimi Amechi never won any election.
How do you mean?
That powerful, right?
It was two-term Rivers State governor. It was the director general of Buhari campaign twice.
Outside, and he couldn't win Rivers State.
He won the presidency for Buhari twice.
And he couldn't win it in Rivers State.
Well, what does it matter? We all know what went down in Rivers State.
About Rivers State.
No, Wike shot his way through to that. It was guns that Wike. We all know what happened in Rivers State now.
And you think it will happen again?
Can I?
Wait. What point are you making? Get to the main point, then we know what conversation. You are confusing us somewhat with that.
I'm not confusing anybody, one man. I am not confusing anybody. But I will not come to a global platform and start mentioning names. You said that is Rotimi Amechi. I said, why is he not, just as Ajani Koko asked the other day, why is he not winning the state if he has such political clout? You said he won. I said, why didn't he win Rivers State? Twice. He never won. You said he's gunning, that this guy gunned his way to it. And then I asked a simple question. And you think it won't happen again? You said, what am I talking about?
Okay, I think that Fubara will gun his way through. Is that what you're saying?
Can I add one more?
You said Wike gunned his way through, and I asked, you think Wike cannot do it again?
He doesn't have the levers to gun it. He's not the CEO of the state anymore.
But
one man, for your information, when he became the governor of Rivers State, he wasn't the CEO of Rivers State. Amechi was.
Yes. Yeah, but Amechi was not in play then.
Okay.
Can you take us to where you actually want? You talk in abstract so much. Zita is.
Okay.
Babati.
Let's say what we can actually for that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But because once you bring up Amechi's name, now you're dragging Tinubu is going to be involved because this. I think this. If that is true that Amechi is involved, let's say that is true, one man, then I can safely assume that this is coming from the anger from the primaries of what happened in the primaries.
Yeah, of course. That guy, I think, is dedicated the rest of his life to the destruction of Tinubu.
So this is that drags Tinubu into the fight now. How does that play out? Because Tinubu needs, we all know Lagos, Rivers, maybe Delta or Kano. You need those 3 or 4 states when you're running for anything. So it's more of a fight for the next cycle, right? That's what's really playing at play here. So how does that turn out? Because Tinubu is going to be dragged into this by crook or crook. He has to get involved. Do you find a way to make Fubara join APC at the expense of getting rid of Wiki or something?
I think Tinubu is already in it, but it wants to velvet glove it rather than use a steel fist.
Woman, at some point, he's going to have to use a steel fist at some point, because the way this is going, he's going to have to put his foot down. You can't let this thing get out of control, man. Because if you wait too long, you're going to have other political interests coming after the governor to seek his support for the next legislature cycle as well. You don't want that to play out. So what happens to Wiki? It becomes politically irrelevant if he loses those his powers in Rivers. So
you see, ultimately, they will. Fubara will still have to yield, and then we'll see some sort of public reconciliation, somewhat. But then there'll be mistrust. That guy. So he knows now that having made this move, he gets no backing for a second term. But does he even get to complete the first term?
That's the reason why I said it's too late to go back to apologize. He has to finish this through, because if you go back, you become an apody. That's it. You don't get second term. If you continue with this path, it might not end well for you either. You might get impeached. So where does he go? He's stuck in the middle. He's stuck in a hard place right now. I don't see. Okay, you tell me. Maybe join the APC. Maybe that's the only thing you can do. Tinubu, I'm an APC member now. Guarantee me second time, and I'll let everything slide. That is the only way.
And it's got Ganduje in the shadows as well, and you know him. You know.
So that is one I don't see. I don't know. That's the only way. Or do you
I don't really like what is going on in Rivers State. It's too early. It's too early.
Well, yes, because the governor opened it up now. So, and by the way, I'm not sure that I agree with you, Zita, that they can hold it in abeyance till 2027. I think it has to play out soon. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't hold it in abeyance. No, they won't. But I'm talking about presently what is going on. They are not holding it abeyance.
So, woman.
No, but you were saying sorry, Babate. You were saying keep the chaos going till 2027. I think you said that yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I said keep the chaos going till 2027. Abeyance doesn't mean that even if Fubara leaves, there is not going to be. Never mind.
All right.
Come on, don't leave us hanging.
No, Zita does that often, but
woman, what will be interesting too, that will tell us how this is going to end is, I want to see the first meeting of the new House of Assembly. So that will tell you where they're headed. So when they meet up for the first time, that will tell us what's good, right? Woman, do you agree with that? When they meet up for the new APC member House of Rep now.
Yeah, no, it'll be. I suspect that it will be a show of solidarity for Fubara.
No.
You mean the APC, the ones that crossed over?
The ones that are actually, the one that crossed over when they come together.
Those ones that crossed over.
Yeah.
I suspect they will one day you just see them resurfacing in that demolished site to sit. Watch out for it.
So you want to see what they have to say, because that will tell us where this is going. If they
will go to that site
and impeach him and
don't forget, they are more like they have moved to the ruling party now. They will have police to support them, to protect them, and
they have the media and everything now.
Why sitting in that place?
When did they carry the match?
You said?
Did the man carry the match? Where is the match?
They will look for one mess now.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Okay, but can I ask let me ask you.
Only one the apple.
But hold on. If they meet, like you said, if they come to that because it's going to be very significant if that happens. They have the cameras there. They have the backdrop of those demolished buildings. If what kind of bills because they will make something very what kind of bills do you think they will pass if that happens? Where they,
If they sit,
Mhm.
if they sit in that place, then if they sit in that place, then they are sitting in accordance with the constitution.
Right.
If they sit outside that place,
what
then
about the
another
mesh?
Ladoja matter is on the. That's another Ladoja matter. No, Ladoja was in the case because
Ibadan,
he
yeah.
went to Girovans Hotel to sit, and the court said no, you can't leave the seat of authority and go to Girovan to sit. So I suspect under a under a secured or under the security of Nigerian police or something like that,
The
they
army
will
or
go
whatever,
back
yeah.
to that place, they will go and sit in that place and they will legislate. Now,
No, but
what
no. I'm asking you, like, when that happens, what kind of bill will you think will come out for that from that first meeting?
So if I'm in their position and I'm a politician, which I'm not, the first thing we have to do is to pass a bill to declare the destruction of that House of Assembly as being unlawful and place every blame and every liability on the governor to be repaid even after he leaves the office. They should declare him as the enemy of the state for destroying the symbol of authority and asset of authority of the state. They will gazette that. That's the first thing they have to do.
Okay. Secondly,
right. So once they are done with that, secondary, they start the impeachment process against the governor. They will start it, then they will pass it, and then send it to the CJ to constitute a committee, or they will invite him to appear before them to defend himself. I know by now they'll be cooking something somewhere around, but if they make a mistake of sitting outside that premises, they are making a serious mistake that will lead to a long litigation battle for them. And that man will be in the office for 4 years.
but Ogbeni, don't you think that like better that same scenario plays out, but they still remain in the PDP? Like, let's say they were still in the PDP, but the same scenario played out, but they were in the PDP, they didn't leave the party. Don't you think that would have been better? Supposed to
there must be a reason. There must be a reason why they moved to APC.
Okay.
There must be politically. There must be a reason why they moved to APC. And I think one of the gains or the gains from the whole thing now, except that they ought to have ensured, politically speaking now, I'm not talking as a lawyer, they ought to have ensured that there's a division within their party, at least at the state level, division within PDP, at least at the state level, before their defection. Because as it is now, it may result to a free ride for them, for any law court to throw them out. Because it is obvious by facts there are no division within PDP as I time they live until now, as I time they left until now. And
also,
lost
it gives credence to them going after the governor for I see your point. I see your point. But
So, there's something I want to ask you. Can they sit without the mess?
No, they must sit with the mace. But
they said the thing is with Fubara.
The question you now ask yourself is that only one mace? The answer is no. It's the clerk of the House of Assembly that take care of the mace. And it's not only one. They use different ones. Okay. You remember Edo matter now? The same thing with Edo when they went to remove roof and then took their mace. Another mace of mace now, and they use it. Don't forget, it was the same River State they used mace to beat one guy like that, and they broke in the mace. So they have a lot of mace now. If another ones of, as long as they come together and there's clerk there, they have their speaker, and they form quorum, and they are sitting within the premises of authority, then they are sitting within the confines of what the Constitution provides. Okay. That's the way I see it. It's a long battle.
How do you think this plays out? How do you think this plays out, in your own opinion?
So eventually, they will make a move to impeach that governor. They will make a move to impeach him. They will send to the CJ of the state. Already, the governor is already having issue with the CJ, I think. So the ball will be in the court of the CJ to constitute a panel. So if you constitute a panel, if the panel will invite the governor to come. I know the governor will not appear before them. He will still be going up and down. If the governor refuses to appear, they will give him a chance to appear again. If he refuses, then they will conclude on his matter and send him back to the House of Assembly. Then the House of Assembly eventually impeached him. What I'm thinking is, if it now comes, because look at it from this angle, as it stands now, your commissioners have resigned. If you're appointing new commissioners, you need to send them to the House of Assembly for ratification, right? Which House of Assembly is going to see to ratify your Attorney General and all those 9 commissioners?
He have 4 persons assembly with him now.
He have 4
persons assembly.
He said he's appointed to all those 4 to go and ratify for him. You see the issue now, so it's a very messy one. I just think politically they should resolve this issue. And if he goes back now to resolve that issue with Wike and he bows to Wike, that's somebody treatment they will give him eventually. He will not smell second time in that state. They will just manage him to the end of this section.
Is it too late to resolve the issue? Because the trust has been, there's nothing that he will say to Wike that will make Wike trust him anymore.
I think it is too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
So is it that Wike gets rid of him or he defeats Wike? So it's a fight to the death now.
They will settle like cat and dog, but they will be each suspecting each other, but one will have an upper hand, which is Wike eventually. So if Wike
they can never settle again. How do I describe it?
That ship has sailed. The die is cast.
It cannot. No, everything is broken, and they can't.
You start starting this tune now before you start doing what you do.
But I thought you said the whole River State is for him.
Don't mind those people. Those one where they talk now out of sentiment.
Madam Sita, don't mind them. When almost 9 commissioners don't resign, which River State people?
They said if you remove Fubara, they blow down the pipelines. River State will boil.
And the job people, and they are mostly
their president.
That was Aizon as Celibis yesterday.
No. Then they talk all these things yesterday and they laugh. Hey. They said they go cry, no, everybody go come from Gabon, from Saudi Arabia, all the jungle they come. Hey.
You see my point though. Kini governor to make you move here. I will look to learn. Abi, that's the question.
He doesn't need to
absolute power corrupt absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying now. He doesn't need to have anybody to Tilaya there now. He's a governor.
He never tasted power before. He's just having a taste of power for the first time, and he's just running it illegally, absolutely legally. He doesn't. I don't know.
I'm saying the man agreed to a deal with Wike. You will be out. You get by accident. You agreed to something. Why do you want to go with let's be looking at that now.
But it happens now. It's not the first time in Nigeria now. It happens now. Look at Andy Uba and Ngige. Look at there are a lot of examples like that now.
Even Peter Obian is Peter Obian whatever.
Yes, in Abga. And so it does happen. The point I know is that human beings, just give them power, they have to assert. And it is natural. You need to assert yourself first. And then let that other person know that you are now in charge. There's a new sheriff in town. But my own is that demolishing the House of Assembly, you've taken it too far. You've not even that's a symbol of authority. That's an asset of authority for the state. You know.
But they said that some engineers said that the structure was kind of weak after the bombing or whatever. That's the reason they demolished it.
So
nobody's buying that lie though.
It's simple now. And your commissioner in charge of property, all those things have resigned. So when did you convey meetings of your executives and agree on that? Or you didn't pass it through your commissioner at the right ministry or department? Yeah. So
Ogweni, how good is your Yoruba language?
Jamie.
Yes.
This woman,
Yes.
You, how good is your Yoruba language, woman?
We're about to test it. Ogbeni, how good is your Yoruba language?
Yoruba language so dagba.
Oh, all right. If I start a proverb now, can you complete it?
Well, my depend on the proverb here.
Right. Ogun akotele.
Ìparọ̀ tó bá gbọ́n.
Oh, okay. So hold that and listen to this.
Your Excellency, my counsel is to you. God will help you. Don't see more than what you are supposed to see. The moment you want to see more than you are supposed to see, you begin to see spirit. Oh. I know we go. I know we go. Now, if you say he will fight you, it's either you surrender or you look for that trouble to the end. God will not find you weakest problem. Oh. He has.
So there it is right there. Ogbeni Ogun akotele. Nigeria, man. You know, he has to play to the end. He has. He cannot. Because he has to play this thing to the end, and he will lose.
You're about to say, "Palangbare ti segi." At this point,
woman, he might not
can't go
lose.
back.
It depends.
What under what circumstances do you see him winning?
He joins the APC.
No,
that's the only way he can survive this. Go and join the APC. That's it.
But if he joins the APC, are they then going to substitute him for Wike?
That's my point. You just make a deal with Tinubu. Listen, I know you want this state for your election. I guarantee you the structures. I work for you. You make me the weekend. You get to the
weekend. No. He cannot be trusted in that area. Forget it. He cannot.
It's politics.
Nobody can trust Fubara.
No, because he's the current governor. He has the money. He has the funds. And he's going to take over the structure very soon if he keeps going in this direction. So you make a deal with the devil again. You want my state? I want to go for second term. Let's make a deal. That's it. Join the ABC.
I'm sure the EFCC are already calling in the account of that state as we speak.
I'm telling you.
But that means Tinubu has to bring Wike and Fubara together.
That's
you don't have Wike. Wike is already in Tinubu's camp now. So to push him forward like that, they have to persuade Wike. They have to settle that course.
Wike also has to declare that he's a member of APC officially. All this PDP one day APC, he then have to play that game. So that's the only way they play. Because once they're gonna say I'm APC now, that forces Wike to say, "Oh more, you must do the needful." First, they would have done APC.
Wike's membership in PDP is strategically important to Tinubu.
Yeah, I was just going to say that they need him more in PDP than APC.
But what? Okay, pray for the government.
Cancer ni fún party yẹn. It should remain there.
But one man, Madam Zita, which kind of politics we can call Wike? I don't understand that guy.
Wike is an enigma. You can't decode Wike now.
Wow.
Yes, I think Wike is introducing a new political language to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Wow.
Woman, usually when you remember what happened to Ike now, usually when you join the other party and they give a powerful position, it doesn't usually end well for you if you are one leg in, one leg out. But so far, it's playing it safe. So I don't know how.
But as he finally leave PDP or be still PDP member, which is this people on the fence or what?
And he said, nobody knows. None. One day is PDP, next day APC.
It'd be interesting to see when PDP are having their convention.
And it shows up as
go and sit at the high table. I've seen your daddy. I've seen, oh my God, 3-dimensional chess, 7-dimensional.
You know, Wiki article on the same high table, and this guy from the NFP that was suspended that might go back to the PDP.
Yeah, Kwakwanso.
Yeah, imagine 3 of them on the high table somewhere, just deceiving themselves.
Imagine everybody will come with their retinue of AK-47s.
Or Peter will go back to PDP as well.
Can you imagine that?
That would be interesting to watch. That would be interesting. I want that, man. In fact, I am praying for that. I want people to say, you know what? I want to go back to the PDP. That convention would be wonderful. It would be amazing to watch that convention, man. Shit.
But Babati, can he killed PDP in this past election? He ruined them.
No, but
Look how
now,
he ruined PDP now.
Thomas. But remember, now it's not coming back to the political party. He now has 6 million votes now. He now has the political capital now. So when he returns to the PDP, he has this, compared to the way it was before. Now he has something to say. He has something to offer. He has followers.
Babati, they're supposed to be throwing him stones when if you want to go back to PDP.
Atiku is the one that why would they still allow Atiku in the PDP? Is what I don't understand. Why I did not told him out yet. Why is Atiku sitting in the PDP? I don't understand.
Why won't he be in PDP?
It's not good for their party now.
Although they have grounds to get rid of him now.
Yes,
I don't think there's anything that defines anti-party activities more than what Wike is doing. He's slowly bleeding the party from the inside, and nobody can get rid of him.
See, one man, when you allow somebody to do everything, if the person wants to have everything, he will. That's what is happening in PDP. I've said this before, and I will say it again. PDP members in Nigeria, more especially the renowned ones, are the most stingy politicians I have ever seen. When their party died, they refused to resurrect that party. They ran away. All of them. They allowed Wike to do everything. And now, he wants to have everything. I don't know how they're going to get it from him, but if they feel they can, they should go ahead.
All right. BT, are you still there? Back to you.
Yeah, I think let me just conclude for now. But thank you for letting me. I usually don't take this much time to speak for this line of time.
Yes, it's I think this is probably the longest. You usually just do it in snapshots.
Yeah, when I just come with, I give you that quick shot and just So thank you guys, but it's a good session so far. And,
but come back with that. That's now new discovery of where the Yoruba language came from, according to your.
What happens is I'm always very careful when I try to bring people in your show. Because I've promised
here now. One more.
Is that Oguro speaking?
I will deal with you when the show is over. Don't worry, I will handle your problem. Don't worry. But the most serious not one man. What happens is once you invite people on your show that are into spirituality or finance, whatever, they come around and they listen to the show. And when they come in, if they're hearing the banter, whatever, they might feel uncomfortable, like they don't want to come on. So sometimes that's what happens. So I'm very, like I don't want to.
Yes, I think I've had that experience a couple of times as well.
Like, I'm not sure about, So I'm not being that sometimes people check in to see, okay, what am I coming to? And they might listen to something that might find uncomfortable and they want to come on. I'm always maybe it might be one of the way it's not live or you just record it and you have that conversation with them and you paste it. I don't know, but so I'm going to try again and try to bring them on your show.
Yeah, we can do closed sessions. Actually, let me show you something. Actually, let me not show it because there's an element of confidentiality to it. But there was this big guest that I wanted to bring on, and then he popped in one of our rowdy sessions, and he says, "No, you can get lost." But I've sent him several clips now of other senior politicians coming in, just to tell him that the experience varies. But I'm still working on him anyway.
One man, this involves the issue of spirituality and beliefs, and people take that to a heart more than just politics. So if they listen to,
I've been desperately trying to open up that conversational space, but I cannot find, because it's not a conversational space that can just open up without the guidance of somebody that has I'm trying to open up so many conversational spaces. I want to open up that spirituality and Africanism. You know, but I need a hub to. I need somebody that can, so that we're just
So,
not talking nonsense. Yeah.
that's a space where I go and imagine me going to speak. I don't even I listen. I just listen.
Maybe you can because I'm on a clubhouse too. Maybe you can.
Let me invite you to some so you can engage them. I mean, you can engage. There's IFA 401. There's many platforms for different.
One man, don't let Babati change you to Ifa worshiper. You are a Christian.
No. But I want to document those Ifa narratives. Babati, if you can, if you're not happy saying it, if you pop it in the comment section, some of the spaces that you would recommend on Clubhouse,
where you can actually ask questions. So there's no details where when there's no Ifa Yoruba, there's Ifa it's tailored to your own peculiar culture or your Egba. So if you come in as an Oyo man, then they will tailor the response to you based on your own part of the culture. So they're very detailed and they know where you're coming from. If you're new to it, they address you, they respond to your questions. So they are very welcoming and open to that's why I like all these clubhouses where they actually take the time to explain to you in full details what if you're seeking guidance in that aspect. So they will explain to you what you need to know, So they're very detailed. I like engaging people in that realm. So I'm still learning myself. So I'm not all that. I'm not all into it yet. So that's the thing. So I will put some links in there for you, some good for you to join one man, and you can take it from there and engage the moderators from there and see how it goes.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let me take that as my cue to bail out now that Thomas is here. Just to acknowledge, I think it was you see, this is the thing. If Ayo is not around, then we don't get super chat. So that's just what it is. So thank you, Adiola, who's the Lone Ranger in that space. So the Lone Ranger in that space, I was even going to push you in the direction of our charity initiative, but I think I'll just leave that. But let me put it up because let me just do this. So sorry. Let me do this before I bail out. As you know, we're canvassing on behalf of an outreach initiative that we're engaged on. It's somewhat of we set a target of £1,000, which I thought we'd have hit on the day that we set it, because there was so much. In fact, you guys actually even pushed me to setting it up, but there it is. We got an Ade Yinka who actually kicked off that space. We started it 5 days ago, and he kicked it off on the day. And then this anonymous here for the 150, that's Kulata. And then we have Ayodele Ogunlowo. So he came in, and then Prince Daddy, of course, elegant as always. And then that's Thomas right there. So we have that, which shows a grand total of £395. But that's not the totality of what was raised. A guy that just wants to be known as Don, he privately added £100 to that. So that reads in total £495. So that's £495. And so what we're intending it for is an outreach. We're calling it a level up initiative. It's essentially to identify people within the Nigerian space that are that they are contending with the Nigerian situation, but they are putting up a fight. So they are putting up a fight, so they're not surrendered to the situation. And then whatever business they are, we want to parachute a certain amount of funds into that business to level them up, so they go up a scale from whatever it is that they are. So the money is not actually for them to buy food, whatever, is to invest back into their business to level them up. So one of the prospective, this lady here, and the person you'll see in this clip is her son, who is a member of this platform. So he's part of this initiative. He has now gone into the hinterlands of Maiduguri to identify a potential beneficiary. So this lady here, she's going to be our first beneficiary without a doubt. Her name is Zainab.
Ya labarin abinci. Akwai abinci. Me da me kuke sayarwa ne? Wannan ayi mutum yana ɗan
wallahi zan ɓata mu in ban shiga ba to ni to ki bari na wuce bari na wuce bari na wuce kama yayi
ya kasuwa.
ai shi ne duk ita da ke
akwai mutanen maganar da muka fara yi da ke mutanen one man platform wani mutane ne yan Najeriya amma suna zaune a kasashen turai to dangane da abubuwa da yawa da ke faruwa yanzu a ƙasar nan kuma na san sannan kuma insha Allah su kuma za su dubi yadda za a yi su ma su taimaka ko abin da ya kawo mu kenan. Amin. So idan kina da lokaci in za mu iya yin fira a nan to kuma za mu iya komawa gefe mai firan ma duka yadda kike so ne. Ta san da kokari. So yanzu yaya rayuwan kuke ciki yaya kuke fama? Saki jiki ki magana yake.
Yanzu ina da yara guda. Maza mata. Yaran nan baban su ya rasu kaga kuma ba zai yi yanzu ba har a cikin zauna ce je su haka ba. Akwai makaranta rayuwa, akwai ci, akwai sha, akwai sutura. Kuma bayan nan yarinya na guda ɗaya ba ta da lafiya.
Tabbas kin gaya mun lokacin da muka yi wancan maganar da ke?
Ba ta iya tafiya shekaran ta bakwai. Kaga irin wannan sai na tashi na tsaya kuma yadda yara suke yawo a garin.
So now that was Hassan speaking to Zainab. So that was Hassan speaking to Zainab, who will be the first beneficiary, unless anybody objects to it. I feel that she will be the first beneficiary of the initiative. So he was interviewing Zainab, and she was telling him about his about rather her life story, but of course a lot of it in Hausa language, so you may not have an understanding of what was being said. So I spoke to because I couldn't get the subtitle. So I spoke to Hassan to give us just a snapshot of what the lady's story was all about. So Hassan then sent in a voice note just to bring us up to speed with what is going on in Zainab's life. So this is the voice note that Hassan sent in.
Hey, one man. Obviously the video would not upload, so I'm trying to record a voice to keep the narrative straight. So the lady in that video, her name is Zainab. I knew Zainab through one of my outreaches to IDP camps. At some point she was displaced from one community, but her husband fell victim and died. So she's 23 years old. She has 5 children, and one of her kids, I think, is a special need kid. So that also adds, to the strain on the resources. And despite all this, the husband dying, and then she picked herself up and is looking after these 5 kids. even though she's sponsoring them to go to school, and that our government schools, at least she's doing something. I know of an effort she did previously out of that business to buy a wheelchair for, the disabled child. She has a disabled child. And I did the general attitude, they never say never, always looking at the positive side of the resilience. Yeah, that kind of attracted me to the way she was carrying herself, and not just uh, letting life beat you into defeat. So that attitude is, I think, praiseworthy, and whoever helps you know will be will be appreciated if she can eke out a living from the little that she has right now. Imagine what real help will do to her. I think she's like a matriarch to her kids now, and she's going to do a lot better, I believe. And yeah, and yes, our conversations in that video, which was mostly in Hausa, is me, inquiring generally about her life and how she has survived to this point, and then her telling me some of her, little problems and how positive she is about life, and also saying a thank you to the one man platform. If you listen carefully, I told her like twice or thrice to say it correctly. So that is just it. So even from me, I think this is a worthy effort, and I thank all those who have contributed, who want to contribute. There is a lot to do in the hinterland of Nigeria, and I hope this is a beginning to, doing better things and touching more lives as we move forward. So this is just a narrative, to go with the video. So take care, everyone. I cannot be on the program today again, but I wish you all the best, guys. So bye.
All right, thank you, Hassan. So that was Hassan telling us the backdrop to Zainab's storyline. So we'll be parachuting certainly to Zainab without a doubt, and I think we have sufficient enough to at least reach towards Zainab. So we've done things like this in the past. Although when we did this things like something like this in the past, we didn't actually canvass for money. We just did it quietly, and that was in the southwest. So we're doing this one now in the north, and then hopefully we'll be able to reach, even within what we have now. We should be able to impact somewhat Zainab, and still reach to the southeast as well. So that's the whole setup. I'll be shutting the GoFundMe down tomorrow. So anybody that wants to do it, do it. Don't feel pushed, but if you feel inclined, then just do it. Thomas, let me hand over to you, Thomas.
Before you go, one man,
Yeah.
I have a suggestion. If we can do one bag of rice at Azan's region, maybe when Ekene went to his interland as well, and one in Yoruba land, just one bag of rice, just share to people on the street, and the rest can go to the Zainab and any other people we want to do. I just want somebody to, eat something from that money. That's just my suggestion.
I think I think we have enough to do that already. Anyway, if we, because I was thinking maybe 200 to 250 to Zainab, which will still leave maybe enough for 2-3. I think they're saying a bag of rice is about 60K thereabout. So we should still be
60,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So and I was then thinking because I was actually depending on what we get in total. the NAB is a fight through story, but Hassan was also saying to me that there are victim stories that just needs something. So I was thinking if we're able to do 2 from the north, and then what's left, maybe then we'll use via Ekene to bag of rice to the southeast.
Yes, it does make sense. That makes sense. Let's see what we got, Mama. Let's close it tomorrow. If
Yes,
anything we have, that's what we
we'll
are going
definitely
to.
close it tomorrow. I
No,
think
One man send the link again. Is it?
Baba,
Send the link on the.
I have the link on the private chat now, but it's visible already. I'm obviously private chat already.
Yeah, so we do that.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
All right. So over to you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Mama. See ya. Who hasn't spoken at all? I think we have 1, 2, 3. Everybody that has spoken. I think Solly has spoken. I can Madam Here has spoken. I was driving. I wasn't listening. Do you have Madam Here? No. Ajali Koko.
I
Ajali
don't think
Koko.
I don't think Ola has spoken, but I'm not sure that Ola is fully with us. Akulata are almost snoring already. So
Mokolata
but
is snoring already.
Ajale Koko has not spoken to.
Okay.
Ajali Koko. Yes. Baba. Yeah. Yes. What do you want to start it from? We want to just let me kick you off with Nnamdi Kanu. How do you think are you surprised about the verdict of Supreme
Timanu Tubu Elamole.
You're not there. You're not there.
Oh, Lule.
You're not there. What did you do? Wo? You talk about Fujiri. Well, on a more serious note, let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the court is doing their job, their constitutional. Supreme Court is carrying out its constitutional responsibility. Now they have make it clear that Nnamdi Kanu have a case to answer. He has a case to answer. The state have the right to prosecute him on all the charges against him. That does not necessarily mean that he will be convicted at the end of the day. It's just a clarification. I think this judgment is just to clear the way whether, yes, they can try him or not try him. By my own understanding, maybe I'm not right in that respect, but that's the way I understand it. So to the obedient, I don't want them to feel worried. I don't want them to, and the lovers and fans of Nnamdi Kanu and those that really believe in IPOB.
No. Kilo come then pẹ̀lú Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah?
Kilo come then pẹ̀lú Nnamdi Kanu.
What are you saying? Babati, what are you saying? They are the same camp now. Can you differentiate them?
No. Wink. They are different though. That's Peter B and
No, I'm not mentioning Peter Obi. I'm talking about IPOB. Did I say Mr. Peter Obi?
You say obedient.
No,
sorry, obedient. I'm not talking of obedient.
Obedient.
Sorry. All right. That's a slip of tongue. So I'm not putting obedience in this. I'm just talking about the IPOB, the lover of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, the same.
They are the same now. Ajali Koko. What Babati was not punisher.
No,
they are the same now.
No, they are not the same. Don't say that. That is very wrong. They are not the same. There are a lot of obedient that don't believe in Nnamdi Kanu. So we can't group them together. In Nnamdi Kanu, they don't believe in Nigerian state. They want to separate from Nigerian state. IPOB, their mission is to separate from Nigerian state. Obedient, yes, they still want to be part of Nigeria, and they want Obi to be president of Nigeria, so that he can correct all the it can turn Nigerian from consumption to production. So
Are you mocking or you are? What are you doing, Ajale Koko?
Yes, that's the term of their campaign now, from consumption to production. So let me say this. Look, Nnamdi Kanu's fans, admirers, and believers in Biafra nation should not worry about this. Nnamdi Kanu have around him competent lawyer that have been defending him, and still around him, and they defend him. That somebody driving, and they will
Sorry,
defend.
that is Patoski. I've muted him. Yeah, go on, Ajale Koko.
They will defend him well until he get that victory against Nigerian state. So, what Supreme Court did today is what should have been done for. How long this guy has been in detention? In
2021 July.
2021 for 3 years. What kind of country is that? How can you put somebody in detention for almost 3 years? No concrete trial, no. This case should have been settled long ago. Why the detention? This is not the way to treat any human being at all. I don't like it. What is happening to Nnamdi Kanu can happen to any Nigerian. And as a matter of fact, there are a lot of Nigerians in detention in police cell that are never taken to court for several years for doing nothing, for committing no offense. So this is the tradition of the justice system in Nigeria. It's very, very bad. So if Supreme Court is just telling us that yes, you have case to answer, this is what this
But Ajale Koko, that is what we are known for now. It's not a new thing, even though it's not right.
Yeah, under democracy, we have to improve. This is the government of our own. We should have improved on our justice system and make it work well for work well for the people of the country. This is not the way. So, but look, Nnamdi Kanu people should not get worried. You have lawyers around him that will defend him and get him that victory they're all looking for. So it's a matter of time. I think it just tells us that yes, very soon they will commence that trial, and hopefully at the end of the day he will get that victory. I'm looking for him get the victory so that they can release him and go to meet his family. What Nigerian state have done for him for 3 years, I think the punishment they put him through, I think it's enough.
Ajale Koko, are you seeing the hand of Tinubu in these judgments?
I don't see the hand of there's no hand of Tinubu in anything. Tinubu have no hand in it. But where we see Tinubu coming is when after the whole trial played out and they convicted him, that is when I see federal government Tinubu will come in to say, okay, maybe we should give him state pardon.
Yeah.
That is when Tinubu. But as of now, I don't see anything. Tinubu is not doing anything on that case now, as far as I'm concerned. And that is what do you call it? Supreme Court are confirmed to us by this ruling that Nnamdi Kanu have case to answer. So if Tinubu
is influencing something or is trying to help him out now, the president have the right to stop it, to stop any trial against him, and then let him go, because they are the one that are prosecuting him. They are the one that, file a case against him, so they can withdraw it. So let's see what they are going to do. Maybe they could still withdraw the case. We don't know. Yes.
I don't think the president has the right to withdraw any case.
No, they have the right.
They don't.
He have the right.
You know why?
Attorney General
You know why I say so?
Attorney General is the one that took the case to court, and he can withdraw it.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You see, the president on his own cannot say, okay, as Tinubu, I'm withdrawing this case. Because it's not a case against Tinubu, it's a case against Nigerian state.
That's what I'm saying. The Attorney General, President will talk to Attorney General, look, withdraw this case. We want to treat this as a political issue.
It's better to say Nigeria has the right to withdraw the case.
Okay,
but my challenge now is that you are trying someone who is a citizen of another country, and the country is not even coming forward. You understand?
Who is that? Who is that person of another?
Nnamdi Kanu now is a citizen of Biafra now.
So why is Nigeria trying? Are you serious?
For example, now.
Are you serious?
For example, I'm a Canadian. If I go to Cote d'Ivoire now and they just want to try me, the government of Canada will say no. You can't just do this to this guy. He has not committed any crime. They will start doing some diplomatic negotiation. Since Nigeria has said Nnamdi now, Biafra foreign minister has not even the governor of his state, you know, Simon Ekpa has given him states.
Which state?
You don't know that Biafra has more states than Nigeria. They have over.
They have 40 states. 40 states. 40
It looks like
states.
they even have more states than USF. They have over. I don't know how many states they have in Biafra land now.
Ìlú kékeré tó bàdàn yẹn.
They even have Kano State self.
And they come back to Pada.
The guy they have Kogi State.
Patoski, sorry, Babati, Shoarai. Babati Shoarai.
Ó yẹ kó máàgì Èkìtì àti Oǹdó papọ̀, kí ni àwọn Èkìtì yẹn ní papọ̀? Wọ́n máàgì wọn jàre. Wọ́n máàgì wọn.
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. I don't even have problem. I don't even have problem.
Ajale Koko. You have to be careful, because if you talk too much now, Simon Ekpa will convert your state to Biafra state now. If you talk.
Kọ́ dẹ̀ máàgì Ẹ̀dó, kọ́ mẹ́ẹ̀jì Ẹ̀dó state mọ́ Delta state, kọ́ dẹ̀ gbé headquarter sí Warri, kọ́ gbé headquarter sí Warri.
Delta state one bẹ̀. Village mi, ó wà lára Biafra, Afema state.
So you are Biafra. So you are Biafra now.
Odigbere Patoski.
Patoski the Biafra.
According to Simon Ekpa. Afema state is Biafra. Afema state ni gbogbo àwọn.
No, I'm saying the current under the current Kinibolo force in right now.
Currently, Edo State ni now. Auchi, Uzeba, Afuze, gbogbo àwọn Esako yẹn, Afema làwọn yẹn, gbogbo àwọn Ìsọ̀bẹ l'Ondo State yẹn. Ọ̀sẹ̀ Ìsọ̀bẹ Afema ni wọ́n. gbogbo wọn sì wọ́n ti wà.
tó bá tẹ àpò gan mi rò bóyá they will give them their 5 states. Wọ́n máa fún wọn ní gbogbo yẹn. They will just give them their 5 states now. Wọ́n lè fún wọn ní gbogbo afẹ́mà ọ̀ gbogbo ọ̀dọ́ ń kà yẹn.
Ẹ̀sán gbogbo ìlú àwọn world peace yẹn. Gbogbo ìlú Tony Biafra ni. Mo sọ pé tí Tony bá rí kíní ẹ orí àkọ́kọ́ dàrú náà.
Mo rí lísì tó kọ yẹn, is it 40 states ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀? 40 states of Biafra whatever.
Ẹ̀sán state gbogbo ìlú Tony gbogbo àwọn ìlú Tony a ní nìyẹn. Ambrose Ali all of them Biafra ni gbogbo ẹ̀. Biafra.
Pàtó kò ṣáà kọ sẹ́ẹ̀tì mi tó kọ kàn mí. Tí ó bá ti dé Ogun State kò kàn mí.
No, kí ló sọ yìí? Ṣé àwọn gbogbo àwọn ṣé kò ti dé Ogun State ni?
Ibo ènìyàn wà. Gbogbo ìṣẹ̀kiri pẹ̀lú Biafra.
Gbogbo ìṣẹ̀kiri land yẹn. Ìṣẹ̀kiri Ìjẹ̀bú kọ́ ni wọ́n ni. Ìṣẹ̀kiri sì Ìjẹ̀bú náà.
Ṣé kọ́ wá kí ló kàn pẹ̀lú Biafra?
Ó ti sọ wọ́n di Biafra.
Ó débẹ̀ ni. Ṣé ó débẹ̀ ni?
Nǹkan tó dé sàn ni ò ní dé Ìṣẹ̀kiri. Nǹkan tó dé sàn.
Mi ò rí má Thomas ó ní kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ ya ó ní 40 kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ tó gbé lókè. Thomas.
Àló dé.
Tó o ní 40 kíní Samanípa yẹn lọ́wọ́ 40 state of Samanípa yẹn tó wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
Yes, let me check.
Ọgbẹ́ ọ ní ó ń bọ̀ àwọ̀là dẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ mo fẹ́ wù bí a ó ní.
Bàbá tí ṣe sọ̀kan fún ẹ nǹkan tó fi dé village mi gbàgbé ẹ̀ village mi àti Ifọ̀n one stream like this ló là one stream like this ló là.
You want me to read a couple of them?
Can you put on the screen that 40 state of whatever?
No, let me just read. Yeah. Ukemba State, Amambila State. Ikemba State.
The map.
Ikemba yẹn.
Yes. Amambila State. Odu Kilikon State. Yes. Ebonyi State. Edan State. Enugu State. Ida State. Yeah.
Ida State is
Ida State.
Igala. Ìlú Igala.
Kí ló kọ Igala pẹ̀lú Igbo?
Enugu State. Alonso State.
Alonso.
Yeah. Yes. Ezeala State. Lower Benue State.
Lower Benue yẹn gbogbo àwọn Igala àwọn TV land yẹn nìyẹn.
Yes, Owerri State, Ikwe State, Aba State. It's just total nonsense. Pardon my word.
Warrior State.
What do you call it? Southern Pacific State.
Bayelsa
what does that mean?
Bayelsa nìyẹn. Gbogbo àwọn Bayelsa àti Rivers nìyẹn. Southern Pacific.
Calabar State.
Okay.
Ogoja State.
Okay.
Oh, this guy is just.
Ecom State, no one there.
Ah, Lord. They now choose Buele as FCT. What does it mean, FCT?
Wari Esan State in bed.
Asian State, yeah. Asian State is there.
Asian State, yeah.
Oh my.
Ekpoma.
I know Isha now. I've been to Isha now. Yeah, I know Isha very well.
Warrior Fema State in bed.
No. Nnamdi Kanu said anywhere they attack rapping 2 or 3 rapper. You remember that thing from Nnamdi Kanu? That's what he said now.
Ni Ghana, no. Biafra, ni Ghana. One guy 2 rapper.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń ta ẹ̀ràpá náà ní Thailand o. Àwọn ọlọ́tí jẹyọ síbẹ̀.
Biafra no more.
Oh my God! It's just total joking. And they call it Biafra represent United States of Biafra. United States of Biafra. Oh my God! I don't know. I don't. It's just total nonsense.
Bọ̀bọ́ yẹn
It's just total nonsense.
bóyá ó ti mu tí jọ yẹn.
You see, one thing is that life is about risk, right? Everybody knows how to make his own money. So Samepa has just found his way to his own oil, crude oil, good. So
Ola, do you know some people their paycheck every fortnight direct debit is going to this guy
Samepa ti jẹ lọ.
Yeah, because
every 2 weeks. Direct debit, is the direct debit.
This moment is a religion, and so people are dedicated, so they follow. And if the government allows that to go on, it can be from generation to generation. So they will keep making money through it.
Add intergenerational wealth.
Exactly. So
what is Samonepa? What is he doing for a living?
We are discussing one now. You are asking us questions.
So he doesn't have any job.
Is this one is doing go?
Well, it's a job, Sha. It's a job. Yeah.
Iṣẹ́ àṣelàmà níṣẹ́ yìí àbí kí ló ń sọ? Tó gbé Nnamdi Kanu tó ń gbé chartered flight káàkiri.
Babajare Oko.
Chartered flight ló gbé lọ sí Kenya ibi tó ti ràgàbó.
Ó lọ wọ́ mọ́ mbẹ́.
Rántí bọ̀bọ̀ kan tó advert Equatorial Trust Bank tó béèrè question rẹ̀ tó ní bombastic asking ni question tó béèrè yẹn.
Bombastic asking ni now.
Èèyàn ti parí adúrú owó yẹn onípèsè olóúnjẹ.
Chartered flight chartered.
Ó ní company ẹ̀ nìyẹn company yóò sọ yẹ kó máa sọ tax gan.
Iléeṣẹ́ ńlá worldwide.
Also people add earn money.
What this guy can make in a month? How many years do you think it will take?
No, you can't use. No, it will be forever. I can't even mention the year. God.
Respect.
I'm being naive. This is the big enterprise.
Thomas, ó yẹ kó respect bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn. Bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ó yẹ kó respect ẹ̀. Bó ṣe wà ẹ́ United Nations General Assembly next time ó lè lọ bẹ̀ kó lọ give speech as president of Biafra state country. Ní United Nations.
Ṣebí Australia nílùú àwọn Thomas lọ ní headquarter wọn sí. Àti Japan.
Finland ni.
Ìlú world peace Japan.
I laugh in pidgin. I just laugh in pidgin. I think it's just indoctrinating. He has indoctrinated people, so they are not seeing what you are saying. I don't think so.
Honestly,
so them.
Come from only 5 states won't come out. You know, what's going on?
Babati, to them, Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet. Okay, àwọn comment continue Nnamdi Kanu bá so one this man is a prophet. He's a prophet. Illiterate one bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o. The way Tocheba Maswani, you see, Mazia already said this. He's a prophet. He's a prophet of our time. I say, oh my God. So, tó bá yá wọn á ní pé Jésù ni.
You see, even the best person in the academia world can still believe some ridiculous things. So, because tomorrow now, some people will still tell you that Jubri was the one that took over Nigeria for almost 7 or almost 6 years. So, and tomorrow, even to generations, they will still tell that story, and some people will still believe. So, that's just the way it works. That's why you have to be very careful what you say in the public, because some people might just believe you and you can't change their mind, or except you even the belief can even go to some extent. If you now tell them that I was just playing you, they will know that it will be too late for you to change their mind, because already that becomes their way of life. So it's just ridiculous.
Meanwhile, the query madu. Is anybody gbúrò ẹ̀?
Ibi tó wà yẹn ó wà secured now.
Ṣé bàbá tó ta kí tó ta kí ní ẹ̀rọ?
Ló wà secure.
Ẹ bá bàbá tí.
No, wọ́n nìyẹn.
Wọ́n ti gbàgbé ẹ̀ síbẹ̀ yẹn. Ayé máa le o.
Ayé le, èèyàn ṣòro.
Ọmọ aráyé le. Wọ́n gbàgbé ẹ̀, àti ẹ̀ ti gbàgbé. Even on this platform, àti gbàgbé ẹ̀. Ìkà làwọn èèyàn.
Ìkà lọ́mọ ejò, ìkà lọ́mọ ejò. It's sad.
Ta ló wà náà yìí sì? Ó máa ṣe gàgà ni.
So I learned that Ogbeni is not one man was even making proverb the other time, and nobody even tried to correct one man. Was that supposed to be Owe Yoruba or Owe Anogo? You know?
Ṣé wọ́n máa ń pòwe ni?
No, one man sọ pé ogun àkọtẹ́lẹ̀ bolo ti gbé ogun àkọtẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe ogun àkọtẹ́lẹ̀ akọ. I can't just understand that thing.
Wọ́n máa ọmọ wọn rẹ̀, wọ́n máa tó ẹ pé gbogbo orúkọ ni wọ́n máa.
I was disappointed that even Babati could not even correct, even though I know that a person like Thomas now, we know that he's not a Yoruba man, but what of Babati that claimed to be Ifa priest? How can a holy Ifa priest like Babati know?
Say Ifa priest Babati.
I don't mind there. You know, people they live various sort of ways on this platform unfairly. You know, I've been
Babalawo.
Don't mind there. Like, if I bring up Bakari now, you start getting sensitive. So don't mind it.
No, you can talk of Bakari now, but the way you talk about him will be the reason I will just talk now.
But can you one say why?
One man said, Ogun Akotele. Are you saying Ogun Akotele is are you saying like the word you are preaching? So was that how did that come from Yoruba life? You were here, you didn't even correct that
wọ́n máa ọmọ wọn rẹ̀ ni ẹni tí ò mọ orúkọ Yorùbá pè tó ń pòwe.
Ó yà mí lẹ́nu o.
Àtorúkọ Ìgbò, àtorúkọ Yorùbá, àtorúkọ Haúsá, wọ́n máa English name nìkan ni wọ́n máa mọ̀ pronounce. Iṣẹ́ ọ̀mọ́sọ̀ pé tó bá ní kí wọ́n máa pronounce Yorùbá name wọ́n máa ó máa tún sí pé wọ́n máa what's your Yorùbá name? Ó máa a ní Adégbètè. Adégbètè. The only Yorùbá name tí mo rí pọ́ pronounce ni Tinubu. Ó dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ ni.
Don't mind now people like Babati know tell one man the right thing, Jerry.
If I try to no. You guys always discourage him from joining anything that has to do with Ifa, whatever his roots. You say that Thomas, don't go and do anything that is Ifa. Don't let Babati take you to this. Must he not know his roots? Thomas. Must he not know where it's from? Must he not know his spiritual roots? I blame you people.
What made you run away from Christianity? If I may ask.
I didn't run away. I didn't run away. It wasn't.
Okay, you were never a Christian.
No, I was what you term. Let
let me put it this way. So I don't hate Christians or I don't believe. I don't think what you do is wrong. What I'm saying is that to what you experience in this original raw form, at some point, and it becomes diluted. Oh, they go back to what it is right now. So to me, when I was in that thing, it was when it was at its raw, best form of, that was at the point. But me because you believe it one way or don't do anything else. I don't buy into that. I'm not into it. No, you can practice whatever. God speaks to you in different ways. Kò ní kó má ṣe ṣe náà, ó lè ṣe kó dé má ṣe tó ń ṣe lọ, gbàgbọ́ ẹ lọ, kò dé lọ́wọ́. So that's
Okay. Ìṣẹ́ṣe ni wọ́n ṣe báyìí náà rí.
But èmi ò sorry, èmi ò máa ń condemn Jesus is bad. You will never see me doing that. I don't condemn people.
Bàbá tí Joni ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni wọ́n ni.
Yeah, so you didn't know that?
Mi mọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn ní tántọ́lọ̀ tí wọ́n mẹ́bàá yìí ní tántọ́lọ̀ tí wọ́n.
No. That had politics involved now. You know that now. That had politics all over it now.
Okay. Mo tẹ̀ mọ̀ pé táwọn pé Ìpògùn State ní wàá máa wọn Líjàdú nìyẹn. Àwọn Líjàdú sister oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni wọ́n.
From the mo ṣì náà bọ̀ mọ́ on Spotify now.
Bàbá tí.
Ìgbà tí Kẹ́ndé yẹn kú tó bá wo burial àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ló wá ṣe burial fún.
Ta ni ẹ?
Àwọn Líjàdú sister. Mo mọ̀ wọn látàbẹ́kúta, mo mọ bí cousin wọn kan lábẹ́kúta. Family yẹn ó dà kó oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni wọ́n.
My favorite, one of my favorite artists too. Group of my favorite artists. I'm telling you.
Líjàdú sister.
Yes, so I like them.
Tó mọ̀ pé bàbá Líjàdú yẹn ìgbà tó kú, àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni wọ́n wá ṣe kíní fún. Ìgbà mo kọ́ rí pé yàn ṣe Lion State ẹ̀ ó stand by ni, wọ́n gbé dúró báyìí ni. Wọ́n gbé dúró.
And if those people sing Yoruba for you, the Yoruba is strong. It is speaking
I'm having to even go to back Yoruba tó sọ nígbà yẹn ó ti dilute gan àti dilute Yorùbá yẹn gan torí Yorùbá jùmọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí gan ó ti wá dín nǹkan mi kò dán gọ́rọ́ mọ́ ó ti Yorùbá yẹn gan Yorùbá òde ò sí
kò
dán gọ́rọ́ mọ́.
Kò dán mọ́rán. Ó ní kò dán gọ́rán.
God, Baba T, come on now. What is Dogo? Moro, Kodomo.
My bad. It's simply if we go committing, but then we got to complain. If we got to
Ṣé Baba T parí secondary school tó kúrò Nàìjíríà? Baba T ṣé Baba T parí secondary school tó kúrò Nàìjíríà?
Ìlọmọ Ẹdó ni mo correct Yorùbá kò dán mọ́rán. Àwa ní kò dán mọ́rán.
Àwa kan wà tó yẹ pé a ní ẹ̀fẹ̀ paralẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn nìkan decision.
Dọ́gọ́nà is actually a word I believe so now.
Kò dán mọ́rán kò dá sáká.
No, I think Dọ́gọ́nà is actually a word.
No, Baba T may be using Yoruba àdúgbò.
Yorùbá ẹgbà is Dọ́gọ́nà now. Think about it.
Yorùbá ẹgbà kọ́ ní èèyàn. Ó ti gbà yín pábẹ́kúta mú gbé. Yóò tún fẹ́ yí síbẹ̀ yẹn. Kò ṣe Yorùbá ẹgbà.
No, it's just like àwọn èdè àdúgbò. Look at this now. Some people will call àgbàdo, they will call it àgbàdo. Some people will call it yangan. Some people
will call it yangan.
Some people will call it ọkà. Some people will call it ẹ̀kà. So it depends on.
Àwọn ẹ̀dà ọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn.
No, it's not ẹ̀dà ọ̀rọ̀. See, Ekiti, for example, Ekiti as a group were never part of Yoruba. The Yoruba are those people of Oyo. When you talk of people within Oyo Empire, but those of us who are under Ife Empire, we were never referred to as Oyo in reality. So Ekiti is Ekiti.
Mo sọ pé wọ́n ní èdè tá a sọ lẹ́nu pé èdè Yorùbá is actually èdè ọ̀pẹ ló ń pè. That means the word from the palms. Tobago or man sort of like they always refer to the palm tree, a diokbe. That is or corny fair. So we need to.
You see, there are some story that I don't really believe in though, because
Only láti
language is
gangan.
language. I don't know, because everybody will just find something
You
around there.
know. Don't say Dogono or Yomona. Is there's different ways of saying things that they don't mind them.
No. I know. You know, that's why I didn't even bother to
I
challenge
can
you
whine
on
any. I can
on
whine
that,
any. I'm
because
whine any.
But we need to surely Amy when I because I listen to all these babas that come on Clubhouse all the time to discuss all these things. They bring them every week with different, but you must document all these things down. But tó bá ti join ẹgbẹ́ or kó join ní kíní kan we can just we need baba forget gbogbo yẹn. The word has moved on. Don't forget about me. Think about the kids down in the next 50 or 100 years. If you don't pass this thing,
no.
they
They are still decent. They are still decent Yoruba that will still teach you.
wait. Sorry, àwọn yẹn ń ṣe lórí surface ni. I'm discussing deep knowledge. Tí wọn kọ sí ìwé ni mo forget what àwọn tó ka ẹ. There are deep things tó kọ.
Bàbá tí àwọn Yorùbá bùkún kún àtúnjẹ́ pé ó máa sọ̀rọ̀ àyájọ́, á sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn kìíní, á sọ rísì bí àyájọ́ yẹn ṣe wáyé.
Let me clarify. There is Yoruba Jumolo, right? That discusses Yoruba history.
General Yoruba.
But there's also the one that okay, meaning if I'm discussing Yoruba, I have a different perspective. That's very popular. We don't have enough of that across board. It's always waiting for everybody, but you must have from each. The Jebu must have their own storyline that links up to yours, like that across board.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the issue we are having. You can't keep writing Yoruba stories.
Funny enough, I don't even see Jebu as Yoruba. Funny enough.
Today, I not break down because I already know about the story of Bawo Kenisi Wasi Egba. I want Jaye. Noah.
Yes, I'm aware of that story.
But sorry, there is the original Egba. I want to go before they came. They already had people that were in Egba already. So the word Abeokuta could exist before. That is a newer word.
Abeokuta was because they used it as siege.
Yeah,
at the place of siege.
But before they came, before they came, they already had people living there already. That were already. Koto join one bed. Lonso. You get my point.
Adoski, which one you
Fọwọ́ rẹ pàtó.
I don't laugh by out. So, we've lost our culture.
Break down ìtumọ̀ ìbára fún mi ìbára àké gbàǹkì they mean something. I go back. Obey. If you want to know
there are story behind all those things.
No. A real Egbata to what you must have an Ilidi. Egbata, you must have an Ilidi in any Egbata. That's how you know this is you have they must have an Ilidi must be the entrance of that city. So those things that are called study. That is very unique to me as somebody from Egba, right? But you from now. Let me hear you.
Baba teach you about Ibara Ilaro not to why you are not.
Mommy Ibara ni is a gate now, Lunje now.
Is a what?
Gate Lunje enu lekun.
Ibara. Okay, Ibara
yeah.
But
break it down now. I mean, in fact, the way they were breaking it down at the beginning of those names.
Baba T.
Yeah.
Àwọn Okeono yẹn bó làwọn ti wá tiwọn.
Okeono is still like that. Okeono is àwọn it's still so that I want to gbọ́ Agoko, Agoba, Igbenyi, they've always been there before.
Okay. So àwọn òwú náà wá látọ̀ṣun àbí.
Àwọn ló wá join ní wọn. Nǹkan àwọn yẹn ìgbà tí wọ́n dé, àwọn yẹn gbé adé wá ni.
Àwọn òwú àbí.
Nǹkan àwọn yẹn gbé adé wá ni. Àwọn you come with adé, you have some kind of form. But people are already there already.
Okay.
So
àwọn Ake yẹn ibo làwọn ti wá.
Ake, that one they didn't really break that one down, but I think Ake is also they have a link to Igbenyi.
Now you're talking.
So even Ijemo.
Baba T. Yes, sorry to interject you. You know that many of me I understand Yoruba, but many people at the background doesn't understand Yoruba. You know that.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry, but okay. But the point we're making is that
it's for people now. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, but the point we're making is that even within, because I always thought Egba was just everybody's one and blah 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 blah. But when they broke down the history, I'm like, wow. Even myself, I have to go study that, and I'm still Yoruba, but there's more to study. So just saying that we have Yoruba history, no, it's not enough. You must. I want to hear the Jebu perspective. The Gebu.
No. See, Baba T, that thing you say, even in a township, right? In a town, by the time you see different quarters. Okay, let me give you an example now. Let's assume in a town, we hear, let's say, Kajola. You hear someone Kakari, you hear for all those kind of things. You know, all those people, they arrived from somewhere to come together. So most township you see in Yoruba today, they are like I call it confederation. No, they are like a union of different background, right? The different cultural background that come together in a unitary. You understand? That's the way some. So when you hear streets or quarters in a city, you know they are different. You understand? Even Egba you are saying now, Egba they are not one. For example, you may have different people from different areas that come together, no, to form Abeokuta rather. Don't let it be Egba. So Abeokuta, for example, now you may have different cultural heritage that came together to become Abeokuta. So that's what we mostly have in Yoruba land.
So they have they still stand out. They didn't really integrate that much. Even to today, they still stand out as very unlike the other ones. But back then also, I want to form a city, don't form a bilu. They also have Aba. Nita.
Yes.
Mokoloki is still an Egba town now. Even what they call Abuli Egba in Lagos today is Egba now.
Egba people settle there, yeah.
So you still have outposts, when people move out to go and establish other places from that place. So when they have issues in those places, they come back and settle close to where they originally came from. So there are things that we don't even discuss like that, like in history. But way to they always want to come at it from the Ifa perspective.
See, Baba T, it's not limited to that. See, when you want to lose your culture, they take your language away. If we are not so heavy in English, whether American or whatever, we wouldn't have lost so much of our value because we'll be able to. Because the more you speak your language, the more for example, now, some of us now, we understand the American movies more than when you watch Hollywood. Just because that's the culture you understand. Some of us we understand the Western culture more than our culture. So that's it. Yes, it's true we don't document, but what is responsible for our own problem majorly is because we've lost our language. And if you want to do demography around language, for example, now today, you'll be shocked that maybe over 70% of Yoruba don't even understand Yoruba. It's not that you don't speak. There's one different thing you speak in language.
Did your children? Sorry to interject. Your children, they do speak Yoruba. They speak Yoruba.
No, you don't get me. Speaking Yoruba does not mean you understand Yoruba. You can communicate Yoruba.
Why?
Doesn't mean okay. Now look at us. Many of us now we speak English. It doesn't mean we understand English. Because English is not it's not about the language alone. It comes with the culture. You understand? That like there are something you speak in the traditional English speaking environment now that they be looking at you that what are you talking about? You understand? So yeah, we can communicate Yoruba, no argument. But do we understand Yoruba as a language, as a culture? That's what I'm saying. It's not about like Babati is saying now. Like Babati is saying now, you know, some people are speaking.
It's not good in Yoruba.
Look, I was speaking to an elderly person one day. He switched on the phone. He said I was making incantations. He said he thought I was making incantations. Okay, now as we are doing now, as a Sadekiti man, there's a way I can speak Yoruba that we not understand. Trust me. And I see, I mean, you still speaking Yoruba, but you still not understand.
Maybe.
Don't even try it, because me that I'm talking to you, like okay, it's just like when the like of Orlando were alive. There will be some way they will speak the Yoruba that I will never understand. And what they were speaking, actually, they will be speaking Yoruba. So it's just like that. So when Babati is talking about we lose the thing that they say, it's actually correct, to be honest. Babati is very correct. And the fear now is this. The way we are going, even the normal communication in Yoruba, I'm afraid that the Chinese people will not become the one that come and be teaching us Yoruba tomorrow in the future. So
don't say that.
They're laughing. It's not funny.
Never. It will not happen.
It's not funny.
I know that Nigerians are teaching all this British English now, but it won't happen. It won't happen. No,
you know English is artificial.
I see it. Yes.
Mr. Trump, you know that English is artificial. English was created as a language. I don't know. Someone told me, and I've heard it from so many people, and I've searched it too. English was artificial. That English evolved from the French, from the German, and some other languages that I don't know. You understand? Because I was in the class before that. If I decide to say tomorrow that instead of good, better, best, if I decide to say good, gooder, goodest, that in English that it can be acceptable. That over time people will pick it and they will be saying good, gooder, goodest. I'm telling you that American evolved their own language. So English is fake compared to Yoruba.
Just on your own. The spiritual importance of the palm tree.
At least now.
Try and hold on. Once you look at when you study when you study Oromila, for instance, there's always this emphasis. Even palm tree has two types: the one you use to cook and the one you use for spirituality. So if you mix it, if you put the two of them together, if you try to cook it, Omarona Kuni, just you try it. So there are many. No, I'm telling you, I'm not making.
No. Say that thing again, Babati. Let me please say it again. Can you say that again?
Palm tree in a wing.
You mean the real palm tree, like
the one they use to cook and whatever, and there's the other one, often she fact was spiritual. Even in the Bible,
no, I don't get it. The same palm tree where we get palm oil from.
Try hold on. Hold on now. Even in your Bible, you will see the importance of the palm tree.
Yes.
Just if you know that you see how they will there was a verse where they would put palm tree in white clothes. When it has spiritual importance to it, but to the Yoruba culture, not discussing this. You just had to look up Oromila and the palm tree. So it's a long thing to understand
that thing is not limited to Yoruba only, right?
Yeah, so even we have more links with the Jewish culture than even that the so-called Arabic. then they always. But that's the different. But that's what I'm saying. Like those things we cannot say because somebody is Christian and they don't believe in Ifa, so there we should not share the knowledge with them. Some things need to be said to the Yoruba people at large to preserve that culture and to preserve those knowledge and to understand it. So that's just the way I feel about it. And I've tried to bring people on this platform a few times. And do you know what happens? I would get together with one man, blah, blah, blah. They will come around the channel. They will hear people discussing about they feel uncomfortable, but they don't want to show up. Because
no. See, that's what I'm saying. If I speak, I told you that I once spoke call Yoruba and an elderly person going to 60 just switch off the phone. I said, what happened now? Okay, we were speaking, and he said, when I started making incantation, I said, like seriously? Okay, it just like look at me. Let me just give you an example. When we were reading all this Yoruba in primary school, then there's is it Ladili at Ladejo or whatever like that. Say when they say Ile Origa it's just like Ewi, right? It's just like the Yoruba poem. So okay, when you even listen to some of these Nollywood actors, when they say they are making incantation, some of them have just laugh because they were actually referring to some of these statements from Ladejo Kediji and all those people that did Yoruba, this thing that we all read, all those things. So like those things are Yoruba Ewi, Yoruba poem. And they will make Yoruba poem like this, and you will even know say that you even think say that incantation. You understand? Because only will you find all those guys come openly and come and make it incantation, because once you start making all those incantations publicly like that, it can have some implications. You understand? Because some of those
really?
Some of those you said what?
I said really?
No.
It can
No, some of those Yoruba, artists, some of the things they are taking, they are just some of it are just poet. They are just they are not really incantation like that. You want to come out and make incantation. No, it can have implications now. So you don't joke with incantation and all those stuff.
Okay.
In the word of incantation, there's a division, but I will only tell you of what I know. What I know.
But they say but they used to say in Nigeria that what you don't know don't kill you. You don't know.
But Ola, what are they speaking in this song? You're listening. Is that not incantation? And this
you can see that people are running away once they start hearing that, because people are misinterpreting. See, in Yoruba, there's
is that not incantation?
Wait now. In Yoruba, there's Ayajo and there is Ofo, or you call it Ogede.
Ogede.
Yeah. Ayajo.
Thomas, anything wrong in incantation?
Maybe
I'm not saying anything is wrong with incantation. I'm just asking, is incantation, is not incantation, is it incantation they are proclaiming there or not?
That's Ayajo. That what it's doing is like Ayajo. You understand?
What is Ayajo? What can you translate to Ayajo? Is that not incantation?
Ayajo is mostly when you are making a reference to your tradition and you are using that thing to pray. Okay.
To greet.
Look at when Gbenga Adeboye, Gbenga Adeboye did a lot of things. You understand that people started thinking, that was okay. He made one play like that say, okay, in this is a YouTuber about all those stuff. You understand?
I know.
So in that story, he called Itu from his prison cell, and Itu answered. So Itu now, okay, now he was now telling Itu, so Itu said, so you were the one that's been looking for me. He said, yes. You shouldn't have disturbed yourself. That you should have gone to under my bed and take that St. Michael candle.
Ola Timbani Ojumoma Mileni Perigede Oyela. Is that incantation?
That's not incantation.
Don't mind. I don't know what.
That's prayer. So it's Ayajo is like a reference, right?
Wouldn't okay. Not
you understand? So it's just because we are ignorant of our culture. Even you will see some pastors, they'll be praying and they will be making things like that. And people I say, oh, pastor, don't forget.
Really?
Oh, no, see, no. The thing is, okay. Now, let me make an example. Now, you can develop your own Ayajo and say, okay, I'm just giving an example. Already, you are already creating your own Ayajo because it's a reference. Is it true if you use soap to wash your body, will it not be cleaner than when you use ordinary water? You understand?
Yes,
now,
that's
someone
true.
can say, okay. So someone can say, oh, okay. Someone can say, okay. You understand? When you start saying things like that, you are saying something that is real, just to make a reference, to prove a point. It's just like when a lawyer goes to the court and you start quoting, you start making references to what validate your point. That is
okay.
what like
idiomatic expression, no? Idiomatic expression.
Idiomatic. So exactly, and for example, now what is wrong now? For example, if you're a Christian, you understand. I hope I'm not blaspheming because some will say I'm blaspheming. If you're a Christian now, you start quoting verses of Psalm just to back your prayer. You understand? Like say, oh, let me say, okay, this Ayayo power alejo. Once it feed once saga the crew because of people go pashe. You understand? When you are referencing the Bible and you are making your prayer. You understand? So when you go to the traditionalists too, you understand, they have their own referencing point, what they reference. You understand? So is to me, just because they demonize every traditionalist, that's the problem. Yeah, some may be bad, but it doesn't mean everyone will be bad. You understand? So to me, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. We've lost our language, and once you lose your language, then that's a confusion. You understand? That's the confusion there. So what Wasiu was doing, he was not doing anything. Did you see him carry Leolubo? He was praying. He was praying. So someone tell you, okay, maybe off for you can say this one, or maybe now off for now. Maybe it depends on what you are doing. Okay, you understand? Maybe that one is different. You can say off for. You can say that one is okay there because it depends on where exactly when you are going to. You understand? But you are now saying, okay, your daughter Orunmila and Bo, one year Orunmila, you understand? Only roll for my Yoshi, chin. You're like, no. I'm just telling you, at it was being Adeboye that said that, right? He developed his own point of, and something about all this Yoruba system that is just to, number one, when you are into a serious fight with someone and that person want to defeat you psychologically, he can start using Ayajo for you. You understand? Already, he has defeated you psychologically. What do you want to do? He has already demobilized you. Some can do it like that. But some, in fact, some that we even carry juju to come and meet you, they don't even need to say anything for a very long time. They can just put that in the mouth and just tell you, what they want to. They don't even need to make attention too much. Someone that wants to harm you in many cases, they won't just do much incantation. You understand? Because where you are making that incantation, they can even attack you. So, to me, we've lost our language. When you like I said, once you lose your language, you lose your culture, and so we are now suffering from identity crisis in such a way that foreign thing is what you will believe that is superior to yours. And the anointing about we Africans is this: we accepted foreign culture. we don't understand the culture like them. We've lost our own culture. So we've lost our own identity. You are neither here, you are neither there. So you are just like bats. Bat is neither
Okay,
a
let me
mouse,
ask you this question.
it's never a
Let me ask you
mice,
this question.
and it's never a bird.
Let me ask you this question. There is a picture one man showed on air 2 or 3 days ago. It shocked me. Eh? That they were asking somebody from outside I don't want to say this name, from outside from Africa, from another country, was asking him question that you know that some people within that 9:30, that 7:30 in our time here in French in Nigeria, they were asking who is the superior. They showed me a picture that the Northerners are more advanced than the Igbos. I was shocked with their clothes in 1920s. I saw the pictures. And I wanted to ask him to give me so
all those are bullshit.
And keep it to show people.
BS, sorry. All those are BS.
Why?
All those are
How
BS.
come? But it has proofs. It has proof. It has proofs. You understand? One thing is that I was even shocked to see.
All those are BS. All those are BS. Forget story. Not BS.
I saw the Northerners already being dressed now. Being dressed. Why the other people, I don't want to mention, the other tribe was something that they just cover their private part and their bottoms. That's it.
You
can see
that is what Rena Moke brought out. Now him bring that
really?
Now BS. Now BS. Now BS. That's not most of those things are not generally not true. I beg. We understand understand the cultural background of the northern people. We know the cultural background, where they dress like because they have relationship with the Arab world and they started dressing like them. That's understandable. But that like the Igbo people were just naked in the 20s. It's not true because these were the most before Awolowo brought free education. Arguably, these Igbo people, they were like, if not the most educated, one of the most educated at the top level. They occupied the civil service. So someone that were controlling your civil service as far as 1920s, as
1920s,
you understand? You are saying what I'm saying in this, they were exposed to education for a very long time. So you don't just go and carry some kind of BS just to discredit them. It is true that maybe you see some few tribes that maybe they are suffering from lack of something to clothe themselves for. I just go give them.
No, I was shocked. Now, I wanted to say something. I wanted to boost
to brand
the
them
other tribe.
No, that's not true. That's not true. These people they had access to education for a very long time. How Yoruba overtook was because of Awolowo. How Yoruba managed to overtake everybody now just because of Awolowo policy.
I know that Yoruba used to go to a lot of school. Yoruba went. You guys went to a lot of school.
Satamodu Bello was even scared of the Igbo people that they want to dominate wherever they are. What do you think? What was the tools for Igbo people to dominate? Because for education, the education is what they had that was helping them to dominate. So it's not that how can someone that doesn't have access to cloth, that doesn't understand this thing, we have some group of people that are able to dominate. So you see, just because in our we have history written based on conflict, history written based on pure hatred. You understand? So that's why you want to claim superiority. So I read that too, because that depends on whether you want to believe that or we don't want to believe. Reading it, nobody needs to tell me that.
Mr. Ola, you know that pictures, you can't lie with picture. Pictures don't lie. You understand? And picture has a million words in it. When I saw it, I was shocked. I said, And then again, that woman was explaining that was at the background listening. Stan was listening. I never knew that something like that existed. I was looking the note as
Mr. Trump, I
Okay.
grew up in Ekiti. As even up to the early 80s, even up to early 80s, I still used to wear pants and be rolling tires in the street. Does that mean that we didn't have any that? No, I'm not telling you. You understand? So no, okay. Even up to 1979, we still come outside. Even up to 1981, we still come outside and still bath openly in the public place like this. That we see ladies, everybody will be bathing.
Because there's no bedroom now. There's no
So
bedroom.
does that mean? So are you saying so? We didn't have. I don't have clothes. Because I know my father at that time, we give us Shagari style. Shagari style was one of my favorite clothes that my father would give me, and I will call this thing. So,
okay, but yesterday I was talking to a lady. I was shocked when she was talking about her project, thinking of building in the South. She said that she's from South. That in 1 month's platform yesterday morning, she was saying that she want to develop the women development. She want to be for them to get bed to sleep, toilet to go. That means that some people in the South they don't have toilet. The way she was talking, to my own understanding, I was shocked to hear that toilet care in this 2023.
That issue of toilet you are talking about is still a rampant thing. Even before Buhari Diagbon regime, Buhari Diagbon regime, many people didn't have toilet. People were just throwing short put everywhere. That was when I'm telling you, I know because even if I want to discredit Buhari, I'll give that credit to his regime. They really tried when it came to that. People were even at the time I even went to school. At the time I went to school self. When I say I didn't attend the university in the 80s, so it was in 90. You understand? We were still throwing short.
Okay.
Have you ever been to? So the thing is, we can't use that one to judge. You understand? We can't use that one to judge anything. You understand? So don't let anybody say.
So that means that that means that the governors are not because they were talking about what happened, and yesterday was a bit heated. You understand? Was a bit heated. Even at when one man left, we went to the background and we start talking till almost 9 o'clock in the morning. You understand? Till 9 o'clock in the morning. I was the last and the other woman, and then Baba Jelukuku was. I think he was listening also, because this lady was complaining, was saying that was complaining. Mr. Jelukuku was saying that. Sorry that we are diverting now, changing the subject. That what's the meaning of Fubara is not honest. That he is ungrateful. I was shocked that he is ungrateful. That he need to follow up the decision he made with Wiki. That's how things go. You understand? And there were two people. One was Iza and Celibis. Both of them were. I don't know if they are doing an incantation. 1 hour. I was just laughing on air. They were just saying, but one thing is that they cannot even respect a small contract. Understand? That means they can never have a bigger contract if they are just like that. And the problem I found out that they are not honest with Fubara. They are pushing him now into fire. When we start burning, all of them will run away. I know how it's going to end already. Because of just greediness, and we even because it was a bit heated yesterday. Even Madam Sita kept quiet. She say a bit, then she kept quiet, just to let others to talk. Understand? But there's problem in the South. Sorry to say that there's problem in South. Problem in South, and they are not ready to keep it up. And again, that I was even saying that that's where the problem of toilet came about. That it just cannot even take care of the whole Bayelsa, and they want to take care of Port Harcourt. Understand? So, but it's a shame. I'm just disappointed. Even last night, I was listening also to Dr. Damages also. They were talking about what's it called, Nnamdi
many areas in Nigeria today, you will find out that they don't even get shalanga. You understand? And it's a fact.
No, it's impossible. No.
Look at this man. Adewale, Folibi. They say it's not it's impossible that every place get they stay there, they play.
Moki, ọ̀rẹ́ mi Atata Adewale, ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọ̀wọ́n.
The great Babalawo in the house.
Ìwọ náà tó jẹ́ ìwà mi Adewale ìjọba sì máa ń bá.
Iwájú ọpọ́n ọgbà ìyẹn fún ọgbà o. Àbúrò bọ̀ yẹ o.
But it is a shame. But it is a shame now. At least minimum, why are they constructing bridges when they don't have toilet?
No,
I don't understand. People are not.
Babati, when they greet you about boy, where are they answer for your local?
Tayo. Toilet is a local government issue now. It's not even
exactly.
It's when you build in America.
Sanitary officer issue then.
Is it when you build
Babati?
Anything public, you must have a space for toilet, for anything, apartment, for offices, for restaurant. You must have toilet. And Nigeria just build restaurant, no toilet, nothing, and they approved the plan. Who approved it?
No. That nobody. So many houses in Nigeria don't even have plan.
That's a problem. That's what I'm saying. In a same society, you're supposed to make room for this before you even.
Babati.
Go ahead, man.
You that you're even talking. Here in America, I've seen people throwing short put here.
I know, but you look at the ratio now. You can't compare to Nigeria the amount of people does.
Even inside Abuja, people are throwing short puts.
Babati,
no, don't say that. Don't say that fully bien. Don't say that. Abuja is just like New York.
Look at this guy. What are you saying?
Any plan?
People not in shape plan, no.
Baba
joke apart. Do you have house? Do you have property in Ekiti?
Definitely.
You have CFO.
Yes.
Do you have toilet?
Okay. Now that's your area. The area you built was the area already planned, or you guys just go on your own and plan it?
Planned. My environment is planned.
So you can identify your waterway. I mean, what I mean is that the drainage. Okay, if they are planned now, where's the drainage? The drainage in the Ekiti now, where are they channeling the water there to? Assuming they plan that now, okay. Where are they channeling?
Thank you,
let me tell you what happened in our space there.
No, Baba, you know I'm from Ekiti.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe you don't know.
I know.
Ekiti has no master plan.
The Ekiti you know when you are here is different from Ekiti.
It's not Ekiti I know. Until now, Ekiti has no master plan. See, look at it.
Why are you saying this now? You can use Google in Ekiti now.
That means they have to erase all the whole houses in Nigeria.
You can use Google location in Ekiti now to locate anybody you want to locate.
That's not. It doesn't mean it's planned. That's not it.
It's not Google now.
How will you get to a place if it's not planned on Google?
No.
No, what about the toilet? The sewage system. You're talking about the sewage system.
Google is not the only system.
The sewage system. The sewage system.
No, before you can use Google, it has to be a planned road. Yeah, it has to be a planned location. It has to give you. You have to have a plan on your distance before you can use Google to go to anywhere.
See, you can use when you have all these geo softwares. When you do something, even you can go to your village and right from there you update.
How do you want to get to that place without a plan of this is the road you are going to pass? This is the road. This is where you are passing.
You only need to get a coordinate.
Even with the coordinates, how do you identify the names of the area you are going to?
Guys, just 5 seconds. Guys, please. Please wait for 5 seconds. General Thomas, speaking French, Thomas, Mr. What Peace wants to come in, so be aware of it. Thank you. Okay, you guys can continue. Sorry to interrupt.
See, Baba, Ekiti has no master plan. I know what exactly what.
That was
Do you
that
know how
was
to know this
before.
information?
We
Wait
have
now.
plan
Thank
now.
you.
Come on, stop saying all this now.
No, now how do
That
you
was
know?
before
Wait.
now.
If
Ekiti
you
has
have people in the
Ekiti,
academia, if
the
you have
Ekiti that you
people in the
know,
academia,
the Ekiti, no, the Ekiti that you know has been. Yeah, Ekiti has moved on. Come on. Why
for
you
the P,
still say
you know
Ekiti?
when
Èkìtì náà ti
when
modernize nígbẹ̀yìn náà ti modernize nísìn.
Ajale Koko, I know.
Ejo, we didn't ask for the Ogun State people. We did not
Ìbá wa
ask for
Ogun
them
State
to.
la wá civilize wọn lógun ní Èkìtì ń bẹ̀ yẹn pàápàá gan. Bàbá tí.
Baba
I
Yellow
swear,
are you from Ogun or from Akure? Hello, Baba Yellow are you from Ogun or from Akure?
Ogun State, la civilize both
Uh,
Ondo àti
I actually thought you are
Èkìtì.
from Ondo. I would have told you that since we left Ondo State, since Ekiti left Ondo State, there is not any tangible achievement they've ever achieved. So you stop. You know what you are saying.
That's not true.
That is true.
Not true.
Yes, sir.
Foley B, let me tell you how in schools, we have some people that did land survey, right? Now, this is a thing. Even Ogun State as it is now, Ogun State has no master plan. I can tell you that for sure because I have building in Ogun State. Ogun State has no master plan.
How did they do the switch system?
Ogun State, maybe Abeokuta has master plan, I don't know. Ogun State as the state has no master plan. After the time I did my property there.
They have to break all the whole houses then. They should break all the whole houses. Break everything and start afresh.
You see people, you see people still building close to, very close to pipeline. And you will see send the state surveyor to come there and they will see approve and they will see put the thing on coordinates. Is that the master plan? You understand?
It is forbidden.
I have to repeat today that if anything happens in Ekiti today, let's say water, this thing, where is your water channel? Which of the rivers are you connecting from Ekiti? That okay, like there's a water thing in Ekiti and you have your drainage system. Which of the water? River Niger, River Benue, or you are directing to Dito Washington Dam? Where exactly are those things going?
To Lagos, to Lagos.
So the thing is okay. You see your electric pole, you see flying over, you see flying wire across the way you like anyhow. Where is the plan? The only state in the entire country that is trying to have some kind of blueprint master plan that is not even perfect is still Lagos. Even though they have it, are they following
Abuja? Abuja is not okay.
So
Abuja,
you can
Abuja has a master
see,
plan then.
Poly B, if you go to your village, if you go to your farmland today, you stay there, even your phone, you don't even need something complex. Your Android phone, you take the coordinate of that place. You just update from that place. Give that street Poly B. It will update that Poly B there. And anybody that comes to that, they will be seeing Poly B farm there. That's what we are at today.
Foley B, by the way, Ola, I apologize. Foley B, are you there?
He's here.
He's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you see how wonderful and how amazing Showore was sounding when he was talking about Ondo State? I'm like, yes, this is it. I'm like, yes. He was sounding like the actual guy that I wanted him to become. This is it. He was more effective with that campaign against whatever, whatnot.
He's calm now. He's calm now.
That tells you
he's calm now.
He needs to focus on fully. The man needs to focus on the state. He has a future in that state. I'm serious. He needs to focus on I'm all jokes aside, because I'm like, wow. So where it sounds like an actual politician for once.
I like nature.
But I'm like,
yes,
okay. No. Don't seriously go and watch that arise.
It doesn't make noise like before anymore.
It was discussing Ondo because it's from there. So when it was discussing the Ondo state politics, I'm like, yeah, people can relate to this. This sounds more effective. Discuss your own people. Stop discussing Nigeria. Discuss your own the grassroots. So it was very effective. I loved that interview fully. I loved it. It was good.
It was really good. Just saying, by the way.
But
Sorry,
it was not 100% okay because of the DSS slowed them down.
No. I'm saying that him talking about compare when he discussed Nigeria at large, as compared to when he's discussing his own people in those states, the difference is just clear. It's just I'm like, yes, this guy's connected.
That means
I'm feeling the guy.
Charity begins at home.
It sounds like, okay, don't forget this Nigeria talk. Discuss your own do. So for just say, let him keep it up. He has a future in those states, not Nigeria. Why are you laughing? I'm just observing.
So you want him to be a governor? No, you say he has future now in those states, not for Nigeria.
Fully knows I'm not. I fully knows my position about his party now. It's not like I'm hiding it. He knows where I stand on that now. Focus on grassroots. I've always told him that for the last 4 years.
Then we can assist him now for him to win on those states. Now let's see if he's going to perform.
Hold on, Foley is here. For the last 4 years, I've been engaging Foley on the various platforms. He knows my position on AAC. I've always said, "What Foley, you are here. You can debug." I say, focus on what.
Foley, reply. We are here. We are listening to you, Mr. Foley.
His mic is on.
I can hear you now.
He's sleeping.
So
yes, what do you think? What do you think about?
I'm like, show what it was. I love this when he talked about. I love the way. What do you think? I think it's better suited for those than Nigeria. My own opinion.
No, I think there is no problem in somebody trying to want to be. You don't want to be. You don't want anybody to cage him on his own environment alone. And I think if anybody should know Showore very well, starting from his day one, he has never narrowed his mindset towards his village alone. It's not like he actually forgot his village, but he has never believed I have this place alone. He believes the whole universe is where you can drive and you can do good, you can do great things. If these people that did Google believe in their locality alone, they won't have done anything like that. But because they have bigger pictures, that's why you see them doing what they are doing. So there is no time that Showore has ever left.
You start small. You have to start small now. You have to start small. Every business starts small. Every great companies today start small.
They start small, but they didn't. Does that mean that Showore is not doing anything in his local in his state? Showore has been doing.
You don't even have to start small.
Wait, Showore has been doing Showore Foundation since 2020, since 2005 in his local government.
How is the impact?
And every
how is it impacting his people? How is he impacting his own people?
Someone to be doing scholarship every year. Or are you telling me it's not impactful?
No,
giving out scholarship every year.
Let us be honest. Those that give scholarship. Those that give scholarship is selective scholarship. I will tell you, it's very cheap now. Let us be honest now. Fully be that gives out scholarship in Nigeria. We do selective scholarship. I will tell you.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter whether it's selective or not. But what I was about to address with Fully is this: see, it is time for us to change the mentality in Nigeria that we have to be only president before we do anything. Like, okay, I live in a city now that some people in their life, what they wanted to become in their life is to become the mayor of the city. And the last mayor of my city really, in fact, the impact, to the best of my knowledge, has been the best because that guy was trying to model Calgary after Toronto. And Calgary, under him, really developed seriously. That's the city. There are things you can do for your people and your people alone, even if the entire space will not allow you. There's nothing wrong in Showore looking after his own local government and make life better and make people from his local government some kind of example of how to benefit from democracy. So there's nothing wrong. It's just still our mentality, because we are so ambitious that we don't even know what we don't even when we are not even able to achieve. At the end of the day, we waste our time. Even if you want to do business, you have to look at the market you can realistically, you understand, you can realistically capture. You don't say, oh, because you want to do business today now, you want to capture the global environment. Even if it's your own shit. So to me, I'm not saying
the person will die.
I actually know what you are saying. But do you know all these things you are saying? Showore has been doing it. But yeah, this guy, the only problem this guy has, he has never seen himself join politics. So he didn't make it known like he's doing it to people.
You don't get
He has
me
never
yet.
had the mind of joining politics. He's only doing his own things on his own space. Just like us
I
here.
heard that Ondo don't have light for the past. Some parts of Ondo don't have light for the
like
past
me now, you
10
never
years.
see me. You never see me doing anything. I'm putting it on social media that I'm doing it. The same thing Showore is doing.
That in okay, follow me. I heard that is it the south or the north of Ondo? They don't have light for the past 10 years. Not even blink.
For the past,
they don't have electricity.
Yes.
No, Mr. Trump,
what is Showore doing? Why can't he fight for him?
That's not even where I'm going to.
No,
Trump,
he can fight. He can fight for the star area to get it now.
Do you know how many fights that he has put in place to make that thing happen, and it's not happened?
No, Folibi, get me right. Dangote today is not a politician. And
thank you.
In one way or the other, it's impacting life. Whether we like it or not.
After destroying billions of lives.
Let's stop all this kind of
let's focus on the positive now. The positive now.
Sorry. When you are saying somebody is impacting life, when you are saying somebody is impacting life, me, I will never see anybody who have committed crime somewhere to come and patch another person's life as if somebody is doing anything.
Don't let us be condemning anything.
I'm not condemning here. You are the one bringing issue of Dangote here. You are the one that's bringing matter of condemnation here. I'm not
condemning Showore. I'm talking of what Showore could have done better. I'm not condemning Showore. I understand it.
And I'm telling you what this guy has been doing, and yet you are not saying it.
Wait. Dangote today, apart from the government, is the largest employer of labor in Nigeria.
Because it was monopolized.
Forget about all this.
Let me tell you, the opportunity that Dangote has in Nigeria, if you give it to a goat, that goat will be rich.
I hear you, Folibi. I hear you. There are hundred thousands of opportunities you can develop. I keep telling people here now, Dangote fail in the area of tomato paste. How come?
Let me tell you, this your Dangote can never drive in anywhere there is a competition. Today, the business that Dangote is doing, they have to compete with people that you are
Guys, hold on. Thomas, can you let War, Peace, and Simba in if you're there? They are in the
General
back
Thomas, wake up. General Thomas, wake up.
Okay, Ola, do you have the access to bring them up?
No, I don't have access this day because I'm not that available.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So what I just want you to understand is, see, Dangote, I'm not saying is God. I'm not saying it's Jesus. I'm not saying it's perfect. Nobody will have his own bad side in this life that will not have his own good side. Today, I focus. This topic is about the good side of Dangote. So let's forget about monopoly or whatever. Like I keep saying, it is excuse to say Dangote is monopolizing. I had to be doing something in Nigeria before for me to categorically say Dangote is monopolizing. I'm not saying he doesn't participate in monopolistic market. I'm not saying that, but that's not the point. Today, Dangote is the largest employer of labor. Now, those people that Dangote are paying salary, they will be the one. They will patronize farmers. They will rent house. They will enter buses. They will subscribe to telecom services. They will do a lot of things that is helping the economy just to go on. It's different from now. Remove Dangote workers and those people in Spain, you are still going to feel the impact of the economy negatively. Even the electricity is generating, the environment too, they are benefiting. The road that lead to where this guy has his own factory, he tar the road and make good. So those are just contribute, because see, even if Allah that is speaking to you today, if I created job for 10 people in my village and they are feeding their family, I have impact more than a presidential candidate that is not even winning a vote. Because to me, I will be seeing myself that at least I'm taking care of 10 of 10 people. Maybe those 10 people
Thank you,
without my
Mr.
impact,
Ola.
maybe they
Thank
will
you.
have find themselves.
Are you telling me
don't let
Showore
us
has
go.
never? Do you know? Are you telling me Showore did
I'm
not do
not
anything?
saying it
Did
now.
not
People
employ
are
people?
saying against scholarship now. Nobody is arguing. I'm saying
Okay, sir.
with his
I
capacity,
will not go far. I will
he
not go
can
far
even
with you.
lift his local government. I'm not saying it's a what he
Wait,
can do.
I will not go far with
My
you.
ambition is
I
to
will
become a local
just give
government,
you two
my own
names.
local government chairman if I have
I will
opportunity,
just
for
give you two
example.
names. Do you know Adeola Fayehan?
I'm not saying that guy is not doing anything at all. Don't get me wrong. This is not to paint Showore black now. This is not the point.
Ola, let's give this guy, because I've been listening to him. Let him even tell us what offense Dangote has committed against him. Tell us today. What is the problem with you?
Is that Remy? Is that Remy or
No,
what's it
it's
called?
Simba.
Who's that?
This is Simba.
Okay,
Your
Simba.
friend.
Mr. Simba, I know you very well. I know you very well. Do you know most time when we talk, say, I have put you in a condition, in a position of you don't know much about what people pass through before they come up to where they are. So you don't know much about it, so you can't talk about it.
You think my father is Dangote, have you?
No, it's not necessary for a father to be.
So what have you passed through that you think that somebody else has not passed through? That I think that you're the
I'm
only
not
one
talking
that
about
passed through it.
somebody else. We are many here that we are passing through it, but you are not. So we are many.
How do you know?
But
How did you know? How did you know?
You that know, I know. You that know, I know. Don't worry.
Simba.
You that know, I know.
They see that
Yes. You that know, I
if you
know.
are starting if you are starting your argument from that position, that is just a weak position that you are taking.
I don't know. I
Tell
didn't
us,
just want to like
because
that. You know what? When we're arguing, when we're arguing now, it's better you share your mind with somebody that passed through what you are trying to bring out. Okay, it's not someone who I don't want to be. I don't want to be arguing with people who doesn't pass through some stage of life. And I'm trying to tell them.
so okay.
How
So
the
do
place
you
is.
want me? Do you want me? Let me tell you. Do you want me to tell you my background so that
No, I don't
you
want to know.
understand where I'm coming from?
I don't.
No, let me
I
tell
don't
you.
want to
Let
know.
me tell you. Let me tell you. No. Because
Oh,
you are just you don't know me, and you are just
I know you.
assuming that
You are a
you don't know
medical
me.
doctor.
Do you know when I go? For the fact I'm a medical doctor today does not mean that I started from a silver spoon.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't just assume that if you think that your roles were rough initially, every other person has it rough also. I'm not like Babati, whose father is a millionaire or whatever.
Babati.
Babati, don't mind. He want to transfer it. Don't worry. I'm on him. I'm on him. Not Babati. I'm not with Babati. I'm on you.
You can talk.
No. I know, Father. I know. I'm seeking Babati attention. Babati, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's listening.
The problem I have with you is that you always communicate with on email. I'm not an email person. I'm a phone person. I remember we had a talk about. I was really talking about this IFA stuff. We had a talk about it. You asked me directly, and I told you we talk about it. My problem with you is I don't use email. Is there any way we can talk on phone? Fine, we can talk. We can do things. I'm interested in what you guys are talking about. You are the one talking about it.
Oh, the one.
But how to get hold of you is my problem.
Okay, leave your number. And I know Simba's going to get me. Simba, I have your email. But what? Leave your
your number.
I beg you, keep quiet. Yeah.
Now let
Babati.
now.
All these days, you be.
So back
Go
to
ahead.
our discussion.
Simba, let's not. I'll make amends in the back.
My expose them. My they can expose them.
One piece, give your number. I'll reach out. Okay.
I'll leave my WhatsApp number at the private chat so you can add it. Is the WhatsApp number not a direct WhatsApp number? If you use WhatsApp, then you can add
Simba,
it.
don't worry. I will make amends. Simba, don't worry. I will make amends. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Folibi, continue.
So Timber,
Because I heard that.
Folibi, because I've been listening to Ola trying to defend. You know, the Dangote. I don't know what people have against. You said it's made mention of something that even if they give that opportunity to $1, it will make millions.
A goat.
No, it's not. Let me tell you, what you are saying is not true. You are in Nigeria, you are doing business. How easy is it easy to do business? Even don't let us tell about Nigeria. In any space. The business, anybody that has ventured into business knows that business is not that easy.
I will ask you this question again. Tell me that business that is a competitive business that Dangote actually drive from money or succeeded in it. Tell me one.
It got to the stage it got today. It started, let me tell you, it didn't started as a monopoly. And you people are just using this issue of monopoly against him. It started from somewhere. It grew up, it got to a stage before it has that opportunity that it has.
You know Dangote, do you even know Dangote background?
Why are you always talking about people's background? Everything about background.
That is the foundation. That is the foundation in case you don't know. Whatever you want to be in your life, your background will first of all lay a foundation for you.
Okay, that is the foundation.
So it's a background gave him monopolistic opportunity.
His background is data background.
Forget if only be all those things are excuses for us to discredit.
Not excuses. No, I don't know. You know what? If whatever we're talking here,
what's the background of
what?
The Access Bank founder? What's the background of yeah?
What is background of Otedola?
Otedola's father is a governor now.
So why are we not accusing Otedola of the same thing that we're accusing Dangote?
Do you mention Otedola here now? We don't have something to say about them. You are talking about Dangote.
Is Otedola is the first person that the Baba will be governor? Is Otedola the only person? Where's the son of Adekunle Ajasin? Where's the son of Omopori?
Can you compare Otedola? Wait down. You just mentioned something. Can you compare Otedola's life, Otedola's father's life, with Adekunle Ajasin that you just mentioned? Can you compare them? Can you compare?
All these Showore followers, including Baba Jali Koko.
Talking reality here. We are talking reality. Can you compare Ajashin that you just mentioned with other dollars of the world? Can you compare?
Just hold on. We can mention some other people that rule at the same time.
Ajashin as a governor. Baba Ajashin as a governor did not build a house as a governor. He did not build a house for himself.
Otedola's father was a NRC governor in Oyo State in 1992. Now, there are so many other people that rule at the same time that they were governor. Where are their sons?
Sir,
if you don't want us to go back and say, okay, all those ones are conservative.
If you want to compare people, do you know Balarabe Musa is a governor in Kano State?
Balarabe Musa, yes.
Yes. Do you know what they did as a governor and what they have as their own personal property in their life?
No, Foley B.
These are the good examples.
Where's Kola Abiola today?
Is Kola Abiola a businessman? His father is a businessman.
No, that's what we are saying. You are just saying his father is this thing. You see, your father may be
Otedola's father was not a businessman. So,
And
so what are you talking about?
Abiola is not poor as well.
It's not. Can you put him in the likes of Otedola? As Kola Abiola is not up to 10% of what his father has achieved. He has not achieved 10% of what his father has achieved. So what are you talking about? The so-called the rich people that time, even in 1 year would I stay alive today? Do you hear anything about his children?
I'm
So
listening.
you cannot just be looking for excuses and say, okay, and we mentioned Ade Dangote, he said because he's from that tax family. We mentioned Otedola,
what?
he said because the father was a governor. And we mentioned this, he will always look for reason.
Timber. I know wherever we are talking about all these things, you didn't used to go back to what actually bring out me mentioning Dangote. We're talking about Sowore here. Somebody is mentioning Dangote. Does that collaborate? Does that actually have a match?
What he's saying, Sowore can show an example of what he can do by starting gradually. He can start from a local government or even go to a state and contest as a state governor. Talk is cheap. We are not seeing it's very easy for you to criticize, to say this is the way you do things. But when it comes to practicality of it, it's very difficult. Let him practice what he's preaching first, and let us see what he can achieve with it, with a small thing. You have not done a small business, then you wanted to do do a billions business. Nobody will give you that opportunity. Let him go and do little things. Let's see what he can achieve with that. Then we cannot trust him. What do you
We
say?
don't even ask you to give us. We don't even ask you to give us. We are not bitter about it. We are only passionable about our country. We are not bitter about anybody you like give us to. We are not bitter about it.
Hold on, Folibi. I want to come back to you on Dangote we are talking about. Now, in that country today, we have policy on automobile, right? Inosimonto has been there for a very long time. We have all these Kuskaris and co. They were there, right? When Dangote didn't even plan to come into that business. Now, Dangote is starting that business very large, in a very large form now. Probably 15 years down the line, we'll be talking of ICE monopolizing the market again, right? Even when some people can see that automobile industry bid and they're not doing anything. Many people got refinery licenses under OBJ. Now, even Dangote wanted to buy the Port Harcourt refinery and Otedola. What happened? Una shout and get that thing. And he decided to go on his own to do that. Many people that got the same licenses the other time, where are they? They started moving around across the globe looking for investors to resell the licenses.
No, they will say they didn't give them opportunity. That's what they will say.
I'm coming by now. Just wait. So they were moving around thinking investors are fools. Where you do not have capacity, you go to get license. And you are now looking for investors up and down. Eventually, they withdraw those licenses from there. Why is this guy, the former chief of army staff? What's the name of that guy? This Plateau State man. Why is that guy
Hussaini?
No, not even Hussaini. Other Obasanjo, this guy, chief of army staff. What's the name of the guy? Danjuma. Danjuma.
Okay.
So now, before they withdrew licenses from all those people that they gave the license to import cement, why were they not building their factory in Nigeria? So why are some people not building tomato paste in that country? Why are some people not establishing rice mill? Why are some people not establishing a paper mill like Omolayo and Co? Why are some people not investing in nail and all those stuff? Why are some people importing toothpick, what they can manufacture in Nigeria? So now I'm saying in this world, there are over
people are importing toothpick in Nigeria.
There are millions of businesses.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, oh. How come that any business that Dangote now does that is thriving, all of a sudden everybody is aware of monopoly in that business? It's not about whether there's monopoly or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about.
You and I that we are
I
talking,
personally,
we are
wait,
analyzing it.
I
How many of
personally,
those have we created on ourselves?
I'm not,
For ourselves?
I'm not bitter about Dangote. I'm not bitter about Dangote achievements. Okay, but I'm just telling you why you should not compare Showore with Dangote. That's why we mentioned Dangote. I won't have mentioned Dangote. You never see me doing that. Okay, when somebody is comparing Dangote with Showore, that's why something came up. So I'm not saying Dangote is evil.
I have to say it. I said this guy created job for thousands of Nigerians.
And
Why can't I
in
mention it?
Showore's, in the little way of Showore's space as well, he has created job.
Adenuga created job for several thousands of people directly. Michel Edegbe of Interswitch created job for thousands of people.
But you said which job, Abi? I think you said you are. What's it called?
Which job did
you said. Do you know this guy that you went to his program? You went to his station yesterday. And what's the name of this guy? Nkonkwo Abi. What's the name? Do you know he's a Showore's employee?
Dr. Damages.
Yes. Do you know?
I'm listening.
No, I see. I haven't see. That's not even what I'm even saying. I'm just making an analogy, but
That's not. We call. Is it media? Media. Do you know that if there's a EMP now, that boom, the whole earth now. What?
No, Mr. Trump, give that credit to Showore. No, give that credit to Showore. I'm not going to take that credit away from him. What I'm now saying is this: you can become a local government chairman and have impact on the president of the country, according to your resources. Okay, you say you are from Ijo. Okay, it's from Ijo. You see your people; they have skill. They cannot even be a perfect bricklayer. They can't be a perfect carpenter. You can become a local government chairman
that
and
is
create
not
some kind of
possible
trade
in
center for
Nigeria
them to
today.
work there.
You can't make any impact in the life of anybody if you are a local government chairman in any part of
I more disagree.
Wait.
You can't.
Baba Jale Koko, you have started. Are you not the one that I said we want to bring governance to the people? Is from local government, and you are not saying that local government cannot touch the life of people. Are you not the one? Are you not the preacher of local government?
Does your local government function? Does
It can
your
make it
local
function
government
now.
function? Were they allowed to function by the governors?
You should go there and fight for it now, you know.
Babati.
Let me tell you what I find out about this Showore. Let me say this. What I find out about these Showore supporters is they like giving the excuses.
What piece? I see your message now. Okay?
They just like giving the excuses.
Okay, please copy the messages.
Because we are realistic. Because we are realistic.
Let him go and fight. No, let him go and fight at the local government level now.
Yeah, one for the fact bomb.
Let me go tell you. You cannot even be a councillor today. You cannot even be a councillor in Nigeria without aligning with these people. It's just a councillor.
So what is it still doing in that space? You are what people are saying now. You are giving up.
That's why we are creating our own platform.
That's why we are creating our own party. But those of you that believe in
those of you are not ready.
You don't want anything.
You are not ready.
Your ideology is a failed ideology.
He hates the common people.
It's a fail because people like you are in bed with your oppressors.
I've won nothing so far.
No, don't say that, Folibi. Don't say that, Folibi.
I'm telling you. People like Timber, they are in bed with their oppressors. They want people to continue suffering.
No. Folibi. Let me explain something for you. Do you know that Folibi, let me explain something. It's very easy, very simple. Understand? Do you know why we all are saying that you start from local government? At least people will start talking about him.
And I'm telling you, you cannot start from anywhere in Nigeria of today.
Not media.
You have to create a movement.
Not media. Not everybody has that capacity to do media now. You understand? It can start something like
Mr. Trayon.
I'm listening.
Nigeria politics of today. If you don't belong to these people, they will never allow you to come in.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Even
Who is saying
that's
it?
what black people are
Who is saying
complaining
it's a lie?
You know,
What do you think is happening in
I'm
River
not
State
saying it.
today?
I mean, even no. Don't
Only
use
my
the
data
River State
What do you think is happening in River State
jẹ́
today?
òní kò mọ politics rárá. Má dá yẹn
Why do
lóhùn.
you think Wiki wants to dominate in River and the guy is trying to fight him
He's
back?
a French man.
Don't you
He's
see
not
the
a
what
Let me tell
is
what
there
you
today?
don't know. Wike is following orders. Wike is following
It's
orders.
following what? It's following what?
Orders.
Following
People are
orders from where?
giving orders.
Mr. Trump, just give me a
That
minute.
is none of my business. That's none of my business. Okay.
Mr. Trump, I
Okay.
beg for a minute. See, for Libby.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Awolowo didn't wait to become the president of Nigeria before he made it in impact in the Western Nigeria. And we are still talking of him to tomorrow. That's an
Yes.
example.
As a Western region,
Ajasin did not. He didn't wait to become the president of Nigeria before he had impact in the state.
those are the area. Those are the time. Those are the time that good people can actually show up. Those are the time that good people can actually show up.
Let him land.
The reference you are making is counterproductive.
Yes, now.
The position that Awolowo occupied then as the premier is as good as the position of the president, because Awolowo back then controlled the resources in the state. He have his own police. He have his own embassy in London. He have his own everything.
He has his own radio station. He has everything on his head.
Like
Awolowo built them. It's not as if he had it. He built them.
He built it, but we are telling you, Awolowo had the power that Awolowo had that time at the
like a president
region is as good as the power of the president.
Wait now, Ajale Koko. He didn't just get to that level, he built it. That's what I'm saying.
Where did he build it from? Where did he build it from? Where did he build it from?
Ajale Koko, let me give you an example.
Okay, what did he do to build it?
Who created the party? The party, no, Baba Ajale Koko, who created the party that he used that time? The action group.
Awolowo, he created the party. He created the party, right? But Sowore is creating his own party now. You guys are blaming him. He's creating his own party.
What Awolowo did back then.
Are we comparing Sowore to Awolowo? Please, let's not.
The same thing that
We can compare him with Awolowo because during the Awolowo time, Awolowo
are you dreaming? Are you dreaming? Are you dreaming?
Wait,
are you dreaming?
Wait now. You don't want in life. Everywhere have its own. Everything has its own stage. Awolowo was here during his own time. He did his best. That does not mean that people will not come after Awolowo to step on his toe and step on his feet and doing the same thing that he's doing. So Awolowo came, he has his own way, he made his own way, and he left. That does not make him to be the head of.
You are getting me wrong. Let me give a model for Sowore now. I'll give a model for Sowore. Let's assume that Sowore local government, they have about 100,000 people there. I'm not saying it should solve the problem once and for all.
Let me give you
I've been to Sowore's.
Wait first. Let him land. Fully
wait now.
Let the power of silence. Let him land. For you to have somebody's attention, you listen. When the person started,
all right,
it is to be represented.
All right, I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
Continue.
So I want to give you an example. I'm responding. So Sowore has enough social and political capital that, okay, if he rally around today, people will support him. I know as a local government chairman, the government might stifle him of some funds so that they may not be able to do things. But you'll be shocked that if Sowore goes to his local government, people like us will donate to support him. If it's just to build skill center to support people, to make people's life better,
Like, okay,
Ola,
a
how would they
carpenter.
have won? How would they have won? How would they have won the local government when the governors are the one that control? I mean that conducted the local government election? How would they have won?
Okay, Ajale Koko, he can do that without the governor there. He can do something without the governor. Okay,
How
but
would
you
they have
go.
won when
No, these people don't know.
Hold on.
These people don't know decay. They didn't know
Hold
decay
on.
of
When
the Nigerian election.
Obaseki just conducted the local government election. Obaseki
Let me
that could
quickly
not
say
deliver.
something.
Hold on
Moma,
now.
I've been listening to you. I want to go and pick my friend from the group.
Obaseki
Let
that could not
him
deliver
land.
his state.
Hold on. Oh, too
Obaseki
much
that
voice.
could not deliver his
Ajale,
state to Atiku.
too much
He won
voices.
all the local
Let
government
Ajale.
election in his
Yeah.
state. Obaseki won all the local government, all local government in the election he just conducted.
Even in my state,
He won
the
all
same
the
thing.
local government, but yet he could not deliver the state for Atiku in the presidential election. He couldn't win all the senators.
And that one is a local election now. You cannot compare local. That one is a local election.
Hold on now.
We are not having election again in Nigeria and in local government. That's what we're telling you.
In the senatorial seat, he couldn't even win all the Senate seats for the state for his party. But yet, his party won all the local government in the local government election. Kilo day.
Politics.
Either anybody like it or not, whether anybody like it or not. There is no election in local government area again in Nigeria. No election.
Okay, what about the senators? What about senators? What about senators? What about senators? Let me ask you. What about senators? He can try senator now to win his district now. We can help him out. If is it for him to be no. If he can be fighting for people over there.
You know what? You know when you guys talk, say, when you guys talk, say, I'll just be looking at you. So for you to be a senator in Nigeria, I have a brother. Wait, I have a brother.
Nigeria is not
one voice. If you are talking on each other, we won't hear each other. So let's Folly go first. Folly, Folly wants to make some.
Sir, you know, in this country, this space that we find ourselves in, our electoral process has been monetized to the level of, if you are not a devil, you cannot even try a shit around them. You have to be a devil, you have to be wicked, you have to be ready to kill and do anything, whatever you think you can do to get there before you can win a position in Nigeria today. Your money alone is not enough to do it. You have to have the wicked mind. Like if anybody wants to come across you, yes, you have to take them off in Nigeria. So our space has now gave that space to wicked ones among us. So the good people, whenever they want to try it, immediately they see the fear, they run back. And that is where we are today. And instead of us all of us to talk about that, we'll be blaming somebody.
That is true. Funny,
it's not true. It's not true, Thomas. It's not true.
No.
Let me. You know what? Okay, I will hold on for you. But I have. Okay.
Let me say this. Ajale Koko, listen to me. Why will they conduct a local government chairman of a 33 state in Oyo State, of 23 states in Lagos, of 24 states in Ekiti, and one party will take all the votes? Is it possible? Where is people? What are we talking about here?
Thomas now.
Oh, like AAC, like AAC. Go do that. No, that's the answer. Oh, like AAC. Go and do better.
But why PDP? Why is it? Why the known party are not winning?
Hold on. One like AAC, right? But in Oyo State, you see PDP won all the local government. In Lagos State, APC won all the local government. In Edo State,
Ogun State, Edo State,
APC. All the governor win, and where he doesn't
can
win.
Can I talk? I will give you examples. I can give you examples.
He can remove that local government chairman anytime and appoint administrator.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Thomas. All these things that Baba Jale Koko and Foley, they are just they are just telling lies. They are liars. The two of them. No, Baba Jale Koko Let me give you examples. Let me give you examples. Let me give you example. Thomas.
Simba, yeah, go on.
Okay. You know, if you are talking about if you are talking about politics, everybody knows in Nigeria that Saraki family, they know the kind of politics they play in Kwara State. Old Kwara State, including Kogi. Now, during the time of Saraki, the Ofa people, let me tell you this, they were always opposition to Saraki. And whenever they conduct any local government election, there is no way Saraki party can win in Ofa. Because the Ofa people will not agree to any kind of shenanigan they want to do. They are always in opposition, and Ofa will be in opposition party. And they will win their local government. You understand? So this one that people are just saying that it's not possible. Let me tell you, if
we are talking of present Nigeria, this guy is going back to Saraki.
Which percent? When 79 kọ́lá ń sọ ìgbà wo ni bàbá Saraki kú? Ìgbà wo ni bàbá Saraki kú? Ẹ má parọ́ mọ́.
When we are talking of what is happening in Nigeria today.
Let me give you. I'm just giving you insight. Let me tell you what people can do. If Sowore can go to his local government and his people are are convinced about him, there's nothing any governor can do to rig that election. You can only rig where you are strong. Then this one that you are saying that, okay, we have some other parties, even fringe parties, that won honorables, that won House of Rep, that won senatorial election. It's possible. You are just making it to look as if it's only when you belong to the big parties that you can win. It's only that this guy is not acceptable, it's not presentable, and he doesn't have a track record.
What are you talking?
You are just selling a bad market. You are selling a bad market for people and want people to buy to buy this. You can call me any name you like. Low esteem. What do you by low esteem? If you know the meaning of low esteem, you cannot be saying I'm a person with low esteem. The market people are marketing, you have a bad market. You have a bad market. You have a bad market, and it's not marketable. It's not marketable.
A person that attended Ivy League school to go to local government. Do you know what?
You can see the arrogance. You can see the arrogance. You can see the arrogance. You can see the arrogance.
When his colleagues are in high places in United States, they are senators in United States. They are in high governors in United
Let him go back to United States and go and become. Even in the United States, I don't know. Let me tell you, even in the United States that you have, Baba Jale Koko, I'll be the likes of Obama and all the people that are your president today. He started as a senator.
Forget about
you can't
that.
Just forget about I should not forget about it. That's what we are telling your guy to go and do. Let him go and start from his people.
Your president. Sowore will be your president very soon.
Lóòótọ́ ni ẹ máa jí ni ẹ máa lé wa kóòlù
Okay, let's still it around.
Abubakar gbàdújọ rẹ sọ fún níbi tó ti ṣe meeting pé ìwọ tó jẹ́ pé enemy democracy ni ẹ ó ní tí ó wá sọ fún ìwọ ìbá wọlé pé àbí káwọn gbéra káwọn tètè yá sá kúrò.
One in one, for sure. What they show on your knee? Oh, they don't want him. I don't know why you are forcing him that truth. They don't want him. I don't know what.
Àná yìí tẹ kàwé lọ ní wàhálà àlùyẹ ẹ̀yin lẹ́pà àlùyẹ jẹ́
Baba Jale Oko, sorry. Jokes apart. So you don't see that what you are saying, there's some sense in what you are trying to let these guys do.
Well,
no, jokes apart. So
you guys could be right sometimes, at least.
Thank you for accepting it. Thank you for your honesty.
Look, I'm not going to say that you guys are not.
Any solution, but look at the way he spoke about Ondo. It was connected. After that interview on because he had that connection with the all day. I mean, I felt like yes, you should focus more on those states. It's more effective that way. All this national thing that is doing up and down will work now. Let him focus on his own state. Not for office, maybe senatorial district or House of Rep. Start from there. All this, I want to go to with that. You need to stop doing that place. It's embarrassing.
Okay, not now. Now look at the double standard that you guys play sometimes. You, when Chora came out in 2019, you donated money.
I give you money.
Hold on. You donated money into his campaign. You believe in him. But now, today you are changing, you are saying a different story. Hold on now, Babati.
Yes.
Hold on, Babati. What is it that you did not see that time that you are seeing now? Experience. What is it that you didn't see that time?
But Babajaleko, if you have a plan A, and your plan A is not working, why can't you look at plan B?
Let me tell you why.
What is plan B?
Any solution now. For 4 years ago, when he ran for office, I thought he had that chance to become. I believed in his candidacy, whatever.
Okay.
But he regressed. How do you get half of the votes he got?
How did he regress? How?
No,
how?
I'm saying that he was not connected with the audience. Now he didn't get. There was no traction at national level.
When was that?
The second time he ran for office.
When? Second time.
Yeah, now in our
okay. So that is where you got it wrong. You got it wrong. That is where you got it wrong. So you looking at people is people. Is reaction of the audit what is trending that matter to you, or what you believe in?
They are blaming the people.
Is it what you believe in that matter to you, or what is still trending?
But if you cannot make up your mind,
Babajaleko, let's also look at Obi example. Obi, people were able, the people that are selling Obi, they were able to sell Obi because Obi was a former governor, and they used that one to project him. Am I right?
Yes.
You understand? Okay, what can we use to, if I want to say, okay, I want to sell Sowore now, I want to sell Sowore to my people. What examples, what are the things that I can tell them about this man?
It's the publisher of Star.
Okay, can I tell you?
Student Union.
Can I tell you what you can tell? What can I tell you? Can I tell you what you can tell your people?
Okay.
Can I tell you what you can tell your people?
Something tangible.
Can I tell you what you can tell your people?
Concrete. Okay.
Starting with this man, I've never participated in corrupt politics with people that have been governing this country since 1999 to date, that have destroyed the economic base of this country, the financial base of this country, the security of this country, everything that makes life miserable for you. So this man, hold on,
tangible.
Now.
We want tangible things. So tangible things. So Mr. Jelekoko, please.
Listen. This is something new. We're opening a new chapter. We want to take a new course. This is the man that can lead us. This man, this is what he has done. He has fought for Nigerian people. He has fought for students to get their right. He has fought for this to do this. He has forced the release of people from victims.
What is meaning of this?
Look, you guys are just, you just don't believe in yourself. That is it. That is the problem. You are weak-minded people. Very weak. Very weak people. Weak-minded. Look, to win, to defeat this politician, everybody must stand up, and we must stand up against them squarely.
I agree with you.
It is not about shaking. It is not about taking sides. It is not about supporting them or dividing ourselves alongside their useless party.
We need the result. We need the result, Mr. We need the result.
Sorry, guys. Good morning, everyone, and it's an opportunity to be here. First and foremost, every person or every individual in Nigeria have a right to choose who they want to vote for. Nobody can force anybody to vote for Mr. A or Mr. B. And when you talk to Nigeria, when you talk to people, the people themselves, they will ask you, what has he done before? There is a guy who joined Labour Party under 1 month. He never campaigned, he never do anything. He defeated Banky W. Wright because people believe in that party and they voted for him. And today, he's a member of House of Representatives in Nigeria. So many stories like that. So please, we should stop giving this guy excuses. In his state, they don't know him. They don't know him. Second, he has not contributed to his own local community. There was a time I was confused. Is he from Kwara, Kogi, or Undo? It's not clear cut. We don't know exactly.
Do you know that you are not right by what you are saying? Do you know how many scholarships? Hold on.
Leave scholarship alone, Mr. Jelikuku. No scholarship now. Why people call about scholarship?
Do you know how many scholarships that Shure
Bolo tẹ tí ń rówó tó ná gan, bolo iṣẹ́ wo ló ń ṣe bolo tí ń rówó tó ná gan.
Owó tí wọ́n
jẹ́ kò ní ilé iṣẹ́ ni, ṣèbó ní ilé iṣẹ́. Owó tí wọ́n ń jáde lórí nìyẹn. Èyí tó ń sọ yẹn rẹ̀ mí, that one is not.
General Thomas, sorry, wait for it, everyone. Mr. Jelikuku,
let me finish.
There's Folobi wants to come in. Mr. Folobi wants to come in.
Just like I was saying, if I was sure, and you want to prove your merit in Nigeria, politics is local, whether you have money or you don't have money. If we are talking about Babajeko is continuing to talk the so-called bad politician, when you look around most of these established countries, some of them have parties that have spanned more than 60, 70 years, and they're still fighting among themselves to pick the rightful winner. A good example is America between the Democrat and the Republican. Nigeria is so lucky that, in fact, some fringe party, they have been able to win some position in state assembly and also in the National Assembly. Some people have also won under different parties to become governor. Example of Mimiko in Ondo State. He won under Labour Party. And as we are talking today, the governor of Abia also won under Labour Party. If you think you have the meter, people will ask, what have you done before? But if you guys are pointing that, oh, he has given scholarship to who? Where are they? Which states?
But you don't know. That is your problem.
So that is the problem.
What you don't know, you got to investigate to know that. And don't be.
How can I be investigating somebody who wants to be my president? He should make himself available. It's not something that we have to be searching to know somebody want to rule us.
No, interest. How do I know?
We know we have interest. We have interest. If you ask me now, I don't know the state he comes from. I don't know the local government he comes from. I don't know the name of his town.
You don't have to. I mean,
that is
because you don't care to know.
Mr. Follies are making. You guys are those ones.
You don't care to know.
You know, all of them, all his supporters, they are like him. Just you can see the way they are shouting on top their voice. For Libya and Adele Koko, they are just like him. They have been indoctrinated, brainwashed. All of them, they have been brainwashed.
Wait, follow me. Wait, give me a minute.
Simba, look, we have to be serious. Look, we can't get that country right if we don't start to look for people like Show.
Baba Jaloko, you know what we are doing? We know what we are doing. What we are doing, we are not against Showore. We are trying to brainstorm on what is the way out. how can we project this guy? And we are giving you people idea, but the only thing people are just saying is no, it's not possible. Everything is not possible. Everything, all the ideas that we are giving you this morning is you people are just against it.
Simba, let me tell you something about Showore people. First, they are proud and arrogant. They are proud and arrogant. They thought that the way to take power in Nigeria is by force, and they are just a little minority. Total population of Showore in Nigeria cannot be up to 60,000.
No. Don't say that now. Don't say that.
No,
Don't say that.
How many people voted for him?
Look.
How many people? From 50,000 to now you can 30,000.
You can go against Showore from today till the kingdom comes.
Baba Jaleyoko, we are not against him. We are trying to, we are not, believe me, like somebody like me, I'm not against Showore. And I'm very sure Remy is not, but I don't think that's no, what we are is not against him. We are trying, no. What you are saying, we are trying to look at, okay, this is the approach he's giving now. Why can't we look at plan B? What other things can he do? We are giving you for idea. Let me tell you.
Simba, let them answer this first question for Baba Jaleyoko and Foley. Tell us exactly where is Showore village? Which town? Which city? Which local government?
What is does that question even make sense? Does it make sense at all? Where is it from? Does that even make sense? So it's not from
Nigeria.
Where in Ondo?
I mean, what kind of question is this?
What are you trying to say?
It doesn't make sense.
Okay,
it doesn't make sense.
Very arrogant.
Ajali sir, let me also come in here if I'm allowed. These Midwest people. Okay, I agree with your house. My brother, let us be sincere. You see, Osowore, if he continue to be just an activist or whatever, I may call him comrade or whatever, although it is good, but Osowore will never have a chance to smell that seat. I'm just telling the reason. Let me give you one reason. Among all these people that have been making noise for years, the only person that really missed his actual chances to be a leader in his place is Kanu. This guy that is in prison today. But Osowore, the people of Eastern region are not like the West, Edo side and South side and the North. No. Osowore must go and try himself under the Senate. If he managed to win, let him start moving motions there so that people can really see his style of leadership. Just being like an opposition without really the support of the people and hoping one day Nigeria will not trust him and say Osowore because he talk good. My brother, just analyze every leader that have ruled us. Tell me anyone that cannot identify the problem we are facing.
Let me respond to you now. You mentioned Nnamdi Kanu, that Nnamdi Kanu is the person that can. What did
he has missed it. I said someone who missed it. He missed it already.
He missed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Why did he? Why?
I think we should clarify. The factors to be governor of the state in Southeast.
The factors responsible for Nnamdi Kanu's support from the youth and his people is because he's talking tribal, is fighting tribal, what do you call it?
Agenda.
Tribal agenda. And tribal agenda resonates with people strongly than any other thing. And that is what Showore vow that he will never do. He never believed in tribal campaign. He never believed in religious campaign. He believed in Nigerian people. That look,
can I just put this one
away with that tribal. We don't do away with this religious.
Look at why I make a
never get it right.
Yeah, so I did not see. Those
two tribal and religious have destroyed your politics, destroyed that country. And Showore said he will not participate in running such a
Okay, Ajani Koko, let me point this one before you. I'm not saying Kanu will come and rule Nigeria. Put that one up. But if at a point before they start this, by something that they brought into that movement, they decided to form a political party, I tell you, that would have been serious headache to the entire politician in that region.
Yes,
they miss it already. I just make a reference.
The same thing with Igboho. When
They missed it. They missed it when they started this by something. When let me tell you, my brother, there was a point
where you people like tribal this thing that resonates.
No, it's not. Wait, let me point this one before you. You see, indeed, there was tribalism, but from the beginning, it never started with this tribal something or attacking everybody.
That was when it was not popular. It is when it started the tribal. That is when it became popular among the people.
Wait, it was popular, but when it got to a point when he started preaching, pointing to some of his leaders, you must buy this, attacking everybody in the south area, you must be Igbo.
That was when it became popular and people love him. People love him, particularly the youth. They saw him as a person that is fighting for greater Biafra.
Okay, let us not argue about that one anyway, but that one is a different topic of it. So, but what I was trying to
can I add this? I'm not challenging what both parties is saying, but I just want to tell you guys this, and you guys know it, mostly guys from the West. So predicament right now was caused by two people, but one has 50% in it, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Huh? It's my son.
No mind them. My son is telling me yes. No mind them.
He's eating apple. He's eating apple. Yeah, he likes food like his father. Anyway,
those people we go come fight for Shore in the future. Be that.
Yeah. Now,
Papa Jayoko, so Shore is waiting for War Peace children. That is possible.
Don't worry.
Jayoko, let me tell you this. Shore problem today, or what you call it, predicament that Bialipo said, was solely responsible by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Tinubu is like Dangote, who does not like competition, who cannot stand competition. When Shore came out that 2019, it was very popular in Southwest. It was very popular in South, and that was a threat to Tinubu. That was no to Tinubu. No. People don't want anybody to come up in that Southwest that will have a say that people will look to. At before 2019, Tinubu was the only person, a political leader then, that was projecting. Now, imagine Shore coming up at the same time.
I get you for a while now, please. Just
okay.
Please. Sorry. First and foremost, please, I take God beg you now. Don't talk about Shore as a political gladiator in the Southwest. It's not possible to a senator in any of the states in Nigeria. So when you are talking about
no, it's not political gladiator. I didn't say Nigeria. I said that Southwest. No. See,
telling us Tinubu does not want.
No. See,
he cannot get votes. He cannot get votes. Enough votes.
It's not about vote. Remy, listen. It's not about vote. I'm not a Southwesterner person, but I can say this for free. You people have Southwest have. It's like Southwest. We respect our leaders. And when you now have 2 or 3 leaders, you
it's not Yoruba leader.
Hold on. What piece? Did you drink something this morning? I can't be calling
No, hold on now. You just wait now. Just hold on. Let me land now. Let me land. See, we all respect our leaders in mostly South and Southwest.
It's not our leader now. How can you say Shawori is our leader?
Now. Let me land now. Please. See, Shawori cannot be your leader. People above 40, which Tinubu is a leader for from 70 down. Shawori is a leader for people that 30 down, which are the youth Atiku did not
That
want.
is your assumption, no? That is just your
No,
assumption.
hold on. Not the assumption. When she already started, it really had waves from that southwest to some part of south. I cannot speak for Port Harcourt, but Edo Delta was heavily behind Showore. And now, that at all.
So what were they during the election? What were they
It's
during
not
the
about election
election?
I'm talking about. Listen, see, let me land my position on where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from, well, the point I'm trying to make, at that spot that somebody is dead, people can only listen to as plan B. Tinubu did not want to hear it at all. He wanted to be the person that's calling the shot for the southwest. And that's what he got. He eliminated Somore. Look at it. The vote Somore got in 2019 is a joke. It was allocated. You cannot tell him Somore get 30,000 votes. They brought him down morally to break the people that know this guy's not to look at this guy's good for nothing. Again, look at people that put Somore in jail. Well, you said it now, not my word. It was the Yoruba DSS that you sent for to go and get him. They really went out on to break him down, break people's morale, to break him down, people to see that it's not useful. Mostly in that southwest, so people don't look at him as plan B or alternative. But you might think I'm lying.
Let me interject. What we are saying about Showore, we here in the platform now. We want proofs. The result he has done. What has he established for his own people in Ondo State? Because I had somebody telling me yesterday that they don't even have right in certain. They cannot even fight for their government to put electricity for certain people. I think that one will boost this.
Mr. Trayon.
So I want something tangible, like somebody that is
Mr.
shouting for
Trayon.
River State. They don't even have toilet.
Mr. Trayon. Mr. Trayon.
Who tell you that they don't have toilet in those states?
Mr. Trayon. Mr. Trayon. Hello, Mr. Trayon. Mr. Trayon.
I'm listening.
Yeah, please. Before, you know me, actually, I didn't know Showore before. 2018, when he was campaigning for 2019 election, that was when I got to know about him. And I did my findings about this guy. I check his history. I check where he's coming from. I check his antecedents. And I check his kind of person. And people don't know this about Showore. That if Showore wants to be a Nigerian politician, he really wants to be a politician in Nigeria, there is nothing will stop him not to be part of all these people. Because these people are actually looking for him. They want him to join them so that they can swallow him, so that they can silence him. Let me put it that way. Okay? Please let me land. Please let me land.
Wait, Mr. Remy. Let him land. Please
let me land. This Showore of a thing we're all talking about. Showore, do you know Showore is paying for for teachers in his community, in a government school?
Yeah, no, I have 2 teachers I'm paying for in my former private secondary school, so that is not a big deal.
It's part of it. That means you are doing good. 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 If someone can look,
and I'm paying for 2 every month.
Wait, Remy or Try, what's it called? Please
continue.
If you as a person, if you as a person can look at your community and pay for teacher in your community, that tells you that you have an art somewhere. Okay, and that art must not be brought down. Either would like it or not, it's a good intention. Somebody that have good art can only do that. Okay, so I will never bring you down for doing that. It's part of it. It's supposed to have with your what's it called, your value. So if someone can be doing all these things, Showore of a thing, I don't know why Nigerians think it's when you are in government that you can impact your society. This guy did not believe in he has never believed in being in government before he can impact. He has been doing the best he can do in his own space. But he noticed that we have been doing this. We are not seeing results. And that is why Sowore asked to bring people together in 2018. Let's create our own platform where we can challenge our own mindset towards, away from what we have been doing. There is no any system changing in Nigeria that Sowore did not participate. There is no any government that have changed in this country since Sowore has been coming to this limelight of the Nigerian active citizen that is not participating in it. But they are not seeing results from the people who they were actually doing it with. And people are seeing him that if people are using him. But this guy, none of them have ever come out one day and said, we are the one that are using Sowore. Sowore just believe in changing the system. Let's do things that can make this system function. But when he noticed that this thing is not changing, we have been trying and nothing is changing here. How can we organize ourselves and bring ourselves to a group or a movement that can liberate the country away from these mediocres? And that is why he came down. Initially, he wanted to bring all the parties together, but the signals that Sowore received from them is why he has to go and register his own political party, where he can be able to showcase his own idea. And unfortunately for us, that we're supposed to be even asking him as if somebody is trying to make something happen. We talk down on him. We talk as if Nigeria cannot create their own.
You have also said so many things. Wait, Mr. Foley. See, if I'm allowed to put something.
Let me just say something for him.
Okay.
Only they thought it's all about Sowore. They don't know that it's for us. That party they thought it's for Sowore.
Let me use myself. Okay, let me say what I did. I did a very big error 7 years ago. I wanted to do something national, the whole France. I fuck up within 5 months. Sorry to you, I messed up within 5 months. Then somebody told me, a consultant told me, I should start from my local government. Now, the service I'm giving in now, I'm taking the whole, let me say like the whole Lagos. Next year, I'm going the whole, you understand? Because I did mistake.
What is that? Is it in politics or business? What is that?
In business.
Hey, just using as an example now. He's using it as an example.
Business.
Because if I did not, let me say business and politics are still the same thing.
No, they are not the same.
That's what we are
Baba Jaleko.
That's what you are trying to say.
Let me ask Baba Jaleko this question. Let me ask Baba Jaleko this question.
Simple, I wanted to put something there before I round up. Look,
sorry.
Yeah, this guy has been talking about Sowore. The way I see Nigeria, we have reached a critical situation where we should not trust one man. When I mean one man, I'm not talking about the one that owns this platform. Any of our citizens. That sense of contribution for national building is gone. I don't trust Sowore. I don't trust Peter Obi. The only thing we have to do now is to support the current president by telling him, let him enact a law that will allow external auditor into the governor's office. If we start from there, we will start building Nigeria. I'm just telling you. All this one person is coming, this is who we trust. It's not going to help anybody. Nobody is better than Tinubu. Although I did not vote for him. Every other people you are mentioning their name, we in Edo State, we were sending money to elect this governor. From here in Europe, everybody saw it. Not his own money. This Obaseki. Do you know the whole local government, like somebody said, not only local government, the entire council, they are all PDP. The only thing that the government left for their hand, you can see that your enemy is in your own house. So let us unite, mostly the diaspora. Let's take instead of criticizing.
No, say na constitution give governor.
Baba Jaleko.
See, there is too much power in the hands of the president. Let's unite and support him by building that trust, so we can put pressure on him to start auditing all this governor.
Okay. What I want to ask, let me ask my question. Baba Jaleko. You know Tunji Braithwaite?
Yes.
You know, this National Advanced Party NAP. You know, it was like this Showori that we are talking about, if you remember. How did he find out? I think Showori should learn from people who have done this same as that have passed through this same route in the past and learn and devise another way of doing things.
Would you suggest another way? Suggest another way.
Don't suggest
No,
and let them go and find
What's
themselves.
the other way? Because you
like
guys don't see
suggestions
what
now.
is
Go and
good
do your research now.
currently. You are
Simba,
thinking
don't
what
give
is another way.
let them go
Suggest
and
another way.
So far, Mr. Showore
Let
is
him.
Mr.
I'm talking
Showore.
to him now. Let him answer. You see, conversation
Don't
between.
answer. Don't give him.
Let him answer.
Don't
Who is that?
answer.
Who is that?
Don't tie Lara.
Let them go and do their
Baba Jale Goko. Baba Jale Goko. Baba Jale Goko. Baba Jale Goko. Sheriawa. We are like actually people don't see us. People wait, no, not only. If you are talking about being holy, wait. If you are talking about being holy, we present. We are present there.
Mr.
Yes.
Holy.
If you are talking about it, I should know myself. I should speak for myself. Okay.
So we are holy.
Yes, I can tell you what I am.
Another big prophet.
Even if you don't know me, and even if you don't know me, I can tell you what I am. Okay. And my immediate environment, community can actually tell you about me in case you have the opportunity to do your findings. Okay. But what we stand for,
I'm coming to Nigeria.
We are not.
I will not say that I'm there, but I would like to know some things about you. Understand?
You know why
sorry, I can give you. I can give you. I can give you clue. I can give you clue on how you can know me. Okay, you don't need to stress yourself that much. If you go to Adrekiti today, no, somebody is saying that he would like to know me. Somebody is saying he would like to know me. I'm just telling you what we are here for. I'm not here to be a politician. Okay, I only saw a movement that is actually speaking my mind towards what we need to think of and where I think we should shine our energy into. And I key into that system.
Folly. Yes. And Babajaloko. What we are saying, we are not against Showore, but don't you people see that there is some sense in what we are trying to say?
At least,
you know what? I give you guys kudos. Okay, but the only area you are getting it wrong is you seeing Showore project as if it's his own project.
No, we didn't see it. Let me tell you what we are doing. For us to even be talking about him, that means we know that at least this guy can offer something. And if you are not saying, okay, let us say, okay, let's start gradually and build this guy up so that we can have something tangible to project him forward. I bet you people are not. People are just.
What are you building?
Babajale Koko. Me, let me tell you, Babajale Koko. Let me tell you, Babajale Koko. Me, I can speak for myself.
Let him go to councillor.
But we are telling you, sir, Babajale Koko. But we are telling you that the space we want Showore to go and start from has been blocked.
Who blocked it?
The system. The Nigerian politicians have blocked it.
For you,
they blocked it.
Foley, hold on. I want to ask you.
Let me tell you. Okay.
Foley, for you to come on this platform telling us that if people go to your local government or the area you are living, if they mention your name, people can talk about you. You are not a politician as you claim you are not, but you are claiming that you have impacted positively in your own immediate environment. So if I go to Ekiti now and I do my own investigation, then I will do, okay, Foley have done wonderfully. So that means you are starting from the base.
Let me now tell you. Let me tell you where
Foley, let him finish. Foley.
You have given us impression that You are well known in your environment, in your immediate local government or council. Give you the impression. Now, let's now assume that you want to contest for National Assembly or you want to call for rep or senator, or let's just say that's, or not, then not senator, let's say rep or National Assembly, because that is your immediate constituent. Because of what you have done in that particular place, it gives you an edge a little bit. Not only you are not the only one doing something like that. Several people are doing. Now, when you now go for a political position, for election, now people will now pick their choice. Now you let us understand you are doing something. Let your man that you really like, let him also go back. Let people talk about him, not you or Ajale Koko. Let ordinary people
Foley,
Baba, no, I have an answer to that. I have an answer to that. I have an answer to that. No, I have an answer. I have an answer to what you're saying. I have an answer to what you are saying. You know what? You know what, Remy? Do you know there is a difference between a citizen choosing their candidates and a political choosing their what's it called, their loyalists? Do you know there is a difference in it?
No. What you do not realize is that
and what I'm telling you today, the Nigeria election, the Nigeria election of today, did not allow people to choose anymore.
So I will advise
no. Me, I don't agree with that.
Those state people choose where they did today.
We
are Nigerians. Just forget it.
Baba Jale Koko, stop talking that way. I made mention of that Labour guy that never campaign, never do nothing. Nobody even knows it.
He contested under the platform of the movement on ground.
They don't know him. He never campaigned.
The movement on ground. The movement on ground. The movement on ground is what that guy actually.
How did Alex Oti won in Abia State? How did
have been part of APC
under Labour, right? Under Labour, right?
Yes,
is it under Labour, right?
Yes.
Under Labour, right? And I will now tell you, you know what? After NSAS, either we like it or not, you may not, either you like it or not. They know that guys are actually angry, and they were looking for a platform where they can showcase their anger.
So why can't Showore take that opportunity?
At that particular period, Showore was not free.
He was locked up.
Campaign. He was locked up in Abuja for 3.5 years.
Because he also did something that was not good.
And what is it that he did? For calling for a protest? For calling for protest?
Okay, no. Okay, Foley, because you know one thing me I don't really like in life is for people to be giving excuses about everything.
Yes, I don't like it too.
I don't like it, believe me.
What is it that you don't like?
Because what I've noticed in you, I'm very sorry to say, what I've noticed in you, particularly, every time you come, you always give. If you say this, no, it's not possible. If you say this, it's not possible. If you say this, it's not possible. Everything about it is not possible. What is possible to you?
If I said something is not possible, or I believe, and I believe Nigeria can be better, and you think I said it's not possible. I believe so much in Nigeria. I don't believe in Nigeria.
Every idea that we have been mentioning now, even when we say something about
the idea you are mentioning, the idea you have been mentioning, we have seen it, that there is no how that system will give us that space. That is not how. People ask me to go and start from local government today. Wait.
So is that why you are talking about? So the only solution that you think is the only platform you can use is revolution, because that is the only thing that you believe now. Revolution.
Let me even tell you this. Do you know Obi make us to lose something after that election?
I don't know about that one. I want
the number that Obi has, and the movement and the readiness of the Nigerian citizen after that election will have lead us to something better. I did we have a good person leading that movement.
Like Showore, like, right?
I'm telling you.
Okay, now give me 1 minute. I want to
that movement not go cross one street.
I want to
go
tell you
no say counter movement.
2019, is it 2019 or 2015? To me, 2019, Showore was quite popular. Everybody, some youth are following him all over the country. And after the whole election, can you tell me how many seats does AAC won in state? How many seats does AAC won for rep? How many seats for senator? And how many governor did they win? Can you tell us? Let's start from that one, from that basic. When he was popular, that everybody was, he's the new messiah, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, how many
even when you are talking about him being popular, do you know that period this guy was not even allowed to come to debate?
I went to Kanu.
Polly, what you like excuse you? What you like excuse?
Do you know this guy his name was removed from the campaign, from the debate? Do you know his name was removed from the debate in 2019?
Nobody stopped him. The question I asked
are you aware? Are you aware his name was removed?
I asked you a direct question. The party
Wait now.
And everybody.
The party was just 3 months before the election.
It doesn't matter. How many?
No.
How many seats do they win? You cannot.
How do you want to win? How do you want to win seats when you are not be able to campaign all around this country?
Are you beating yourself? Showore was all
yes. Our party at that particular period, only produced
Remy, Folly will always give excuse. Folly will always be giving excuses.
To you, this will be an excuse. To you, this will be an excuse. Okay? But the solution we are holding is what we think is the solution of where to go. Now you cannot propose me to your own.
Tell us now. Tell us.
Solution.
Let's see your solution.
You are asking me to go and contesting for councillor in a place that I know that election will not hold. Election will not hold. You are asking someone to go and contest for chairman where you know the election will not hold. We have gone past this level that you guys were still.
You can give us whatever name you want to give us.
Mind you, if well-educated person like you are not even seeing what Showore is, how do you want people on the streets to even understand what Showore is?
No, why can't you flip it? No, Remy. Only what you just said now, why can't you just flip it on the other side? If me, as you said, I'm finding it difficult to see what you can see in Showore, you know that if you see it as a problem, you should not see it as a positive thing. You should see it as a problem.
We see it as a systemic problem.
You are APC supporter.
And we are here, we are after that system.
You don't find
we are after that system. To see good in people.
You are ardent supporter. Toba sọ wípé tó bá ń sùn, tó bá pé APC o,
we can do a poll.
Let me even tell you something that happened in last election.
Also,
wait. Last election. Please, last election. Let me share something.
Don't waste your time. They are APC.
No, let me just share you what happened in my polling unit. I was not contesting, but I have a candidate. Okay? But when I got to the polling unit, I saw people inside sun, and I was not comfortable with that. I used my money to go and rent canopy and chairs for them to sit down.
Because you are
and I'm not even
political.
No. I'm not even wait now.
One day you just tell us that the people pushed me, or they pushed me to go and contest for the national state.
Wait. I wish God can give you spirit to actually know who is for Lord is.
No, you know what? I
wish God can open your mind to know.
Remy, let him finish what he's saying. Let him finish. Okay, so give us that story of the election. So
yes, and do you know
You did not buy
These
drinks?
people came down to that place and they started writing their names. When you vote for APC, they will write your name down, you put your phone number. This is what these people do. They didn't even give them that money before the election. They started credited their accounts.
Is it not a secret ballot? Is it not a secret ballot?
That's what I'm telling you. The election in Nigeria is no more secret.
No, just wait. See, how would they know the person that I voted for? I will vote and go and show them.
And I'm telling you, you are not. I'm telling you, you are no more relevant to a Nigerian election anymore.
So when
we are here.
They use their phone to check the photo.
For the fact that you want to, Polly. For the fact that you want to push your agenda, you want to make a point. Why do you need to lie to us? Why do you need to lie to us?
Let me tell you, somebody that voted for me. How do I know that person voted for me? Let me tell you. A guy, one of my friends, actually voted for me. He's an APC member. But he said, Foley, you will not be here. And wait. He said, that guy said, Foley, you cannot be here and you have a candidate and I will not vote for you. Okay? He said, I'm going to cast my vote for you. And this guy, after casting the vote, he snapped the picture and he sent to me. Okay? And he sent to me. So this now shows you that this is how people actually know who voted for them.
What did you give him?
But is there anything wrong in that one? Is there anything wrong in that one?
This guy is just a free-minded person that understands the society.
Simba, they know who they vote for. They know that's why they feel they give money. You go vote for me and pay you. They happen. They know.
This is where we find ourselves. This is where we find ourselves. In our political space.
Ó mọ báwọn ṣe ń sanwó fún àwọn èèyàn tó bá ń sọ pé kó lọ dìbò fún ẹgbẹ́ wọn, ẹgbẹ́ APC wọn. Ó ń gbé ẹlẹ́nu jó ni.
Timber has been doing he has been doing election fraud things now since he was in what's it called, NYC.
Okay. No, it's not me. It's Remy.
Okay, it's Remy.
I don't know why people mix me and Remy.
Because you guys, you have the same. What's it called? When Remy is saying something, you speak like Remy speak like you.
Because both of them are the because both of them na the butter the bean. I think they miss
Ìtorí ẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń gbé ẹ̀jẹ̀ lórùn, torí ẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń gbé tẹ́yìn ara wọn.
So when we are seeing something here, it's easy for me to join. It's easy for me to join PDP and APC, and I'll be fine.
Folly, please. I just want to say this: when Showore started that Sahara Reporter, I follow it very well. I kind of like what he was doing. It was very fantastic before Buhari became the president. It was very fantastic. If I were him, to be frank, I'm just being objective now. If I were him, I would first create a good impression in my own local government and my own state. If at that particular moment he sees that opportunity, let's be frank with ourselves here. There is no way with a mushroom party like AAC, Nigeria, all over the country. You have to look at the terrain of Nigeria, the political terrain. People based on ethnicity vote. People vote on tribal. People vote because of religion. Even the so-called...
Can we do away with those?
No, let me
can we do away with those?
Let me be quick. The so-called godfather, the so-called people that have a lot of money, is also not easy for them. If I were Showore, he would have banked on that momentum if he has pushed for like Ondo State governorship, for example. Because the reason why I say he can win that time is that I know Ondo people to be very, very highly principled people. And if he has used that momentum, even if he does not join the mainstream party, if he join another, no matter what, and he push out,
No, please, Remy, are you saying this? No.
At that particular moment, if he has pushed and push, maybe today would have become governor of Ondo State. And that will now put him in, he's still young. It will put him in a very good state to now launch for the presidency. But in Nigeria is so complex country with various interest groups. It's going to be very difficult for an average age of 40 to 50 to govern, to be a president of that country. Because Nigeria
Folly.
But you guys, you don't want to listen to that. You think we are mocking
Folly.
No, we are so sorry. You know what? We actually know what you guys are saying. But that space you want us to go and start from, you want us to go and operate from, is closed already.
It's not closed.
It's not close. It's not close. It's not close. It's not close.
It's competition.
It's not close.
Like a game.
You people are afraid of competition. That is what you do. You don't have the guts to compete.
Let me tell you something. I have a guy. Wait now. I have a guy in APC. Wait, sorry. I have a guy in APC. Okay, the guy has been youth president in my communities at age of 16 years. This guy has been doing wonderfully great, and he's an APC member. Now, this guy wants to contest for councillor. Okay, he already printed exercise book to give to the children on the streets. Okay, do you know these people said this guy should go and wait, and they carry one old woman in replacement of that guy. I tried to talk to that guy. Can you just move away from APC and let's go and challenge them to another? Then AAC is not even on board. Let's go and challenge these people to other party and let's see what will happen. Do you know what they did? They called this guy, they gave him employment in Kaduna, and they removed him from that system completely. Today, this guy is a civil servant now. So our system,
my brother.
Yes.
Let me also put my own. Let me present two things before you. I've been saying a lot of things. See, revolution is totally impossible in Nigeria. It can never happen. Have that one in your mind. It can never happen. Anybody that is telling you revolution, that person, him or her, they are wasting their time. It can't happen.
You have to, please, what is revolution?
A revolution is a kind of people coming out in a massive number.
No. Revolution is a recovery. It's a Latin word. It's a recovery.
Trying to revolt. I don't know. You can explain it in your own time. You know,
revolution is when you are.
It have to do with revolting. So
it's turning around.
Yes. So this
turning around.
But it involves people now.
And it can be. We have been doing this election through this way, and it has not been leading us to anywhere. Can we just create another movement, another way of doing it, and turning around? That is revolution.
Okay, let me tell you. Everybody here understand what revolution means. The one they are talking in Nigeria, it's like Tinubu did not win, so let's go out, to use another method, so that we left with no choice. The country will be left with no choice to put another person.
If Nigerians are to revolt in that era, it's not going to be because of Tinubu alone. It's going to be because of the people that are governing our system.
Okay, let me just go straight to my point. Why I told you revolution is not possible. Now, today we have a government in Nigeria and it's functioning, whether you like it or not.
No, Tinubu is trying.
People will tell you they want a revolution against that government. I keep on asking the question. Will the Western people fold their hands where you mobilize Nigeria against them to remove Tinubu? If I did not vote for Tinubu from Edo, I will not join that revolution. We will stand in our street and say no to it. I'm telling you the truth. Can you do that against the Northerners? I expect their youth to fold their hands. We should understand our country. The thing that will help Nigeria is to, congratulate Tinubu or the whole party. Mobilize everybody and look for somewhere to start governance.
I think anybody can bear me witness. Here. If I've ever come to this platform to talk about Tinubu, because to talk about Tinubu is too early.
Okay, let me say Peter Obi is ruling Nigeria. Wait, my brother, let us speak truth to fact. If Peter Obi is the president of this country today, and it happened that he's not doing
the mode of Tinubu and the rest, you call them.
I have not. I have not. I only pick. I only pick his policy.
Let's objective.
I only pick his policy that is affecting us.
Please, you call them the whole order.
Remy, don't misunderstand.
I want to ask this guy.
You are me
let me ask him.
What Polly is saying, don't you should not misunderstand what he means. So it's not about a particular person. It's not even about a particular government. He's talking about total change. That is what Foley is talking about. Total change. That's what he's after. It's not about a regime.
If you're Obasanjo, Tinubu, Buhari, everybody put together, you are the whole order. You are bad. You are corrupted. You are this. You are that. And
are they not bad? Are they not bad?
Wait. Are they not bad? I want to ask Foley a question, brother. If Peter Obi is the president today, and it happened, is messing up, and you are saying revolution, you think Easterner will allow you to carry that revolution to their brother?
And I will tell you 100% Obi will mess up. That's why I'm not supporting him.
So okay, I just know. For example, I'm talking to a point. Let's forget whether he did well or he messed up. You think the Easterner will allow a revolution against their brother? See, we should understand
and
our
country.
It's because we understand.
Wait, you know it. I think at this junction, we need to know ourselves better. It's because we are still putting ourselves in that era of my people, my person. What I need is a leader.
The problem we have in Nigeria.
The era is still exists now. We have not gone beyond that era now.
But can we start talking about it? Please. I know this era exists, but can we start talking about it? That we don't need these factors anymore to elect leader.
Look at where we start from, my brother.
Because we have been doing it and it has not been leading us to anywhere.
Wait.
We have not been seeing results.
See the problem we have. You see, people from the eastern part of Nigeria is a great problem to the country. Anything you initiated, because of that tribal, I don't know how it worked in the way they reason. They will quickly shift every movement to tribal something before you know everything will collapse. Tinubu, people who supported Tinubu did not, or who go against Tinubu.
Use my own case study now. I'm a Yoruba man.
Wait, let me put it. Let me quickly land my own point. The Yoruba they also have the tribal, but it's a different form. But a situation whereby, if we want to help Nigeria, every state today have governor, which connected every one of us. What are they doing with our money? We don't know. A little torchlight into Edo State money. Only 3 months. Food for my government, 900 million.
Do you even know it's easy for you to
let me land this one. Do you even listen to me, my brother? I have a governor who used 900 million to eat guguru and granite for just 3 months.
Yes.
Midwest, do you know that this December, Nigeria for the first time, through their federal allocation is about 1.66 trillion naira. The state alone, with the local government, they got about more than 600 billion naira. The allocation received from federal government has been double since the last 5 months now. But like I always say,
no, he said double. If you look at this one, it's just like ×4 now.
Yes.
Once upon the time during Buhari regime, the whole of the country, the whole federal and state, they were sharing 200, 250, 200 billion.
That is the beauty of it. The value of the tax has been increased. More allocation for the state. People should hold the state responsible.
Okay.
I think generally, let me tell you this. Generally, we have been irresponsible. Both the leaders and the followers in that country, we have been irresponsible. Okay, let me give you, for example. It's not when we say generally. We are not saying 100%. Now, you should know, we don't come up with this kind of thing fully. You know what I'm talking about now. You understand? What I'm saying is that both the leaders and the followers in Nigeria has been responsible, and all of them have contributed to the woes of our country. Let me give you, for example, you are talking about election the other time. that people will vote and they will take pictures. Did they force them to do that? Why did they collect money to vote when they know that the thing is tied to their future?
See, Ola, Simba, if we want to deal with this issue, all this Obi is the best, so Tinubu is bad. He can't lead us anywhere. Or Atiku is the best. Now we have a president. Everybody have a state. When you see the disaster that the governors are doing across the country, we want to lay a foundation. Let's forget it, support the president and say, Mr. President, the hour has come for external auditor.
Midwest, I agree with you. That's why I said all of us are not ready. We are not ready.
If we achieve this thing and the governor now discover it's hard for them to be stealing like this, they will start attacking the local government. From there, everybody will turn up and focus on the president. You must do this, you must do that.
Okay, let me give you, Midwest, in my state, in my own state, let me give you what happened. When my governor was removed in my state, and that was why when some people talk about that there's no election in Nigeria, we still have election in Nigeria. If you want to look at the power, let me know. Don't say I can see you are making your gesture now, Polibi. In Osun State, when the citizen decided that no, they don't want to continue with APC, they look for an alternative and they voted for the candidates that they wanted. Though I don't know whether they enjoy the guy now or not. For the reason best known to them. To me, if I look at that reason why they said okay, they don't want APC, to me it's not a genuine reason. But they have done what they wanted to do. They voted for the candidate of their choice and they got it, and they can face whatever they are facing in the hands of their governor today. We still have election. If people can vote like that, that means we still have some credibility attached to our election.
The one that brought my governor was also very, very
exactly. So
yeah,
for some people,
but the one we are about to conduct, the next one, I don't know what's going to happen because it's going to be tough. You understand me? It is time we start calling spade a spade. Our governors they are our problem, and we must unite. They are just all the same because the kind of money they have access to and being immune not to give an account. It's a disaster.
Midwest.
We can't put pressure on the Mr. President.
My friend,
do this for
Midwest,
us.
2014, in my state, my friend, my colleague, a doctor like me, contested for honorable in my state. He even borrowed money from me. You understand? He borrowed money. Yes, this guy won. At least he was honorable for 4 years between 2015 and 2019. You understand? He contested. So if Foley cannot now come here and be telling me that if you contest, you cannot.
I have a friend that is a chairman of a local government. My closest friend today. Okay, but I know how this guy got there. It's not by people's voting him. It's by being loyal to the government of the day.
But for the big, is it possible for if I have an agenda? Just let me use this. If I have an agenda, alias we know Showori now that okay, he has an agenda. I want immense word according to the youth supporters for the country. Now, is it possible for him to swallow his pride and say, okay, let me even look for another way of entering into this space? When I get the power, I will now exercise and use this thing for the benefit of my people. Is it possible?
I won't lie to you. These guys, they already know what Showore is. They already know him. So there is no way. There is no how you want to pretend.
Showore will not do anything. Showore is so arrogant. Nigeria is so complex, and no president.
He's not even doing it. He's not doing it maturely now. The guy that will be fighting publicly,
Yeah, but
he's not doing it in a mature way.
With the laws on ground, and with the system, we should not expect any miracle. We just have to look for where to start. Unite around the president. look at everything that is affecting us and see how we can put pressure on the leader. Not like we against his regime.
How do you want to?
Not like we want to bring him down. If you build this trust, we will achieve much.
Nobody is bringing anybody's down. Like in my where I'm staying now, me and my brother, we were having a conversation yesterday night. I was talking about a meeting that Tinubu has last week with the politicians, with all Nigerians. He was talking about changing our constitution, and I keyed him immediately because I know that's part of our own agenda. Our constitution is one of our problems. He was talking about uniting the country. I also keyed him immediately because if Nigeria can be that united today, our freedom is closed. There are factors that is actually putting us in this condition that we find ourselves.
Okay, since he made this decision, let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question now. Also, has Osowore ever congratulated him? Has Osowore
congratulated him for what?
Has he congratulated Tinubu for making that statement and say, I think we are heading towards better direction? If Tinubu can really put, what he have just said, if he can really work on it. Has he ever said that?
And I will tell you,
has even me that said that?
Wait now. Even me that said I key him to that system. I still have my reservation about it. Nigerian politicians, they are actually good in making a good statement. But when it comes to carrying it out, that's where the problem always comes from. But I pray.
By saying it,
my brother, look at my point.
What Midwest just said now.
He's calling for
when somebody
national conference now.
Who's calling for it?
Can I contribute?
If Tinubu is calling for it.
See, if Tinubu call for it, if Osowore is really a gifted leader, my brother, you can't just criticize somebody from day to night, try to take an advantage. A country that is totally paralyzed like Nigeria.
For a country to grow, we have to have engine room. We have to have people that will be criticizing government all the time.
Yes.
For a country to
grow. Midwest. What Midwest is saying, Foley, try and reason with Midwest now. He's saying if they do something that is wrong, criticize. If they do something that praise, that is it. That is the way things work. It's not all God. Even when they have good policy, you will still try and criticize the good policy that they have.
I can see Tinubu making some good steps.
And it's when you praise politicians too much,
why are you attaching too much? Why are you attaching too much for it? You have not even done anyone. You are saying too much. You have not even praised them. You are saying too much.
Either you like it or not. This country is our country. Nobody have it better than anybody.
For Libby, can I say something about you?
Do you know me? I can be here.
Can anybody?
Yes, it's not important.
And we are all Nigerians as well. This country is our own, and we are all Nigerians.
Yes.
Hello, can anybody?
Tinubu was not in Dubai when they said they don't want to see people.
Please, we have been talking since. Let Ola put in his own submission.
Yeah.
You see, for Libby, the thing we are missing there is this: is either you are a politician or you are not a politician. Anybody that is not willing to reach a compromise, you are not a politician. You are dealing with the people. Among the people, you see the honest one, you see liars, and you see mischievous people. So you have to reach a compromise because you want to balance, because it's a systemic thing. It's just like if you're in Canada now, you say, oh, because I'm SU, you will start wondering how come that SU said this day now. I'm sorry to say this, they know how to doctor resume now. Tell story on resume that normally the thing you won't be able to do in Nigeria that say, oh, you will go to F5. But if you don't do it, the application tracking system will just not pick your thing. So you have to doctor according to what they want you to doctor. It's not as if you don't know that, but they just want they push you to a format. See, even Canada, United States, the politicians there, they are not as clean as you think people think they are clean. No?
Not be something lead to all
they
those
are
people in
not
America.
even clean at all. They are not clean at all.
Exactly.
It's just
Not
the
be something lead
system.
to American Civil War. You know, get how American involved. No be America, no be the thing will happen for America, make Canada get their own federalism that is a little bit different. Because people will not even know that Canadian federalism was tailored after the American one. The only thing is they keep the constitutional monarchy. They made the center strong so that what happened in the United States when everybody wanted to secede, especially the Southern America, when they wanted to go that time. So the thing is, politicians will always be politicians. As we speak now, politicians are still becoming politicians. Politicians will still behave mischievously. So no saints, no clean politicians. Sometimes. See, if you want to be clergy, be clergy. You can go and become a pastor if you want to be a pastor. Don't come to politics because you are not going to be clean when it's come to politics.
But Ola, we should also praise them. Don't just describe them like our own.
Now,
the difference is that those people, they have a system that put them on check.
So is not better than
finance.
Hello.
Ure is not better than Buhari.
Hello.
He's in Nigeria now.
We can hear you.
Do you know we can actually doing what we are doing now to have a movement that can checkmate politicians? Do you know that?
If you want to do that, that's what we want. What we have
and that is, look, and if you see, and if you see the way,
and the actual place we can start from. See, my brother, and if the actual place we can start from is the governor. If we are able to put any,
and if you see the way, and if you see the way Sowore is doing it, you will know that he's not even desperate to be president. Because if he's desperate, he will be doing all these things that you want him to do. But you want to have that voice that can actually be challenging politicians. And we need more people to join that voice as well. Because the politicians in Nigeria...
if you tell me Sowore is not interested to be president, you are just...
It's not desperate. It's not desperate. I'm not interested. I'm not using the word interested. I'm using the word desperate.
He is desperate. The guy is there, they are heavy punchers.
If he's desperate, if he's desperate, he will join them.
You know the reason why you cannot see that?
No, if he's desperate, he will jump to anything that can actually give him that man.
If he jump to any place, he's still a lightweight. He has no that heavy punch is not there. That's why you cannot see that desperation. I'm telling you.
No. Sir, I would like you to get close to that guy.
Sowore is just not a politician, whether an opposition or whatever, he's just an activist. Let's just face
it. Thank you, my brother.
He's not a politician.
Yeah.
The thing is this.
Yes.
When we are talking,
the reason why he joined that space.
Let me quickly conclude. So, if you don't mind, you see, one thing is this: people are blaming Nigeria that we do not vote for Sowore. But when you look at the way Abiola built his own political base, you understand? Everybody went out to vote for him. If Sowore is likely to lose an election in his government today, if he has a strong opposition against him, then if people cannot have confidence in you, so Nigeria doesn't want to do it. No. You can't tell me, you can't blackmail him that I don't want to vote for Sowore. The question is, why should I vote for Sowore when Sowore cannot even win my confidence? That's the point. How come that Abiola won people confidence? Even when they believe that they will not vote for him, they all voted for him. How come that people are shouting on your mandate we shall stand for Tinubu? You may call him
because they already built the system for themselves.
It's not about that.
They've already built it. They have the money, they have the friends in politics, they have the structure in politics. So don't compare it.
Foley B, what are we saying? The type of what we are saying Sowore should be doing for people to know. It's what Abiola did. It's not that he built structure for himself. What did he do?
The Abiola in question, do you forget that it's a French Babangida?
Ola, let me put this one before you. You see, politics in Nigeria is very, very complex. If indeed, from Obi to Sowore, if we want to do anything, any little space to support Tinubu, like when Tinubu talk about constitution, these guys should come out and say, well, we hope the president is going towards direction, if only he can fulfill it. It means that you put it like, you are not with him, you are with him. At least you are seeing something that will also motivate him. The Northerners as well, they are watching Tinubu policies. If there's too much pressure in the South, Tinubu can't change anything. He can't do anything. He need that rally round. He need that unity. And again, if we Nigeria want to cross beyond the boundary of tribal politics, you want to talk of revolution, cancel that. Let's unite and say, please, Mr. President and law people, today we want this. Every organization join us. The governor must start accounting. We need an external auditor. This is the money you give to us. We are not saying it.
Do you know?
Let there be pressure. And if we are able, the day we are able to achieve this, I tell you, we have sowed a seed of that revolution.
Do you know calling for that constitution to be changed is it's also a revolution? Do you know?
But there are many people who are benefiting for this sort of stuff and who are going to oppose it. So the president needs our support.
Because even Akpabio
we can't continue to be insulting somebody. Hell out of him when we're campaigning.
Even Akpabio make a statement that even there are laws in our constitution that has been governed, that it was colonial what's it called era that inserted in our constitution, and it's still relevant in our constitution today. Akpabio make mention of that, including our policing system.
What's wrong with that one, Folibi? What's wrong with that one?
No, I'm just telling you, these people are actually coming out and see where their opponent is, and I'm not okay with that.
Folibi,
but I pray God give them the goodwill to carry it out.
Folibi, hold it. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Changing the constitution may be very difficult. Advanced nations, United States, Canada, and some other countries, so some of the leaders sat in the past. It's not as if the people really sat, especially, let me talk of Canada, to the best of my knowledge. Someone can correct me later if they find it wrong. So the leaders of the people, they came together to have a constitution. And over time, they've had a lot of changes, a lot of conventions. You know, someone was saying the other time here that Queen's Control Canada, I just laughed at. On the paper, Queen of England control. It's not that true, but it's just symbolic. It's important in our constitution because you will see they've used convention a lot of things to take all those things. So it's just because of relationship, for example, so that in case America want to transgag, they go use that one to join us together. So what I'm saying is, over time, what they don't like in that constitution, they manage to change it over time. Over time, we're talking about, it's not a matter of 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, all those things. We are talking of several decades. They manage to change all those things to their favor. If you are expecting that Nigeria, that the current politician there now will now say, oh, let us go on sovereign national conference, my brother, we they deceive ourselves, because these politicians we are talking, that's the pot of soup you want to take away. The only thing you can do sometimes is
look at where they are going. Tinubu said he will restructure Nigeria. And
wait
again,
now, let me quickly finish this thing. Now, we are in Nigeria now. Look at the power, look at the petroleum industry bill. It's a form of restructuring. Look at this power now that the state can generate electricity. It's some kind of restructuring. So now, maybe Amotekun tomorrow, they will give Amotekun the license to carry their own firearms. That's the kind of restructuring. So, expecting sovereign national conference, only a stupid government will try that. Because when you say sovereign, maybe when you are doing your sovereign, the military get the power, what will you do? People are not stupid. See, sometimes we can throw grammar around, we can say whatever we like. The practicality of it is not achievable. Just come give me an example of a country that has done that. Yeah.
Wait, Ola, the way you are saying it, look, my brother, if we know that restructuring is not possible, why is it that when the Northerners are leading, all the professors in law in the South, particular South, East, South, hey, let's restructure Nigeria. Let's restructure Nigeria. Now we have the power close to us.
Meanwhile, restructuring, Buhari did restructuring already. Buhari said the state
did not. You can't impose those kind of things upon people. If you want to restructure, for example, now you just mentioned Amotekun. Have you ever pictured a scenario where a governor is controlling a police arm with AK-47 in his state? Now they don't have it. Look at the kind of things they are doing. My brother, if you want to restructure Nigeria,
Midwest, it depends on what to call restructuring. Restructuring is a broad word.
Although it means different to different people.
What are the elements you want to restructure? Okay, we said this thing now. They brought electricity out of exclusive list. That's restructuring. The matter of railway, they brought it out of exclusive list. That is restructuring.
I think Midwest is talking about state police. He's talking about state police. Is that what you are talking about, Midwest?
My brother, the state police, it look good though. But by the time you give it to this governor, just look at our democracy.
They are already using it. They are already using it and messing around it.
Okay. By the time you now harm those people with AK-47 and you give it to a governor, look, this restructuring is complex anyway, but it is something they must address so that people will know exactly where things are hanging. Nigeria don't know where things are hanging, my brother.
But is it not the same reckless when you talk about restructuring? Is it not the same reckless, useless governors that we have that you are now going to put all our resources in their hand? What would they do with it? Somebody that doesn't know how to spend small money, what would they do with the big one?
See, no, you know why they are doing what they are doing. It's still the same thing. The actual thing they have to restructure is that, Mr. Governor, the money have come. After 6 months, the external auditor is coming to check how far you have the expenditure and revenue accommodation of your state.
The external auditor, are they going to import them Midwest? Are they going to come from America?
External auditor is very complex because you don't know the one that is coming to you, and they have to give reports.
We know the way we used to do our things, Midwest.
No, my brother, you see, external auditor is not good. If you put external auditor into something, it's like, no, that's why none of them is celebrating it. They don't want it.
Midwest, only if you audit the governor, so who is going to implement? And these police you are talking again.
See why it is important for you to start with the governor. Wait, Ola. If we succeed to start with the governor, wait. Now the governors know what is going on more than me and you. They will now become like someone that is cheated and they have power to challenge somewhere else. So if they start crying out and start challenging, you also must do your own. Everything will change. I want to give you an example. I discovered one thing in my country. Yesterday, last week.
Which of your country? Which of your country?
Nigeria.
Which of your
country? They said we don't have dollar. We don't have dollar. Okay, the federal government will work hard. Go and bring that foreign money. One way or the other. Through the central bank, they will give to commercial bank. The commercial bank will not give it to black market people.
Guys, see you tomorrow.
And black market mean what? Lack accountability. Imagine black market in charge of such volume of transaction for a country, and you want that country to progress. It's totally impossible. Okay, NAPC is selling crude oil. Even the president don't even know the total oil that is being sold. How will he move? A lot is going on. That is why I said people will tell you it's Peter Obi, is this and that, my dear. We need to look for a place to start where we will now have power that will now start pointing finger to other place. That is the only way we can change things. Because a lot is going on. The way people function, the way the institution function is a big problem to the leadership of the country and to the country itself. I just thought of all these things. We'll be talking of oil. Do you even know that the figure that they have been giving NAPC, the way the kind of power they gave to those people to function is something else entirely. Other institutions are there. The other they talk about education. They are generating money. I don't know. That one is there. Local government that we are even talking about, they still have a way of generating. We don't know where those money are going. Allocation will come from Fentra. So all these things will come to the state and people are not progressing. So we don't even know which one the president is not doing right or which one our leader, our governor is not doing right. So we must start from the governor. If we are able to really checkmate on the governor, we are not going to get it right.
I want to go now, but what I want to say is that at every stage of our leadership in Nigeria, right from home to get to the president, we have issues. And in as much as we don't focus on, and that was what this woman was trying to preach before she died during Obasanjo regime, Dora Akinyude. He said, change begins with me. The change that we are looking for in Nigeria is an individual change. Let everybody change. If everybody change and everybody is doing the right thing, that country will be better for all of us. If you're a custom officer, do your work diligently. If you're a school teacher, do your work diligently. If you're a businessman,
Ola, you don't see society where people change by themselves.
Oh,
you don't
guys,
see society.
we have to go. It's 9 hours.
What do you say?
Okay. Good night.
Yeah,
Good morning.
So
good morning, good night,
Thomas,
good evening, wherever you are.
Thomas, Thomas,
Already gbàgbọ́.
Okay, later now.
Thank you, Folly. Yeah. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, Adiwale, Mr. Triumph. Thank you. Yeah. Another day, another dollar. As one man always say, yeah, we made it again. We make it happen again today. Oh, thank you, guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. And I said, peace. Yeah, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Yeah. Have a nice weekend ahead of you. Thank you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.